Welcoming to you live across the bank holiday week. We kickstart on Monday with a jam-packed schedule of brand new and archival interviews with Bonnie Langford, Louise Jameson, Matthew Waterhouse, Sarah Sutton, Victor Pemberton, Philip Hinchchliffe and many, many more.
You can join me every day this week at 6 o'clock with brand new episodes of Doctor Who's Unsung Heroes. And don't forget, Tuesday evening at 8, we'll be showing an extra few more.
Then, on Wednesday, we'll be celebrating the 24th anniversary of the TV movie with a tweet-along from 7pm and new material from 8:45pm, including interviews with E.G. So and Matthew Jacobs.
On Thursday, I will be hosting a TSV quiz, so email in and register.
While on Friday, we'll be looking at Doctor Who's Wilderness Years from 8pm.
And finally, on Saturday, we'll have an action-packed show with our usual mix of brand new interviews, competitions, opinion, and archive treats.
Welcoming to you live across the bank holiday week. We kickstart on Monday with a jam-packed schedule of brand new and archival interviews with Bonnie Langford, Louise Jameson, Matthew Waterhouse, Sarah Sutton, Victor Pemberton, Philip Hinchchliffe and many, many more.
You can join me every day this week at 6 o'clock with brand new episodes of Doctor Who's Unsung Heroes. And don't forget, Tuesday evening at 8, we'll be showing an extra few more.
Then, on Wednesday, we'll be celebrating the 24th anniversary of the TV movie with a tweet-along from 7pm and new material from 8:45pm, including interviews with E.G. So and Matthew Jacobs.
On Thursday, I will be hosting a TSV quiz, so email in and register.
While on Friday, we'll be looking at Doctor Who's Wilderness Years from 8pm.
And finally, on Saturday, we'll have an action-packed show with our usual mix of brand new interviews, competitions, opinion, and archive treats.
Hello! Welcome. To our bank holiday extravaganza. We're broadcasting to you all this week.
All this week, literally. Apart from Sunday, but we finish Saturday.
So tonight, we've got lots of interviews and treats. And then tomorrow, we're back with a Unsung Heroes special, looking at stunt guys.
Wednesday night, we follow Ellie's tweet along. So Ellie's tweet along is going to be using the hashtag...
It's about time.
It's about time. See, I didn't know. And then after that, we're going to be talking to two very important people from the movie itself.
Matthew Jacobs and...
Yuji So.
And then on... that takes up to Wednesday. Then on Thursday...
It's me. Literally, me on cam all night. No?
Doing a pub quiz.
Pub quiz. So email in, register. I don't know how that works, but register and you could win exciting things.
And then on Friday, we take a look at the wilderness years of Doctor Who. So we're looking back at the 90s.
90s were good.
I remember
the 90s. I was only 5.
Yeah. And then we're back for our final show of the week on Saturday.
Yes. Final show of the week. And there's a lot coming up for that as well, which we will announce over the next few days.
Okay, so coming up tonight, we have a couple of costume designers, Hayley Nebauer and Louise Page.
I'm so pleased that you remember the names. We've got Sophie and Bonnie, you donut.
Oh, you've gone for the easy ones, haven't you?
I can't remember my own name, so I'm going to have to just pluck here.
Right, and we're talking to new Series 1 director Keith Boak.
That all sounds very exciting, but shall we have a look at what's coming up soon?
In the next hour.
Coming up in the next hour, we head over to our social hub to see what you've been tweeting today.
Bryan Hands tells us the inside story of being a movie Dalek.
Toby Haydock gives us some highbrow Doctor Who culture.
We delve into the archive and bring together Adric, Nissa and Davros.
But first, we reunite a pair of merry men. It's Trevor Cooper and Ian Hallard.
So it's my great pleasure to welcome to Time Space Visualiser Trevor Cooper and Ian Hallard. Hello both.
Hi.
Now, Robots of Sherwood, you were both members of the band of merry men. What are your memories of filming that?
You go first, Ian. Go on.
I'm going to go first. Okay. Well, I guess principally the weather. We shot it in April. In Cardiff, and the script called for kind of sun-dappled glades and gorgeous idyllic weather. And when you saw the dates that they'd chosen to film and the location, you thought, you're going to be lucky, aren't you? And then we were practically unheard of. We had a fortnight's unbroken sunshine in Cardiff. So I guess the weather principally, and then alongside that, obviously because it was all location filming. Feeling like you were in a big sort of Errol Flynn period movie with archery contests, and there wasn't actual jousting, but there may as well have been when we were at the castle for those few days. So yeah, that was that's what I first think of when it springs to mind. How about you, Trev?
To me, well, the interesting thing was the contrast between, because I'd done Revelation of the Daleks 25 years before, and then suddenly to be in Robots, which was a full movie, it was shot like a movie, and Paul, it's essentially, a movie director in the way that he works. Whereas, good old Revelation of the Daleks was very much the old TV studio with sort of, Daleks made out of egg boxes, and it was all a little bit, cardboard and whereas Robots was a massive, great enterprise with filming in castles. And I remember I remember on the first the first week we were there, we were filming in this sort of, somewhere outside Cardiff in woods, weren't we? And there was this glade, there was this sort of forest glade that you got to by going down a very steep, into a little steep hole. There was like a hole. And I just fell down it the first day I got there. I remember that was the first thing I did, was I did the classic Friar Tuck thing and slid in the mud all the way down to the bottom and felt like an idiot.
You see, I just assumed that you were displaying your gift for physical comedy. I thought it was constantly looking for the next gig, Trev.
Well, exactly. Well, it was a real sort of stunt man thought, you know what I mean? I think people thought I was, part of the stunt team. But yeah.
I mean, another reason why it's a good job the weather was good. Can you imagine that location if it had been pissing it down?
Oh.
A foot, it would have been like being in the trenches, wouldn't it? It would have all been in it.
I know. It was actually a very dangerous location, really. I mean, actually getting down was really difficult to get to. But once you got there, it was really nice. It was worth it.
Can you remember how you got the parts that you played? Was it an audition or just a casting?
I think I'd auditioned for Andy Pryor when we did An Adventure in Space and Time, and then obviously because when Mark had then written this episode, Andy actually said, "Oh, Ian sings, doesn't he? Do you think he'd be interested in doing this?" Because obviously there was a bit of singing with Alan the Dale, the minstrel. So that was it really. Andy had suggested it, and who was I to say no? That's what happened.
I had a slightly more roundabout route in that I was seen by Andy and Paul for the part that Roger Ashton Griffiths played, the guy who was the ward of the girl who ended up being Marion. I think, is that right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I was seen for that part, which was a smaller part. It was only like a scene or something. And I was in the process of changing agent, and it all got a bit confused. And I suddenly got a thing from my ex-agent, as it were, saying, "Oh, by the way, you got the Doctor Who." And that was like, "Oh, that's terrific." And they said they're going to send you the dates. And they sent me these dates, and they sent me like 2 weeks of dates. And I was thinking, this is a scene. Why am I on this for 2 weeks? And it wasn't until quite late in the day that I realized that I was doing a different part. And that basically what had happened was, I think it was Stephen Moffat, who I had worked with before on what was it called? Chalk, that sitcom that he wrote.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I saw him on the day and I said, what a surprise. He said, I couldn't have you not be Friar Tuck. So we swapped parts. So Roger, who'd been up for Friar Tuck, played the one I was up for. So we swapped parts. He was a bit put out because he made less money off it. He was on it less. But yeah, that's how it was. Yeah.
Now, obviously, you're part of the band of Merry Men. How did you get on with your fellow Merry Men?
They were a terrible bunch of people. We had a lot of fun, actually. I just remember, I can't remember we were all in the same hotel. So it was, and we stuck there. Was Rusty and you, Ian and me and Joe Kennedy,
mm-hmm.
mainly. I mean, we had a ball, and Mark was around quite a lot visiting the set. As the writer, allowed to be as the writer, so he'd come and say it was. So we had quite a laugh, just sort of sitting around, and it was a very, very nice bunch of people, and we had Matthew, of course, to entertain us. Matthew Dale, who played the other Little John, and I was also struck by the fact. Do you remember? Did you come to the read-through, Ian? I can't remember.
I don't know if I did. I don't know if I can make the read-through. I can't remember now.
I have a thing.
I have a memory of it.
It was at Rothlock, and it was, it's that they had their read-through rooms, quite a big room, and all the cast and crew. It was the most amount of people I've ever seen at a read-through, because it was very early on when Peter Capaldi had become Doctor Who.
Mm.
And there were literally 100 and so people in the room. And there was about, 20 or 30 cast and crew. And everyone had to introduce themselves. It took about an hour. And it was It was all the people who were like worldwide, BBC worldwide. There were people from the Doctor Who shop. There were people from the Doctor Who sort of exhibition in Cardiff, and all these people had suddenly been invited. And I remember what the lovely thing was Peter Capaldi literally going around to everybody, particularly the new cast people, introducing himself and having a chat and being really welcoming. And I thought that was lovely.
I think it's such an industry, isn't it? That those read-throughs, they're the people from so many branches and financial interests and all that, because it is and was big business. Yeah, I do remember, because it was really it was only, I don't know, maybe third or fourth story that Peter had shot, and I really I felt for him, and I thought, because it's as you know, Trevor, if ever you're doing, whether it's stage or TV or film or anything, so much of the atmosphere of the set is led by the attitude of your leading men and women.
Absolutely.
They really kind of set the tone for how everything works. And I think Peter, although he's had an amazing career, it's mainly been as a character actor. So he's probably, at that stage, he'd kind of done fewer lead roles that would have expected him to do that. So I thought he did it brilliantly, but I did feel for him, because it must have also been a slightly strange situation, because he was simultaneously the lead, the head boy, expected to do all that kind of welcoming stuff, or it's very nice if people do that in that position. But he was also the new boy as well, and even Jenna, obviously his co-lead had been around longer than him, and most of the crew at that stage had been with it since the very beginning, or at least for many years. So I think he did it really graciously and well. But I did kind of remember feeling for him at the time that he's having to kind of slightly welcome to the set whilst he's only just turned up himself.
Well, not knowing what the set was. Yes, quite. Yeah.
You mentioned Jenna there as well. How was she to work with?
She was lovely. She as you say, she'd been doing it longer than Peter had. So she's gorgeous as well. I mean, that's part of the thing with Jenna. She's just very nice to look at, apart from anything else, apart from being a nice person. And it was a lot of fun. There was a lot of laughs. There was a lot of corpsing going on, and Peter and Jenna had a very good sort of vibe going, and there was a lot of stuff. There was a lot of stuff with the Merry Men, which took longer to film because we'd laugh but no, she was great.
And that was also all in the script as well, because the whole joke was the fact that we were supposed to be laughing incessantly.
That's right.
Danger that can start to pall eventually when the camera stops running. You go, oh God, thank goodness I can sit and be miserable for a bit. But I guess it was. I mean, it's always quite nice in that way where there's not a huge amount of pressure on you, because you're there to kind of, most of the stuff was going on between Jenna, Peter, and Tom, of course, who was Robin Hood, and then you get to go in and do your little moment and your odd line or two. So, and then you can sit back and have another cup of tea. So it's quite nice. It's one of those situations where the pressure isn't on as much as it might be in some scenarios.
You've mentioned Tom there. He was sort of a proper Errol Flynn type Robin Hood. Did you sort of feel that was the whole sort of experience, that kind of classic Robin Hood story?
Well, it was interesting. Did you get the original? I don't know which version of the script you first had, Trevor. You may not remember either. I know Joe Kennedy certainly got the original kind of version of the story and the original idea, which I know they didn't mention at the time, but Mark has talked about. I think actually last time when we did the Fantom event a few weeks ago, that actually the initial concept for the whole story was completely different, and the idea was that actually Robin wasn't real, wasn't the real Robin Hood, and that what it would turn out to be is that the where they'd ended up was actually set in the future, and it was actually it was a holiday company who specialised in doing themed stag do events, and they'd and Robin and his merry men were the groom and the guys on his stag do. They'd ended up going on this thing where you temporarily had a kind of some kind of mind altering injection, and there'd been a glitch, and they'd got stuck in the machine and believed that they were Robin Hood and his merry men. So, and the whole idea was, so originally in the script, that was particularly why everything was supposed to be idealised. It was supposed to look like this kind of slightly unreal film set, and even down to the costumes, which were originally supposed to be these kind of pristine Errol Flynn, Lincoln Green, as opposed to authentic Middle Ages costume. And that was the original idea, and I really liked that. And I remember Joe Kennedy saying, well, "What happened to that? Why did it change that?" And ultimately, it was Stephen who really wanted to go with the idea that he wanted to tell the story of Robin Hood as the hero and the real. But I thought it was a bit of a shame, because I really like that other idea.
That's I'd not heard. I don't think I'd ever heard. I think that's new to me. I certainly didn't get a script that was like that. That's fascinating. So it's like the idea. What's that Schwarzenegger film where you can?
Yes, Total Recall.
Total Recall. It's like a sort of version of that in a way that you get.
Yeah. So the story, rather than Robin kind of therefore having to prove that he was a real hero to the Doctor, actually in that story, he starts off believing he's Robin Hood. Then his kind of world slightly falls apart when he realizes that he's just this ordinary guy, and then of course he comes through at the end by saving the day and proves that he is a hero. And
right. Okay.
Around there, which I thought it was a lovely idea, a lovely script. As I say, that would have been the version I'd have preferred to do.
Yeah, quite.
I was going to say, because the version that we saw was quite light and comedic and fun. Would you have preferred a more dark and serious episode?
I think I mean, now I've heard that one, I want to see that episode. Actually, I'm not saying that's That said, I mean, I think that a lot of the sort of 21st century Who is quite dark, and it was quite nice, to have that slight sort of relief in this episode that it was sort of dappled sunlight and all that sort of thing, and it just looked brighter and
but that version still would have been fun. I mean, I made it sound like it was this sort of dark dystopian vision, but it would have still had a lot of comedy in it as well.
But there would have been a sort of edge. So no, I never take your point. Yeah,
I think Stephen felt it maybe sounded a bit too much like a War episode rather than a Doctor Who episode. I think that was his kind of his reservations. But no, I think there's room for all kinds of storytelling, isn't there? I brief was very much too serious, sort of a lot of banter, comedy, a bit of physical comedy as well, having the Doctor trying a duel with a spoon.
We'll be back to talk some more later on, but for now, thank you very much, Trevor Cooper and Ian Hallard.
Hello there, you're watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. Thank you to Helen there for that fantastic interview with Ian Hallard and Trevor Cooper. Part 2 will be back later this evening. We're now going straight across to our social hub. Hi Jason.
Good afternoon, Dex. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. Isn't the weather glorious?
Oh, it's fantastic. And good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to this afternoon's Time Space Visualiser, and a happy bank holiday to those of us who are in the UK.
Indeed. So tell people, how can they get in touch this afternoon?
All the usual channels are open to you. Our social media is open and ready to hear from you. So you can get us at Fantom Films on Twitter. Don't forget to use that hashtag TimespaceVisualiser. Our email address, as always throughout the evening, will be tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk. You can chat along with us in the live feed on our YouTube channel. Always lovely to see your comments coming in there. And obviously, of course, please take some time to like and subscribe our YouTube channel whilst you're there if you could.
Also, because it's a nice day, lots of people are outside sunning themselves, which is terribly inconsiderate. So just text them, phone call them, do whatever you have to do. Get them inside, put them in front of the computer, in front of their mobiles, in front of their TVs, and get down, and we can watch this fantastic evening that we've got planned for you. So can we launch our first competition?
We can. We've got two competitions for you today. So our first competition is as follows. The question: Richard Ashton's character is named after which day of the week? So that's Richard Ashton's character is named after which day of the week? Now, as always, don't drop those comments. Do not drop those comments into the live feed. Email your answers to us here at tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk, and the lines close at 18:15 BST. And the prize for our first competition is a copy of Who Talks? Mars Attacks, signed by the man himself, Richard Ashton.
Of course, this is a fantastic series. I was going to say available in every bookshop. It isn't, but go onto our website if you want a copy. Yeah, this is a copy here. This is Mars Attacks, signed by Richard Ashton, and you could be winning that this afternoon in our first competition. Oh, what is that mug that you're drinking from, Jason?
Well, as it's an afternoon event today, I'm having a cheeky cup of tea, and this is my Rita mug. And everybody at home, this is my Rita mug. It's not Doctor Who, I'm afraid, but a gift that was very kindly given to me by our very own Dexter and Paul for my recent celebratory birthday.
And finally, do you want to introduce the next piece, Jason?
Actually, before I do that, if you don't mind, I'd love to hear from you. Social Hub needs lots and lots of comments through the course of the day. So we're going to start a little discussion going. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. So following the Timeless Child episode at the end of the last season, do you now think that the Doctor Who movies could be considered canon? Now, this is likely to split our viewers, I'm sure, through the course of the next hour or so.
The pigeons there, Jason.
I would absolutely love to hear your comments on that, and I'll read the best of them and the cleanest of them, I feel, out on our next social corner. And the reason I've asked you to chat about that is because my next guest, over the weekend, actually, I had a chance to sit down with and chat with one of the Dalek operators from the 1965 movie Doctor Who and the Daleks. I'd like you to sit back and enjoy my chat now with Bryan Hands.
During the Dalek mania of Christmas 1964, plans were drawn up for the first Dalek movie outing, which would be based on the first Dalek TV adventure. Released in 1965, Peter Cushing took on the role of Doctor Who and battled the Daleks on the planet Skaro in full and glorious Technicolor. The movie Daleks had been designed to take advantage of the film's colour format, and they didn't disappoint. Our next guest on Time Space Visualiser worked on that movie as one of the Daleks, and it's my pleasure to introduce Bryan Hands today to chat about his memories of working on that film. Hi there, Bryan, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you, in the circumstances, yeah.
And I have to start by introducing you to my own, very own Dalek, Rusty. This is Bryan Rusty. Something you remember very well, I'm sure.
I do indeed, yes. They were, as I recall, a bit uncomfortable to sit in, and you had to be sort of lowered in, and then they put the top on.
Well, I've not managed to be lowered into this one just yet, but there's a full seat and everything inside. But I think it's something like along the lines you would have had when you were in the movie.
Yeah, I'm sure he looks just the job.
How did the role in the film come about for you, Bryan?
Well, that is ironic in a way. I was sitting at home. I was an out-of-work actor living in London, and the phone went one night, and this chap said, I've been looking through Spotlight and thought you might be good for a little job I have. And I said, oh, fine, yes, what is it? And he said, well, it's to be a Dalek. And I thought, hang on, a Dalek in Spotlight. But apparently, of course, they list your dimensions, and you had to be under 5'8" to fit in the Daleks. And I indeed am 5'7". So he thought they needed someone urgently. I think one of the guys, they'd already started filming, and one of the guys was ill or had to leave. So they needed a replacement. And I said, well, fine, because the money was really quite good for those days. I think I got about 10 or 12 pounds a day, which in that period was good. So I went along and I thought, oh, well, a couple of days. And in the end, I was there for 10 days and I was very happy. It was a really fun job, because the other guys on the film were really nice lads. And of course, as you say, Peter Cushing was there. He was charming. And Roy Castle, who played the young hero, he was great fun and very entertaining to work with. And altogether, I had a very good time.
Yes, I would imagine it was a lovely pleasure to work with Peter Cushing, a true gentleman.
Absolutely, yes, a very, very nice man. And and Roy Castle was great fun, and the girls were good, and it was an interesting experience, because I think they were at that point, the Daleks themselves were built by the prop department, and they were doing their best, but they were a bit makeshift. I think our I don't know about your friend there, but the weapon we had to use was actually a converted fire extinguisher. You pulled the trigger and the steam came out of the front of the fire extinguisher. And of course, I don't know what you call it, but anyway, the weapon was a dish washer extractor, a plunger for freeing up drains. And of course, you had the head, which you could really had to shift around and operate the eye on the end of the stalk there, and at the same time trundle it round with your feet, sitting inside and using your feet to maneuver the Dalek, which was at times quite complicated, but it seemed to work. And
was it quite a heavy prop to be moving around?
Yes, it was, but I mean, they were on sort of quite substantial casters, and it wasn't too difficult to move it around. But often on the shot, they would position you, and then you just sit there and use your weapon when required. And of course, we actually did speak the dialogue, although it was never, it wasn't recorded. It was overdubbed later on by the voice of the Daleks. The guy whose name I can't remember actually, but he did all the voices.
So you would have had to have learned the script along with the other actors.
Oh yes. So you could come in on cue when required to do the manoeuvres. And of course, our big scene was at the very end when the whole control center Dalek of the spaceship exploded around us. And I remember we were slightly alarmed. I think it was before health and safety became such a huge consideration. We were positioned in our Daleks around the control center, and I think it was Roy Hudd, a stand-in for Roy Hudd was brought in, and they'd wired up all the panel and the boxes with tiny explosions, and people said, "Oh well, you stay there because you're all right in the Daleks," and everybody else was cleared off the set. and on cue, the whole thing exploded around us, which was slightly alarming at the time, but it was okay. We all survived. So.
And it's quite an epic explosion and quite an epic kind of battle sequence at the end.
Yeah,
and you're quite right. Health and safety wasn't first and foremost in the movie industry back in the 60s.
Not then, no. Yeah, I think because the sales, they were all cleared off the set, but they thought, well, you're all right, so you can stay where you are, which was quite fun, really.
They thought you were safe, but
yes, in our Daleks, yeah, which I suppose we were actually, but they were fairly substantial.
What other challenges did you have during filming? Was it quite a smooth run, or were there some hiccups at any point?
I can't really remember anything too difficult. No, I mean the whole thing moved fairly fast, and for a film set, I mean they didn't sit around, and we got on with it, and there weren't any real problems that I can recall anyway. No. Mm.
And how aware had you been of actually Doctor Who on the TV at that point? Were you aware of the sort of premise of it?
Yes, I mean I'd seen the TV adaptations and versions myself, and I knew who the Daleks were, and it was just great fun to be involved in the actual film. I remember we all became quite good friends, the Dalek operators, and we used to sit around between shots playing cards, pontoon and chatting.
I've somehow got a picture of you all sat with just half a Dalek base all around the table. You're all sat in your Dalek bases playing cards. I've just got a vision there.
Well, no, you actually had to come out of it. You couldn't stay in half of it, as it were. They released you. We had to be put in them and then closed in. They put the head on, and then which kind of swiveled on its own axis, and then you were there for the duration. In fact, for as long as it took.
You've got to have quite a bit of agility, because you've got the eye stalk, the two handles here. You've got to move the Dalek around, as you said. You've got to be quite talented in there. Were you able to use the props during rehearsal in any way?
Well, yes. I mean, we'd run through the shot before it, and we would be inside the Dalek, and then using the operating the arm for the fire extinguisher and the kitchen plunger, and do whatever we were directed to do, and swivel the head so you're looking at the right person when they're talking to you, as it were, and communicating.
It's certainly a film that, I mean, for us, the film, seeing the Daleks in colour for the first time would have been quite a shock for the audiences back in the 60s.
Yeah.
And of course, you know, you would be quite famous for playing a Dalek in many respects back then, with Dalek Mania as it was.
Yes and no. I mean, it is ironic, really, that one of that for me, I suppose, it was fun to be cast. The money came in handy because I was out of work at the time, and then certainly when the film came out, it was great fun, and to actually see your name up on the credits at the end, which is still there, of course. But I don't think any of us ever dreamt that 40 or 50 years later you would still be there. And in fact, that of any of the work that I've done, it has turned out to be possibly the most fame I've ever achieved, to be honest. And to come back and find then later on that people are still so interested is quite extraordinary.
Oh yes, there's still quite some interest in there. Did you get an invite to the premiere, just out of interest?
Yes, we did. They did a showing for the cast and crew, and we were there. Yeah. I don't know. I don't think there was an official sort of premiere, Leicester Square type premiere for that film at the time, because I don't think anybody really appreciated what an effect it would have and how successful it would be. Yeah.
And the entire success of that film then drove the second film. So I think you're right. I don't think they planned the second one necessarily. So
No.
And it had such impact, just as I said, because Dalek Mania in the UK at that time was just at its height.
Yeah. But it was certainly an experience to be involved with it, which was great fun.
It's been lovely reminiscing about the movie. I can't let you go though without just mentioning a small but very, very funny scene that you got a chance to film in Peter Kay's car share.
Yes.
Where you play Ken, the next door neighbour.
Yeah. The dogging incident.
The whole build-up through the episode is just so well crafted, and it's talked about, and then you get to see Ken at the end, and there's the playoff at the end is just simply so well done. I mean, Peter Kay, such a funny man.
Indeed, yeah, and again, a privilege to work with him, and it was, it was a very enjoyable thing to have worked on, and it's nice to see it again. And I'm glad people enjoyed it. Yeah.
A great episode. No means about that. A great episode. Been an absolute pleasure talking to you, Bryan. Thanks very much for giving up some time for us today to share your sort of reminiscences on the Dalek movie. Keep safe, stay well, and thanks very much.
And the same to you. Thanks. Lovely to talk to you. Cheers.
Thank you.
If you see a man with long grey hair and a funny little smile on his face, that'll make you laugh or hold your breath as he travels from place to place, he'll meet all kinds of people, wherever he may go, and all his friends will tell you that if they want to know who's who, well, Doctor Who, of course. Do. He's quite at home in a big spaceship, or sitting on top of a horse. He's been to the past and future, and whatever he may do, he'll always be a friend of mine. Who? A Doctor Who. Do. Ba. If you look way up in the sky and you see a little streak of light, you could almost say it was an early bird as it moves on through the night. But being that early bird can't move, so what can it be? And this is what I'll say to them if they should ask of me. It's who? Who? Doctor Who. It's Doctor Who, of course. That streak of light up in the sky means that he's off once more. It could be Mars or Venus, but whatever he may do, He'll always be a friend of mine. Who? Doctor Who. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la. La la la. La la la. Could be Mars or Venus. But whatever he may do, he'll always be a friend of mine. Who? Doctor Who. Who? Doctor Who. Doctor Who.
And now a quick reminder of today's competition. Richard Ashton's character is named after which day of the week? Email tsv@fantomfilms.co.uk before 6:15 this evening.
Yes, my ambition to be on it, yes. And there I was.
Really?
Oh, it's my, yes.
What, from when you were little?
Oh, yes, yes.
Really?
Yeah, I absolutely loved it, yes, yes.
That was your ambition, was to...
Well, it sounds pathetic, doesn't it? But yes, it was. Yes, when I was a little thing. Because I got all the annual, every year I got the annual in my stocking, and I read all the paperback, the Target books. And, yeah, no, I was the #1 Doctor Who fan in my town. I'll tell you that for nothing. So yes, no,
You're clearly very cool.
Well, yeah, of course, in those days it wasn't cool at all. Now it's a bit cool, which is quite odd, really. I don't like it being cool. I think there's something wrong with it. But yeah, no, it definitely wasn't cool then. But no, I was very into it. So it was fab. It was absolutely bizarre and surreal being cast in it. Very young, completely out of the blue. Yes, it was my dream job. I know it sounds a bit silly, but it actually was. Yeah.
I'm sure a lot of people out there would certainly empathise with that. But how did you go from being the #1 fan in your hometown to being on the show?
Charm. No, I'd been in a serial for the BBC, so I was around. I'd done this public school serial, so I was around, and some little newspaper article said that Doctor Who was looking for a sort of artful dodger. He was described as a sort of alien artful dodger. So I told the BBC casting director, who'd already cast me in something else, that I would love her to put me up for it. She sent off my little photograph. And I was so new at it, I didn't even have a 10x8. It was a little passport-sized photograph, actually, that she sent off to John Nathan Turner. And then I didn't hear anything, so I actually telephoned the office, the Doctor Who office, but to speak to the secretary, who I didn't know. But as it happens, John Nathan Turner actually picked the phone up, which was absolutely it took me a minute or two to realise it was John Nathan Turner who picked the phone up. So there I was, sort of telling the producer of Doctor Who that I wanted to be in his programme, which I wouldn't do now, I have to say. But it was a very innocent thing. It wasn't sort of pushy or anything, because I thought I would speak to the secretary. I was going to say, oh, have you looked at my photograph yet? Is there any chance? But there it was, John Nathan Turner, and he said, oh, yes, come in, my boy, come in to our read for me. And I went and read, and Chris Bidmead was there, and Peter Moffat was there, and then I got the phone call a couple of days later. But it was very strange, very fast, very out of the blue. And yeah, I did have my dream job, yes, strangely, I did, yes.
Sarah, you'd been working since you were 6, is that right?
7.
7, oh, I'm sorry. Since you're 7. But
no, actually, that's not true, actually. 9.
And was that the role in Winnie the Pooh?
That was Winnie the Pooh. I played Baby Roo in Winnie the Pooh at the Phoenix Theatre in Tottenham Court Road. Music by Julian Slade. It was a great experience. I thought I just had the best childhood, going up to London every day on the train and doing 2 shows a day and everything. I thought it was a really pretty good life. So.
And you spent a lot of your childhood, your teens, acting.
Yeah.
Coming back to that initial question, though, of Doctor Who, was that something that you were obviously aware of, but were interested in being in?
I was aware of Doctor Who. I don't think there was anyone who wasn't aware of Doctor Who, but it wasn't something I have to say I particularly watched. I was not a number one fan in my town. And but just before I went for the audition, I went on holiday with my parents, and I remember sitting there on the beach thinking, what would I like to do? I know it would be good fun, because I'd always played, how ironic is this really, that I'd always played sort of, been in a lot of period dramas and lots of pretty frocks and stuff, and I thought, I'm a teenager now, I'd like to do something a bit more gritty and a bit more modern. I thought Doctor Who would be a good idea. And I got home and my agent rang and said they'd like to see you for an episode of Doctor Who. And I thought, how cool is that? I just suddenly thought about it, and there it was. But as it turned out, Nyssa ends up being quite a sort of regal, old-fashioned-y type of character. And so I was running back playing what I'm always trying to get away from.
I mean, your purple dress was kind of a bit Elizabethan, wasn't it?
Yes,
and it was about as period as it could possibly be, while still being science fiction.
And the sets of Traken were all very beautiful,
and you have visions of being the sort of the contemporary girl being whisked off into history and
exactly.
future.
But it didn't actually work out like that. So maybe that's just what I'm meant to play.
And Terry, yourself, so where about in your career did Doctor Who come? How long had you been acting at that stage?
17, about 10 years,
right?
I suppose. I'd sort of hacked around doing theatre jobs. I mean, in fact, I didn't, I wanted to be a musician, actually. That's what I wanted to do. I played in the soul band in Liverpool in the 60s and played the Cavern and places like that. Wow. And, that's really what I wanted to do, but I drifted into acting because there seemed to be slightly more security in it than there was in the music business. And coming from a theatrical family, it kind of seemed natural. But I'd just been working in rep and stuff like that, and around and about, and hadn't done really any telly because I didn't have an agent. I was totally naive about the business. I was just getting jobs as and when people offered me jobs. And I'd done a telly down in at TVS, and one of the directors on that, which was a series, we did about 6 months doing a thing called Radio Phoenix. One of the directors on that was Matthew Robinson, who then rang me up because he'd been asked to take over Resurrection of the Daleks. And he rang me up and said, do you know anything about Doctor Who? I said, yeah, I used to watch it a bit when, William Hartnell was in it. He said, do you know anything about the Daleks? I said, yeah, I think I know about them. He said, do you know anything about Davros? I said, I haven't a clue. So he said, well, come and have a look at these tapes. And so that was it, really. But it was, for me, it was just another job. I just thought, oh, that's good. Yeah, lovely. I mean, I had no preconceptions about Doctor Who. I hadn't seen it since Hartnell days, really, or beginning of Troughton. So I didn't know where it was or how big it had become. I just sort of came along to do this part, and I thought, that's it, 2 weeks and I'll be off and away, which it was, until JMT asked me to come back and do it again, and then come back and do it again, and, until they got rid of the whole programme.
And here we are.
And here we all are, all these years later, yeah, who would have known?
Unbelievable.
It's funny, actually, obviously, at conventions, you hear people say time and time again, oh, it was just a small part of my career, or it was just another acting job. But obviously, for you guys, more than anyone else you've had here today, really, it's become part of your lives. You were regulars, you were a returning character. It's quite a big question, I suppose, but what do you think you've gained from your association with Doctor Who? That's like a GCSE question, isn't it?
What did you get? Right on both sides of the paper at once. Yeah. A lot of friends, actually.
Yes,
a lot of friends that I never expected to have.
And a feeling of belonging to something and belonging to a club. And a lot of the people I never actually worked with on the show, and yet we all know each other as if we had. It is a big family.
It is like being part of a giant extended family, in which I include those people who are fans. And I've got a lot of friends in the fan world, who I see regularly at events and things, and we share Twitter things occasionally. And it's a common experience, which I think unites us all, whether we were working together or whatever. If you were in the programme or watched the programme, it's common ground.
I mean, I'd like to say that it was a good launch for my career. In fact, my career went like that after. So I can't say that it was, it was a huge positive for me in that respect. But I don't blame Doctor Who for that. There's all sorts of other things that were happening, and partly me. I just wasn't. I lost a lot of my ambition, and it just didn't carry on for me. But I look back on it very fondly, And I think it's lovely to come here today, and I get nervous, and then I come and I see old faces and old friends, and it's kind of that the nerves go then, because you think, well, I'm part of something.
I think we like to think there's this camaraderie of Doctor Who girls there.
Yeah.
Does that really exist?
Yeah.
Does it?
Yeah, I think so.
And do you feel like an honorary Doctor Who girl?
Oh yes, totally.
So do I.
Or do you and Mark just get together and go?
Oh yes, really. Two girls. Yes, yes. Anyway, what do you want to know?
What we talk about? What do you think you might have gained from your association with?
Well,
Doctor
you know, the thing about a program that you become associated with very young is that your life as a result of it is entirely different. It's very difficult to say what my life would have been like without it. It is absolutely life-changing. When I left Doctor Who, I actually did quite a lot of work. I mean, I worked in theatre for years and years until I moved to the States. But what I'm known for is Doctor Who. That's what people know my name for, know my face for. And that's just a fact. So I think it's impossible to trace what the alternatives would have been. Because once you've done something like that and you're so strongly associated with it, it just stays. It stays around. And still does. Which I don't mind at all. I've never minded that. But it's impossible to imagine what, if I had gone a more orthodox route, become the sort of character actor that I essentially am. And as I say, I did quite a lot of work as a character actor in theatre. But it would have been a completely different career. It would have been a completely different life, really. I mean, even living in the States, you know, I got a green card because I was in Doctor Who. The reason I could go and live with my partner is because I happened to be in Doctor Who, which was, it made me enough of a star to get a green card. So my life is affected by all sorts of ways that are difficult to read and difficult to trace, really.
Unexpected
it's huge.
ways.
Yeah, for all of us, I think, but particularly those of us who were in it for a long time, it's there all the time.
You were talking about meeting up with old friends and familiar faces. Matthew, last weekend you met up with a new old face, which is a bad way of describing it. You met Bonnie Langford, is what I'm trying to say.
Yes, that was Bonnie Langford, yes.
You
No,
did
we're
for the
a
first
fan
time.
of Bonnie Langford, yes. No, she's very sweet. I like her a lot. She's funny and she's cool.
You must have something in
And
common.
I never met her before.
Have you not met Bonnie?
I've never met her before, no.
I think, funny that your paths haven't crossed before.
Yeah,
But you must both have common ground in the fact that, obviously your permanent base is the States now, and Bonnie spent a lot of time, particularly in the last several years, working out in America. I don't really know where I'm going with that one.
No, I don't either.
She's
but I
had
mean,
an
just
amazing
Quite frankly.
She's had an amazing career.
She has.
Yes.
She and I used to go up for parts, same parts.
Yeah.
We're a similar age, so we both auditioned for Gypsy in the West End, which I didn't get.
Does that, as actors, does that tend to happen quite a lot, that there are certain types of actors they're looking for, so you see the same faces
Well,
at
certainly when I
auditions?
was younger, we were, Bonnie, myself, and there was a handful of others, were big fish in quite a small pond. And when you get older, there's suddenly, there's thousands. As a child, there's not that many of you. So, but she's much more singing, dancing. I don't sing. Anyone's heard me sing? I don't sing. I can dance a bit, or I could, but certainly not in the way Bonnie can. So she was much more sort of singy, dancey. I went more on the plain drama side. So that's where our differences came in.
Actually, a friend of a friend, it turns out, when an actress I know who I was working with at the time, about 15 years ago, and she mentioned she had a friend who apparently had gone up for all the jobs that I got. And my name was mud in his house. He actually went up for Adric, and he went up for 2 or 3 theatre jobs that I got in the next 2 or 3 years after that. So, and she mentioned this to me. She said, I mentioned you, and he went all sort of frosty. And said, he got all the parts I went up for.
I'm constantly meeting Johnny Depp at casting. Come on, give me a break, will you? But I'm actually, funny enough, I tend to spend my career taking over from people.
Right.
In fact, a director threw me a backhanded compliment once. He said, Terry, you're the last person I think of when I'm casting. I said, oh, thank you. He said, but you're the first person I think of when I'm in trouble. I mean, I took over in Doctor Who, took over from Mike Risher. I took over in The Archers, the character I play in The Archers. I took over from that. And I've taken over several theatre jobs from, people that have been doing it, established people. So, and what he said at the end was, he said, the problem is you're too versatile. You don't project just one thing which we can hook onto. And I said, well, that's okay, I don't mind,
It's rather short-sighted, isn't it, really?
Yeah, I just like doing lots of different things, so that's cool, It's,
You just mentioned The Archers. I just
Yeah.
want to go with that for a moment. How long have you been doing The Archers for now?
Would you believe in October it'll be 40 years?
Wow.
No, 40 years. It's
How old is the
bizarre.
show itself?
The show is 42 years. No, the show's been going since 51, so it's 63 years. 63 years,
63 years.
Yeah. And I've been in it 40 years. But you don't know, I don't know, because you're not doing it every day. It's not like Crossroads or something that you're in every flipping day.
You couldn't do it for
No,
that many
couldn't.
years if you were
It'd
doing it.
drive me potty. And we're only in every, once a month, if we're in at all, because sometimes it can go 6-8 months without an episode, and without being paid. So, yeah, I think the only time I was really aware of the time passing was about 20 years ago when they auditioned for my son, Roy, to come in, and we had these actors in and I was doing the auditions with them, and the final one, Ian Pepperell, came in and started talking and the hairs went up on the back of my neck. I thought, blimey, that's my voice 20 years ago.
That's really clever, isn't it?
Yeah, you think, oof. But then I thought, my God, I've been in it for 20 years, and that was the first time I'd even noticed time passing, because you don't, I joined it when I was 24 and, just carried on doing it,
And just the one character?
Yeah.
40
It's always
years of
been,
one character.
Mike Tucker, I haven't changed.
My father was a big Archers fan, and when he got increasingly deaf, so that the Archers would he would turn the Archers on and the whole house would shake.
Yeah.
There's nothing actually that is more guaranteed to make me feel English than the Archers theme tune. And I tend to put Radio 4 on when I'm decorating, so maybe only a couple of weeks of the year, and I'll listen to the Archers for that sort of 2-week period of decorating the kitchen. But do you think it'll ever end?
No.
Or do you think it's...
No. I mean, Billy Connolly said that they should change the national anthem to the Archers theme tune. So at least everybody knows the words. But no, it's an institution now. I mean, no, I don't think so. And because they've been very clever. You see, they didn't fall into the traps that Mrs. Dale's Diary did of having no children. They're always bringing in the next generation. I realised I came in as this youngster. And all these old farts were around there. Now I'm the old fart, and all these youngsters are coming through. And we're all sitting there saying, they got all these youngsters in the programme. It's ridiculous. Get rid of all these youngsters. Why don't we have an outbreak of meningitis and get rid of all the kids? But sadly, no. And that's one of the clever things that they've done. They always maintain the generations. So the next generation are being fed in to take over, and it suddenly appear.
I just want to ask you one more thing about the Archers, then I'll return to the world of Doctor Who.
Please.
Obviously, a lot of people are talking at the moment about the end of TV Centre.
Yeah.
Looking back with great nostalgia. You went through that a few years ago with Pebble Mill.
Yeah, we did
closing down.
indeed.
Do you look at Pebble Mill with nostalgia, or do you think, oh, thank God we're in the mailbox?
Very much so. No, oh God, no. Yeah, very much so. I mean, Pebble Mill's where I learnt my craft at radio. I mean, most of my work has been in radio, in audio, and that's where I learnt my craft. And the memories of that building are just immense. I mean, the mailbox is a sterile place. It's got no heart, and it's got less and less heart as it has gone on. There's nobody there now. They have these tours of people paying 20 quid to go have a tour of the BBC. Well, this is where Coast used to be, empty desks, and this is where Countryfile used to be, empty desks. They've all got a Bristol, and this is the newsroom, and this is where they do the Archers, and well, hope you've enjoyed the short tour. Thank you very much for coming. And it's an empty building with Midlands Today, the Archers, and Radio WM. That's it. Everything else is gone. I mean, I don't know how long it'll stay there. I mean, we have, thoughts it won't be long before we're shifted to either Salford or Cardiff or Bristol or whatever. But, we'll see.
Right, I'll return to Doctor Who.
Move on, please.
Return to Doctor Who. Matthew and Sarah, you both came into the show in quite a turbulent time for the lead actor. As the new assistants, were you made to feel welcome on the show?
I thought assistant was no longer the fashionable word.
I'm sorry.
But it was now companion.
On PC.
Yes, we decided that we weren't assistants, were we? We were companions. Very difficult time. Yeah, no, not very jolly when I arrived. No, it was all a bit stressful and difficult. Well, Tom had become very, very, very difficult. I mean, much more difficult than he was on Keeper of Traken.
Really?
Oh, yeah, you may have thought that was the ultimate difficult. No.
How many stories before when I joined, did you join? How many?
I was in 3 stories.
Oh,
actually a linked trilogy.
Oh, I thought you'd been there donkey's years.
I acted like a felt like owl. Yes. 3. But no, Tom was very, very, very difficult in a sweet way. I mean, I've got some affection for him, and I wrote a book which has a great deal about him in, as humorous and affectionate. But he was very, and he's been very honest about. I have to say, Tom's been very honest in the years since about how difficult he had become. In the last 2 or 3 years, I think, he had become very difficult.
So when you joined, did Tom know that he was going?
Not as far as I'm aware. He knew fairly soon after, but no,
because
not
when
the day I
joined,
arrived.
then he would have known that he was going, so maybe that's where the change was. Maybe he was slightly relieved then.
Yes. No, he didn't know.
Sorry,
go ahead.
No, but... as I say, he's been very honest about this in the years since, that he had become very, very difficult. When I had a poster of him on my wall the day I started rehearsal, and I didn't by the end of the day.
You did have to dance it, yeah.
Well,
have you found he's mellowed over the years? I know that Louise has recently described him as a pussycat, which she said she couldn't believe she's using those terms about Tom Baker.
Well, of course, she found him very difficult on the television programme. She found him very difficult. But yes, no, he's turned into a little soft-hearted old thing, apparently. This is what I hear.
Yeah, I found him very scary.
So did you sit at home tearing the heads off jelly babies and things like that? Sticking pins in
Well, I ate them very aggressively. No, the jelly babies actually, like a lot of these sort of fashionable little things that get picked up in a TV programme, the jelly babies had been dropped long before I was in it, actually. Oh, right. He gave up offering jelly babies, years before. That's a part of the early Tom. By the time we got to me, the jelly baby and the yo-yo had also gone. So lots of those things that people immediately think of. No, he wasn't handing out jelly babies to anyone. Not in State of Decay, he wasn't. Not in my programme.
I was aware how, what a clever man he is, and I just felt incredibly stupid. I was just frightened of saying anything in case I just got that withering look.
Yes.
So I kept very quiet, and he also, I happened to mention someday, I don't know why, that I was born in Basingstoke, and from then on he just called me Miss Basingstoke.
Yes. I remember that. Yes, I remember your face when you were called Miss Basingstoke. You didn't like it, did you?
No, I didn't
no.
like it.
No.
So I found it a bit scary.
Terry, you were in a somewhat different position, coming in for one story. How did you feel coming into this established show?
Well, I was made very welcome. I mean, you've got the Doctor and you've got the companions, but everybody else in the cast were, like me, they were new boys on the set, basically. I mean, apart from obviously Dalek operators who've been doing it for a long while, but everybody else, people like all the rest of the cast, we were all in the same kind of boat, And I suppose I got a bit of extra kind of help and encouragement from the production team because I was taking over, and there was a lot of work had to be done in creating a new mask and talking through the chariot and how that was going to work, And I had worked with Matthew Robinson, for 6 months before, so I knew how he worked and he knew what he wanted me to give him, We talked about that before I even got near the rehearsal rooms, But it was fascinating. I mean, I think one of my abiding memories of that was just before the producer's run, which we used to have at the Hilton. Yeah. And we'd all been up for lunch, and JMT was coming in the afternoon, and I went down to just have a quick look through my script, and the place was empty, just 3 Daleks sitting in the corner, And I wandered across the room, and as I walked past the Daleks, the eye stalks all moved and fell open. And there was a kind of a moment of, oh, no, these are my boys, that's okay. They'd actually got in their things ready to do the run. But, yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, because Davros is such a fantastic part, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Because the part that everybody wants in a Doctor Who story is the villain. It's always everybody. We have to go around being nice. And, or at least my character's sort of semi-nice. He goes through phases of not being so nice. But he isn't Davros. He doesn't sort of sit there all hunched and press buttons and make things explode. Everyone, I'm just dying to do Davros.
Yeah.
No, I shouldn't say that to you, should I?
No, you can. But, I shall exterminate you later. Yeah, don't worry about it.
He's just such a fantastic character.
Villains are so much more fun to do. I mean, and I do feel for, people who have to rush around looking, and simper and shriek and go, oh dear, Doctor, and make silly plot suggestions, to move the plot on rather than actually doing anything heroic, Whereas, I just sit in my laboratory, boiling bodies and things, which is much more fun.
And of course, on each of your subsequent returns, there was a new cast, so it must have got to the point where you were welcoming them to your show, the Davros show.
Yeah. Well, I mean, funnily enough, the second one, Revelation, was almost the Davros show. I mean, when you look at it, the Doctor hardly appeared. It was all centred around Davros in this Necros, chamber, where you've got all these cybernetic bodies that you're turning into Daleks. And, Colin flitted around on the outside and eventually came in for a denouement towards the end, and a fantastic cast, with people like William Gaunt and Clive Swift and Eleanor Braun and an incredible cast that they got together for that, and plus Graham Harper directing it in his own inimitable and brilliant fashion, So that was very much a Davros one, and then the third one I did was purely by accident. I very nearly didn't do it because I was actually working for Central at the time on a series up at Nottingham, and they had to fight for me. JNT had to fight to get me on lease lend from Central, so I had to rehearse with the BBC in the morning and then go off and film with Central in the afternoon.
It's a nice position to be in as an actor, isn't it?
Well, yeah, I've never had anybody fight over me before at all. Never happened since. But it meant I could only do one day in the studio. So in fact, I was meant to be doing the voice of the battle computer as well, so that everyone thought it was Davros, but they got John Leeson in to do that because obviously I wasn't available for studio. But so great time, and I thoroughly enjoyed it. Yeah.
I worked with Clive Swift once or twice, and he actually said to me after he'd done that, he said, I knew I'd made it when I had been in Doctor Who.
Yeah.
All the stuff that Clive Swift had done, being in Doctor Who was the signal that he had actually made it.
It was an iconic, it is an iconic show. It always has been, People, it has this iconic status, which now goes back to our time, and since it's been brought back again, it's reinvigorated and re-engineered that status in a whole generation of younger viewers, who are now revisiting the old, or the classic series, as I like to call it, as they're picking up on stuff and realising that actually we did it better.
Now, Sarah, could you help me settle an argument? Last summer, I was doing a convention and was facilitating a live commentary from David Banks, and we were looking at the last episode of Earthshock.
Right.
And you've been on record several times on commentaries and said how that last scene of Adric's death was incredibly hard to act because inevitably, with emotions heightened, you get the giggles. It happens. We've all been there in those situations at school or in the awkward situations where you can't giggle. In preparation, I was watching that last episode several times, and I did notice the very last moment, as you turn away from the explosion, a smile, and then this is the argument I have with a friend of mine. I say you put your head on Janet Fielding's shoulder and sob with laughter. Robert says that you're acting sobbing at that moment. Could you clarify at that point?
There's one thing you don't know about me. I have a terrible memory.
Ah.
I really can't remember a thing. I think I obviously have a very strange acting technique, if you thought I was smiling, because I don't think I was. Maybe it was a grimace. No, I'm far too professional.
Thank you very much for clearing up that argument.
And I wouldn't. Why would I be laughing? Talking about TV Centre, actually, and you briefly mentioned TV Centre being no more, and I can't believe that place isn't going to be there anymore. It's just because I have such lovely memories. Yeah. I was very lucky to work with a lot of the people that I really admired. And one of the programmes I did, I played Alice and Alice Through the Looking Glass at the BBC. It was the first ever, how times have changed. It was the first production the BBC had done, which was nearly all colour separation overlay. And of course, this is gone, that technology's way gone now. And I can remember I was 12 years old, and I had the best dress in the BBC. And after that, it all went downhill. I was down in the bottom. But I had my own dresser, and I had the best dresser in the BBC. And that I will always remember. And I remember walking in to Television Centre, and it was just, everything was happening. There was a real buzz, there were people about, and you knew all that creativity was going on, and it was so exciting. Again, I thought I was the luckiest 12-year-old ever to be involved in us and seeing, people all the time. So I didn't really have someone that I thought I would love to work with, because for me, these people were just coming by naturally, and I thought I was just really lucky. But lovely memories of TV Centre. It's just such a shame it's no longer going to be there.
I was a clerk for about 3 minutes at Lime Grove.
About 3 minutes?
Well, 2 months. I was a clerk at Lime Grove. Do people not feel teary about Lime Grove? Nobody feels emotional about Lime Grove. Very early Doctor Who was filmed. It became the sports place, grandstand, and those things were done from it when I was a clerk for about 3 minutes. But early Doctor Who had apparently been done at Lime grove. But obviously nobody seems to feel nostalgic and sad about Lime grove. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry you're not moved by knocking
They've all
down
moved to
Lime
silence,
Grove.
in fact.
Yes. And they think, Lime Grove? What's Lime Grove?
They're all Googling it now.
I've just been given the sign to say that we're out of time.
Oh, really?
I'm afraid.
We've talked too much.
Yeah.
I'm just going to throw one more very quick, flippant question to you, really. Okay. With, obviously, the huge culture around Doctor Who and the memorabilia side of things, is there anything in particular you look back and think, I wish I'd stolen that?
I did steal my gold necklace, and I feel terrible because I can't find it. I keep looking for it everywhere, and it's gone. Just as a slight aside to that, I'm very miffed that there isn't a Nissa doll.
Yeah.
Nicola Bryant has had 2 dolls. I haven't had one. I would like you all to complain.
Right.
Why has Nikki had 2 dolls? What's she done to have 2 dolls?
I know.
That's really irritating. I've always wanted an Adric doll. Though I like the fact there's an Adric. I like the fact there's an Adric chess piece. I think that's there's an Adric. Oh, yes, there isn't a Nissa chess piece. I'm sorry. Not a chess piece. No, it's misery, isn't it? Well, I am a chess piece, which I think is cool.
Yes, that is cool.
Did you steal anything during your time on the show?
Yeah, I stole 2 of my fingers. That got blown off when my hand got blown off, because they wouldn't let me have the art mark. They took it away and put it on. I think I have got my mask now, but it's a one that we did when we produced the show for stage a few years ago for Children in Need, and I've got that, and I have got my hand that I used as well. But no, I stole 2 of the fingers, which came off, and Colin got one. I then gave my
finger.
No, he took one. There was a shot that JNT wouldn't do, because after the explosion, Colin pinched one of the fingers, and he knew they were going to do a reverse on him, and he shoved it up his nose, and stood there with this green dripping finger hanging out of his nose. And JNT said, no, stop, let's just take that polish again. But he kept his finger, and I gave mine away for charity auctions. So I don't have anything original, but I have got to say I've got the mask now, which I have at home, which we used, and I've got my hand still. So, yeah.
Matthew, as we seem to be in a confessional now, did you steal anything from the...
No, which is a bit irritating.
Everyone else seemed to.
Yes, I wish I had stolen something, but unfortunately I was too honest. But I would like to... What I would like to have stolen is if I had a shrinking ray, would have been the TARDIS set. If I'd been able to shrink that down and put it in my pocket, I would have very much liked to have taken the original TARDIS set home.
Well,
but I couldn't. Just couldn't. Wouldn't fit in my pocket.
I do happen to know from a conversation I was having about an hour ago that Stephen over there has your belt, your shoes, and bizarrely a pair of your socks.
Yeah, the shoes, the socks.
Can you have
Socks,
them back?
the belt, and the shoes. And somebody else has got the top and the trousers, and somebody else again has the badge. One day we should have a convention where there's a reunion of adverts.
Well, we've got...
I don't think I would. No, I don't think I'd fit in actually, but I wouldn't. No.
Thank you so much, guys. I wish we could carry on for longer, but I'm afraid we have to draw it to an end. Please put your hands together for Matthew, Sherwin, and Terry.
Coming up in the next hour,
we launch our viewers' vote in the social hub.
Richard Ashton sends us greetings from Mars.
And we head to the Victorian Music Hall for a Talons of Weng-Chiang reunion.
But first, we have classic series producer Philip Hinchchliffe.
Hello. I've spent the week talking to floor managers, supporting artists and stuntmen, but now I'm delighted to be joined by the man at the top of what I think was Tom Baker's best time on Doctor Who. I would like to introduce producer Philip Hinchchliffe. How are you?
Hi Alex, I'm very well, thank you.
I wanted to take you back to not just Doctor Who, but the early days of producing. And say, before we talk Who, I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what a day in the life of a producer is at the BBC.
Well, I better talk about my time because I haven't been doing anything there for a long time. I mean, I have been down to the Doctor Who, setup at Cardiff, and of course it's very different to the way I did it. I think a lot of the fans understand the difference between filming and the old studio recording way of doing programs, which is what we did, but maybe they don't. So although today Doctor Who is shot on lightweight, digital cameras, which are just the same really as like a film camera. I think a lot of movies are shot that way as well. And basically they do it like movies. In other words, each scene or shot within a scene usually has a separate setup. So it's like filming. So in other words, you get the actors, say two of them together, and you probably do a wide shot, then you do a over the shoulder one way, over the shoulder the other way, and then maybe close up one, and close ups. So you might have 5 setups just to cover a small scene, and then if it's a longer scene, you'd have more, and an action scene would be completely different. But that's just giving you. So in other words, you film a little bit, stop, reset, start again, and all the rest of it. So that's like filming. And so the reason I'm saying this is the schedule of a producer on a filmed series is different to the way we did it. So Chris Chibnall and all his gang, I don't know what they allocate to an hour's show, but it'll be so many days, 8 days or something like that, and then they've got post-production, and prior to that they've had pre-production. So he'll have a number of directors, staggered. One will be in pre-production, the other one will be filming, the other one will be in post-production. Well, that's what we did as well. The big difference is that we used to, our production days were 2 days in the studio at White City, where we had multi-cameras, big old things, twice the size of a Dalek, moving around like Daleks. And so we would have a fortnight's rehearsal in the rehearsal rooms with the actors, and then we'd take it and block it for the technicians in the studio in the mornings, and then we would record. In the old days, we then would record in the evening at 7:30 until 10 o'clock. So we would be capturing the performance of the actors. That they were almost like giving us a stage performance with all the moves and everything. And the cameras would be continually moving around and cross-shooting. And the editing, effectively, was done by the vision mixer up in the gallery. Rather than making a film, it's the editor who cuts one, although they don't splice film in these digitally, they edit these days, but that's the big difference. So our my daily, I had different daily experiences. So in pre-production, there'd be talking to all the heads of departments, getting the story ready on time, finessing the script with Bob Holmes and everybody, and then we'd have a read through. So that would be a different day. Then they'd go into rehearsal. There might be a bit of pre-filming as well, and sometimes no filming. Now and again, 3 or 4 days for a story. We might travel a long way, but usually we didn't. We did for the Mask of Mandragora. Obviously, we went to Wales. And then we would, at the end of the sort of 10 days rehearsal, 12 days rehearsal, we then go in for our 2 studio days, and then we'd repeat that again. So that would be our production. And then that would go into post-production. In our days, it was just editing and the sound and dubbing and put the music on. So I would have 26 episodes, so about 6 stories going over a season, say 6 months or 8 months really. And so I would have, my day could be anything really. The one thing would be that I would always be at the production in the studio day. I would always be there. I'd always be at read through. I would always be at 1 or 2 rehearsal days. And then around that, I'd fit my script meetings with production people trying to explain the vision of what we're trying to do. And then afterwards looking at the edited program and maybe making suggestions for that. So there was, every day was almost different really. But it followed that sort of pattern through about 8 months.
So did that structure allow you to perhaps be more of a physical presence during the actual recording than perhaps today a producer is?
Probably, yes, because you are actually, I don't know whether producers do, but the old way of doing it was that the director was the man who was making the show. So he'd be in the gallery in the old days, and right next to him would be the vision mixer, because basically they are creating the pictures there and then, and talking to the studio manager, and they used to call them PAs in the BBC just to confuse things, but the person who was directing the actors and the cameras on the floor was like the director's deputy down on the floor, but the director was usually up in the gallery. But a lot of directors used to go on the floor as well, and some of them more than others, but basically the pictures were up in the gallery. So, and then he had his production sort of continuity lady up there as well as the vision mixer, and then there'd be sound and lighting and all that. So you wouldn't really sit right next to your director or breathe over his shoulder. It wasn't the way we did it. So there was a little producer's room overlooking the gallery, and so that's where you would be. But if you did want to go and give him a note during the production, or something, you could nip in and do that.
So in terms of the BBC at the time when you started on Doctor Who, it must have been probably one of the more challenging jobs, because there's model shots, there's location studio, you've got special effects. It's got all the elements that not all productions had.
All the elements that can go wrong. Absolutely, and we had to do we had a bit of pre-filming for model shots and things, but a lot of our effects had to happen in real time, and in the studio anyway, definitely. And so it was very hit and miss, and it was a nightmare show to direct. That's why you couldn't get directors to do it. They were scared, and it was very difficult. Yeah, it was. But funnily enough, I talked to the directors today, well, a few years ago, when the show came back, and I said, "Oh, it must be very different to you, not the same pressures that we had or my directors had." And they said, "Oh, yes, we do, and not enough money, not enough time." And they talked me through it, and they are just as squeezed in a way. And it's still, even with all their post-production, digital effects they can now do, which we had none of those. They are still up against it, the directors who do it today, because of the time and the budget. And they're always, they said, we hope we've got everything. We just throw it, into editing and hope that we get enough out of it, So I think they're riding a tightrope as well, really, the way my directors were.
And you mentioned you'd been to the studios and met Chris Chibnall. Did that sort of feel like the same program you'd worked on, or was it sort of totally worlds apart?
Well, it was worlds apart, as I said at the beginning, by the fact it's more like a film series now, and a lot of we had, every story was a serial, at least usually 2, 4, mainly 6. 4 or 6, whereas they have, well, not Chris Chibnall, but when it first came back, they've either done single films or maybe 2 parts. I don't know that they've done anything much longer than that. So there hasn't quite got that serial feel that it, the narrative had in my day. And of course, it's I think the style of storytelling and cinematic storytelling is more filmic and faster and quicker, and that's what the modern, young viewers are used to. That's what they're brought up on. So there's a different style to it. So that felt very different. Talking to Chris Chibnall and some of his writers, they still seem to be battling with the same sort of problems we had. How do you tell an adventure story within certain constraints? How do you get the climaxes in the story? At what point do you do that, etc., cliffhangers? And it's so when we started talking about that, there was a lot of similarities. I thought, oh yeah, this is still the same show.
And I suppose we should talk about the latest Blu-ray that's come out, season 14, because I'm all right in thinking this is probably quite a distant memory, making the Behind the Sofa and all the special features for that.
Well, no, I did those. Well, in the last few months, haven't I? Do you mean that was the program a distant memory?
So was the behind the scenes, all the special features, were they done quite a while ago, and only now are they coming out?
Yeah, they were done at the end of last year, I think, most of them, or the beginning. Yeah, towards the end of last year, or throughout last year, and at the end of the year. Yeah. I think I did 3. There was the Tony Cash interview about who's Doctor Who, and then there was the interview with Matthew Sweet, and then there's the On the Sofa thing. I haven't seen that, which because I haven't got my copy of the Blu-ray at the minute, so I don't know how that's come out. But I think that's all I did. They're quite long features.
Yes, and particularly the interview with Matthew Sweet is a lovely feature.
Oh, good. You enjoy that? Great.
So
Can't remember what I said now.
But when someone says, I would like to talk to you about season 14, are your years on Doctor Who, do you think of them as solo years, or is it all sort of one large memory rather than sort of divided into 3?
No, I think I do remember it's three seasons, yeah, because they were, you definitely managed a season, and then you had a short break, but you already were thinking of the next season. So yeah, you did think in terms of a yearly output, really.
And of course, that the first season there was that sort of handover almost from Barry Letts.
Yeah, there was.
Do you feel is perhaps your most confident series?
Sorry, what was my most confident series?
Of the three, if you had to choose 1 year in terms of Doctor Who, which do you feel was your most confident, that you were really doing the stories that you wanted to do?
Well, probably nearer the end of it. Yeah, probably the last season. I mean, every season had, winners and losers in my mind. Things I wasn't happy with, but I think on balance, I think the last season I did was, probably got the best stories in it, it was a good season, I think. Anyway, put it like that.
Yeah, certainly a fantastic, season for Tom and the series. And when you start pre-production for any job, not just Doctor Who, where does it start? Is it you as a producer going, I would like to do a story with this genre or exploring this, or does it come from the script editor? How does that process begin?
Well, it can start in all those ways that you mentioned, and I suppose over my career, probably all of those instances apply. I've originated quite a lot of shows, either because I've just had an idea in my head, maybe I've written it as well, or if not written the scripts as well, or some of the scripts, or maybe like Bust, for example, or I may have come up with an idea for like Nancy Astor, or else I would have heard of an idea that somebody gave me, like Friday on My Mind, which we made down in Wales. And I took that idea and then, found a writer and built it up. Other occasions, I've been given a script. I was given the Charmer scripts, or the early ones anyway, for London Weekend with Nigel Havers series. The same with Private Schultz. That was ready made and written, really. I was lucky enough to be given those scripts. Jack Pullman had died, but they were wonderful scripts, and so I think, but nonetheless, there was a lot to do with that show to get it right. The casting, the tone of the show, simply just physically achieving to do it with all the filming all around, the British Isles, trying to pretend we're in Germany and places like that. So Austria, and then obviously I was handed Doctor Who, which was, the formula was handed to me, but not any stories except for the first season. There were a few stories underway. So I brought a lot of my own imaginative ideas to that, working well with Bob Holmes. So I've been the sort of producer, and I haven't named all my shows, but I've always, some shows I've had a lot of shaping or choosing. Virtuoso, which was about the life of John Ogden, a famous concert pianist who had mental illness problems. And I'd read a book. I read the book, and I optioned the book. And so from getting the book, then you've got to build it from there. So I've liked that side of producing a lot. Being on the ground floor. And either inventing the idea myself or shaping things right from early on, But on the other hand, some of the best shows I've done, I've been given the projects, There you go.
I suppose that's the joy of being a producer. Each series is totally different, hopefully, anyway.
Well, I think it was in the era that I worked, because I did about 11 years at the BBC, and I turned a lot of shows. I was often offered quite a number of shows to produce, which I turned down actually in my career. You don't do everything people offer you. You have to have some affinity with, unless you just want to make money, you need an affinity with it. You want to feel you can put your stamp on it. And I think that in the era that I worked, the 70s and the 80s, in the BBC, it was the best of times for a producer, really, because you could develop, get development funding, you could develop ideas, try them out, you could have this great sort of choice of material in a way, and you were left alone to be the sole kind of arbiter of the show. When the head of department said, right, go ahead, after you sold in the idea you wanted to do it, or he said to you, would you please produce this for us? And you said, oh yeah, private shorts, yeah, well, I'll do that. Thank you very much. But once that's happened, and they probably want to know the key star casting, after that they kind of left you alone, and you came back a year later or 6 months later with the program and showed it to them, and they might have seen a bit of filming on the way, but not a lot. And or studios, they might have seen some of the studio stuff if we were doing it in the studio. But basically, you were left to make the show, and then you didn't have anybody looking over your shoulder. Whereas today, you've got how many executive producers, I don't know, up the tree and all the rest of it, and everybody's over your shoulder. It must be a nightmare being a producer, really. Although I think what's come through is that the writer-producers kind of can call the shots a bit, like Russell T Davies or Stephen Moffat. So going back to Doctor Who as an example, they've become the sort of exec producers, but they're really creative producers of the show, But in my day, we were left alone without anybody looking over our shoulders. It was great.
So in that instance, bringing in a character like Leela, who was such a contrast to Sarah Jane, you wouldn't have had to get approval or sort of fight for that. That was what you felt was needed for the show, and you could just get on with it.
Yeah, no, but I think I can't remember exactly the details, but I would have out of courtesy, the Doctor you wouldn't cast without the head of series being part of it. They might even come up with the idea like Bill Slater did. He suggested Tom Baker. It wasn't me that cast him. The Doctor's companion is a very big role. So you wouldn't just go and do that without involving, in my day, the head of series. I should think Chris Chibnall has how many people he has to please. How many people poke their finger into that decision, I don't know. I think we had it easier, but that would have been it's a major casting decision,
Hello there, you're watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. You saw Alex there interviewing Philip Hinchchliffe. The second half of that interview will be broadcast next Saturday. You can also see Alex 6 p.m. each weekday night with his new series interviewing a variety of cast and crew from the series that often get overlooked. That's the Unsung Heroes of Doctor Who at 6 p.m. going live on our YouTube channel every weekday night. So I believe we put the cat amongst the pigeons with our social media talking point today. Jason.
We certainly did. I do like a nice little bit of debate, and we've had plenty of it. So I've chosen just to selection some of the comments that I've read, both on the live feed there and on our Twitter. Adam Henley. And throwing grenades into debate such as whether the Cushing movies are canon. Tough one, but for me, they are big budget recreations of the existing stories, so still not part of the main canon, but good recreations nevertheless. Tobias Vaughan, half the fun of being a Doctor Who fan is making stuff up, making stuff fit. The other half is that it doesn't matter if it fits. So sort of both sides of the story there. The vlogging cosplayer, yes, of course it counts. As Cushing himself once said, the Toymaker captured him and both Dalek battles took place in one of his games. In my opinion, he could be a pre-Hartnell or a future incarnation. Ban Jokazui 59, not making it easy for myself today. I think the Doctor Who movies take place in a parallel universe, okay? And we've got Derek, who says, for me, the films are alternative universe, maybe a version within the Big Finish Unbound Whoniverse, quite possibly.
Lovely. I believe we have a winner to our competition question.
We do indeed. Now, the question, just to remind you, was Richard Ashton's character is named after which day of the week? And it was, of course, Friday. And winning the copy of Who Talks, Mars Attacks, signed by Richard Ashton, is Paul Dunn from Oxford in the UK. So, Paul, if you wouldn't mind dropping us an email with your address and your details, and we'll get that prize out to you over the course of the next week or so.
Fantastic. We'll have another competition question in the next social hub, but I believe you've got our viewer's choice to announce.
I have viewer's choice. So very popular when we did this a few weeks back, so we thought we'd do it again. And you've got two options to choose from this week. Mary McMillan and Norman Hartley, or you can see the interview with Terence, Bayler and Jane Sherwin. So two really good interviews there. The viewer's choice closes at 21:30 BST, and you can vote for your preferred viewer's choice on either our Twitter or our Facebook page. The polls will be live in the next few minutes for you to jump on and vote for your winner.
Fantastic. So what will we be talking about in the next social hub?
Okay, so we gave you a fairly meaty one to start with, so this time I'm going to tie it into the next interview. So what I'd like you to do over the course of the next hour or so between now and the next social hub is tell me which Ice Warrior story is your favourite and why. So you've got lots to choose from there. Tell us your thoughts, and as I've just done, I'll read the best of the comments out in the next social corner. And as I've said, I'm tying it into the next interview. Next up on Time Space Visualiser, the opportunity to speak to Richard Ashton earlier in the week, and he of course played the Ice Warrior Friday in the episode Empress of Mars. Here's that chat. I hope you enjoy.
Of Mars saw the Doctor pitted once again against his old enemies, the Ice Warriors. Reimagined for the new series, our next guest played one of the Ice Warriors in this episode, Friday. It's a story that's fondly remembered, so please welcome Richard Ashton to discuss his time on Doctor Who. Hi there, Richard, how are you doing?
I'm very well, thank you.
I've brought another deadly monster foe along with me to keep me company during this interview, Daleks Ice Warriors.
That's terrifying. They still terrify me. They always will terrify me. No, absolutely. It's something I try and explain in conventions. When you grow up with that image in your mind, it doesn't matter subsequently, stairs and all those issues. No. That's a Dalek. Yeah.
And I mean, I suppose you probably grew up watching the series anyway, so you would have been aware of them anyway.
Oh, no, absolutely, 100%. And that's the other thing is, I'm so old, we had 3 television stations. And if it was Saturday, you were watching BBC One, and so you were watching Doctor Who. Everybody was. And the other element, of course, is that we had no VHS. We had no repeats, as far as I remember. So that was it. That was your opportunity. And so the show lived as much in your imagination when you got back to school on Monday as ever it did whilst you were watching it. And I've realised since collecting some of the earlier DVDs, I say this to Katie Manning when we meet, it's amazing. I can remember from one viewing things that people did in those episodes. And I see the DVD and go, yep, that's how I remember it. Been playing in here for what, 45 years or something, just working away.
Yeah, it's always interesting actually, particularly as you got to play what is probably quite an iconic monster from Doctor Who anyway, and of course they've been re-engineered, and you know, Ice Warriors have always been quite a favourite of mine anyway. So from that perspective, I think the way that the new series treated them was I think quite impressive in all honesty.
Yeah. It was very exciting for me, and I know a lot of people said our episode was quite like a classic Who, but of course we're referencing episode from the classic Who, which again I remember completely. That it felt very privileged actually, not only to be able to get to be an Ice Warrior, but also to use my own voice and to work with the inflections and work with the suit, just as you would in any other character. I mean, I would have done it, frankly, if they'd stuck me in the corner with a box on my head. No, seriously. I hadn't done a suit character since The Fifth Element. And that really was, you know, lifting 2 telephone boxes around looking at a video screen. And I loved doing that. It was great. But I hadn't done a suit character like that in all that time. And so when it came up, I thought, well, look, it's good enough for Bernard Bresslaw. It's got to be good enough for me. You just do it. You just do it. It's the chance to be in that space, and quite genuinely, I found myself standing there on set, you know, dripping, exhausted, disorientated, dehydrated, going, "I'm in Doctor Who." And obviously, at that point, I'd done quite a lot of film, quite a lot of telly, you know, number 4 on the call sheet, and all that kind of thing. Working for Warner Brothers in America. Thank you very much. No. I'm in Doctor Who. You could probably shoot me now. Yeah.
And it's kind of nice. It's whilst I'm sure it's quite a restrictive costume in ways, it is nice because it is your own voice, it is you. So you are putting a characterization into it. So Friday is your own character, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. I mean, it's very, very well written. And interestingly, you know, the first storyline, there was even more of a coming together of Friday and Bill. And actually, they had their little denouement before they built up Anthony's character into being the pivot. It's very well written, is what I'm trying to say. So when they say, right, you stand over there and you're washing up, you already know what that means. You already know what the gag is. I mean, they're very well written, these scripts, and they are shot reasonably speedily. But they have to be well written because you look at it and you go, right, I get it. You know, and everybody that I was working with at Millennium, discussing how the suit should move, the things you should do, the things you shouldn't do. So they give you a palette of gestures, if you like. And because I did a lot of puppetry in my early career, that's how you treat it. It's a puppet, and the puppet, of course, is you. You know, that very interesting thing of object theatre. And, you know, I say, okay, it's bucket on head acting. I think there should be an Oscar for it. There should. Because, of course, it isn't bucket on head acting. It's just acting with a bucket on your head, you know.
And of course, it's almost then, I suppose, you're almost choreographed then. So all the movement and all the sort of gestures, it
is, because you're so aware that you're bigger than anything else on screen, unless it's, you know, a mountain or something. So all those little gestures will tell. And of course, you've got the difficulty of not being able to see a single thing. And that there is a thing that made it through to the final episode, which was brilliant. I was trying desperately in the serving tea scene to negotiate everybody and get round to Peter's side of the table. And I just clonked Ferdy. I mean, I couldn't see him. And he absolutely went with it and just gave me a filthy look, which established a relationship there. It was one of those classic pieces. You go, that's what you get when you put actors on set, you know, who go, right, I'll just deal with this. I'll work with this. I'll go with this. And lovely things happen. And that was just one of the nice little things that happened. That was actually because of the limitation of the costume. Actually, something great came out of it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, they look very spectacular on screen as well, as far as I'm concerned. And you know,
that's the key behind why they're so heavy and why they're so hot. They're made of quite an old-fashioned 2-part plastic, which gives an incredibly hard, burnished surface on which then they can texture that iridescent beetle sort of glow. So it's one of those things that really does look as fantastic up close as it does once the thing's been graded and coloured and mixed and everything. And everybody's quite sort of, quite protective about them. They send somebody from Millennium to be your minder, and you start to realise very, very quickly they're not there to protect you; they're there to protect the suit, which is quite right, because you know, in other things, people have dropped suits like that and cost $250,000, and you think, oh yeah, that's not good.
Yeah,
goodness knows what they cost to make.
I was going to ask you, were there any mishaps whilst you were in?
Oh yeah, well yes, famously. And when I was staff at the BBC, I was staff at BBC Radio a billion years ago before I went to university. And there always used to be a Christmas blooper tape that went round radio. And then I think periodically something from TV used to go around as well. And if anybody out there is collecting and collating those things from the dailies, in that sequence, which we filmed in the cave in Bristol, of me rushing towards Peter before he stops me, I'm charging along in this cave in Bristol. There is no head clearance. There is actually none. The cave is exactly the same height as me, and it's only by sheer luck that we've managed to get at least one decent take, because in one of them I'm going as fast as I possibly can and not the ceiling of the cave. And of course, the thing you're told is, do not fall over. Do not fall over. It doesn't matter what happens, because it'll take 6 people to pick you up, because you can't get yourself up in those things. You can't. And yeah, they checked the top of the helmet, and it seemed okay, so that was all right, and we carried on. But I'd love to see if that's there, because it would look pretty funny, I think.
Yeah, I remember the old bloopers tapes of the 70s, that's for sure.
Yeah,
exactly. They were. It was almost like the ultimate pirate VHS that you could get hold of.
Well, it was. Somebody used to come round the office when I worked at Grafton House, and sort of this brown paper envelope would, arrive with this brick in it, and it would be the tapes, and then we're all under oath not to copy it. So of course everybody did, and give it to all our friends and family and whatever. So there must be a bunch of them out there somewhere.
Oh, there are absolutely, right. And there were certainly. I've enjoyed one or two of them over my time. That's for sure. You talked about Peter. He's racing headlong down a corridor.
Oh, yeah.
Not to bang your head. And you've got Peter Capaldi in front of you. One of my favourite Doctors. What was that like for you?
It was fantastic, because he's always been a huge hero. I mean, I'm the generation as a middle teenager went to see Local Hero and just thought, who is this guy? And how is he doing what he's doing? And then, of course, we went through all his other work at Malcolm Tucker. And I'd expected him to be just this marvellous, lovely actor, and thought, oh, yeah, that's a nice privilege, sort of bragging rights or whatever. And actually what we got was this astonishing human being who walked up to us in the suits and said, listen, we might not get a chance to look at each other very much during this. It's really important you're here. Now, that was such a lovely thing to say. And he said, you're an actor. It's really important that you're here. We really need you to do this. And he worked so phenomenally hard. He was forever working the script. He was ever working and brilliantly not usurping the director, which is very unusual. I've worked with a few big stars who basically, the poor old director is made to sit in the corner on a chair and then film whatever it is that we work out, something he wanted to do, people particularly. Not him. He just worked whatever was given. So he's always working the script, always trying to, and that energy pushes you all forward, which is tremendously important, because when you're 12 hours into a day and you're starting to think, oh, okay, this is going to get tough, there's this energy that's carrying you through. And then if somebody had brought somebody to the set, some kids or somebody else, he would always have a corner of his eye to go and see them as well. How he did it, I don't know. And he does this brilliant thing. I don't know if other people have talked about this. He did a little drawing cartoon on the front page of our scripts for us, because he's a phenomenal artist. And it's very moving, the whole thing. Really, very great.
Some of his autographs are quite, he really goes to town on some of his autographs.
Right, yeah. What is it? I mean, from what I remember, certainly for me and for one or two other people, well, there were two of the guys who were in the ice water costumes and somebody else, he did this beautiful drawing, on the front page of the script. I don't know. You don't often get that. You really don't.
The sign of a true leader of a show, though.
Oh, 100%. 100%. And therefore, if there were difficulties, you were following his lead. Then you were following his. And, you know, we had some changes of personnel and some different things happened. No, it doesn't matter. Peter's there. We're driving forward. We're working forward. You know, I've done some quite long-running series on which, you know, I've been somewhere up there in the pecking order. And you do think, hang on, if I turn up looking with a face like a bag full of spanners and grump about the place, what's left for everybody else? And I've had people who haven't been so helpful in that role as well, because perhaps they're a bit too fragile, I think, too worried about themselves. He's astonishingly brave, and very inventive. Yeah, as I say, yeah, definitely a leader of a show. Yeah.
You hear all the stories, and he absolutely always made time for other people. I think quite a generous actor as well from the stories.
Yes, I think that's right, because he does this really interesting thing. He might be really working on something like I remember the washing up scene, which ended up, I think, largely cut out, but ended up on BBC America, so you can get that on that, which is brilliant. He was doing all this lovely stuff, but wasn't busy. He left loads of room for Pearl. He even left room for me just to stand there and look. It was, this is the greatest compliment I can pay, it was so much more like being in the theatre than ever I felt on a television set, which sometimes the whole of it just crowds in on you, and you're trying to force the words out through whatever opportunity or gap there is. There was much more space, and I think that's to do with his generosity. And I guess self-confidence.
Yeah, I'd agree with that, and I think he was also so in love with the show anyway. He was a fan, and he knew his stuff. So, you know, ultimately, I think it was his dream, I think, to actually get to play that part.
Well, I mentioned remembering seeing the Peladon episode or series. Oh, he was there before me. You know, he knew the lot, and that's also really refreshing, because then you get the feeling that you're all there to celebrate. That's why this is a very special show, because it ends up being everybody celebrating the same thing, and that's why conventions are a joy. Again, because you're not there going, oh, look at me. You're actually going, isn't it great? Isn't it? And then and of course, the other brilliant thing is, rather like Peter, somebody always knows stuff you don't know, or makes a connection you haven't made, or sees a correlation in it. So yeah, proper fandom, mate.
It was kind of nice because we weren't spoiled at all on what was happening at the end of this particular episode. I think the episode is fantastic. In fact, one of the best of that season. But then we get that little surprise at the very end when Alpha Centauri is brought in, and you get that sort of link back to Peladon. Wow, what a jaw dropper that was.
Yeah, no, it was. That was the real tingle time. And this lovely idea of looping together time. And of course, for me, it was a perfect circle, because it took me back to how old would I have been then? 10, 11, perhaps a little bit older. And it took me right back to that moment. It was actually quite, because that's one of the images we all remember, right? You know, when Alpha Centauri, that's got to be one of the things that are wrong, because it's just so unexpected. And I don't care how many CGI aliens you're ever going to get in your life, you're going to remember Alpha Centauri. That's fantastic.
Well, this particular episode aired during our Utopia weekend at that time. And it was, several of the crew had gone up to watch it upstairs, because we were in between the sort of entertainment and the data the entertainment. And oh my Lord, you could hear that entire hotel scream almost when Alpha Centauri came on. And what was amazing, we had Adele Lynch as one of our guests as well. So she was...
That's right.
So it was literally the following day, Adele sat downstairs and she had the biggest queue I've seen in a little while at a convention.
Well, she's phenomenal as well. I'm very sorry that so far nobody's thought to get the two of us together into a comp, because we ought to have such a laugh. She's another great leader. you know. And I mean, I know in all her other work and her drama work and her script work and everything that she does, it's a role that she assumes quite naturally. She's a phenomenon, and it will be really fun to do a con with her. But she's very busy in all kinds of ways. Yeah, I remember her doing that, thinking, "Oh, blimey, that would have been good." Yeah, just to...
It would have been, and of course, it was just perfect timing for us. And I think, like I said, she has been quite busy since then. But we'll do our best to get you two together.
I think it will be a laugh.
When we're back in the real world, we're definitely going to try and do that. But you can see that quality in her as well, in her acting. The way she portrayed the Queen, I think, was just immense.
Well, it's astonishing physicality, because her suit was slightly different to mine in that it was a lot softer, more malleable, but actually in a funny kind of way, more encompassing. The heat was an issue for both of us. I mean, I don't think you can get away from that. We're both neither of us is a small person, and actually you do generate a lot of heat in these bodies, and those suits don't let them escape at all. So to keep that through line, to keep that energy going, she's another one who leads by example with the energy of her performance, and therefore allows, like, let's say me, obviously being, you know, sidekick or whatever you want to call me, it leaves you much more space just to be and inhabit. There are no voids to fill when Adele's about. You just go with it, and that's tremendous as an actor, to have that sort of energy to work next to.
And when you look at that, when you take that energy and you take the sort of caliber of the people in it and the script, and you put all that together, I think that's really the main ingredients of what I think make this particularly a standout episode.
I think that's why we were really lucky, and it never occurred to me this, okay, but I never had any fear at all about what was going to happen with the episode, and I have to say that is not usually the case. How do I put this? People might know I had an earlier career as being the BBC hippie in lots of sitcoms and things like that. And you'd get these scripts that had the right names on them and the right things on them, and then you read it and go, oh dear, how are we going to make this work? You know, Tony Britton, who's only just died, God bless him, expertly tossed one of our scripts into a bin in the corner of the room and said, "Well, I think I know what we're not going to be doing this time next year," you know. And you follow someone like that, because he could take the back of a cornflakes packet, as could Jack Smethurst, who was in the same show, and make it into something wonderful. Anna Dawson, people like that, you know. And when you've got something that even they can't lift into something special. So it only occurred to me afterwards, when I first opened the first page of the script, before the read-through, I was just excited, because I got all of it, you know. I mean, I find Mark Gatiss' writing very sort of, you know, it's somewhere in the same film studies world head that I've grown up with. I find it easy to see what he's referencing, where we're going, what to do, what not to do. So that was really exciting. No, we were dead lucky, and it's cast brilliantly. I mean, you look at every single actor in that show and you think, perfect, amazing.
I can only imagine what the read-through was like, actually, because, you know, when you've got not only the cast we've talked about, but you've got Matt Lucas and you've got Michelle Gomez, and imagine that table would have just been a riot all the way through read-through.
Well, it was astonishing, because we read 2 episodes together, which apparently is the way they like to do it, because it gives you, you know, a bit of a throughput and all that kind of thing. And at the same time, Mark Gatiss's King George just appeared the night before on Taboo. Is that right? Have I got that right? Yeah, I think so. So I feel like I'm in this room full of royalty. Yeah. No, seriously though. Because yes, we're reading 2 episodes of Doctor Who. That should be important enough. But we took the time out to congratulate him on his performance the night before. And you suddenly feel like you're in one of these, you know, what do they call it? Like a circus of the talents. And you think, oh, this is a really nice place to be. I'm going to enjoy being here for 5 weeks, which I did. Not that I got to see people very often in the evenings, because they were all in the bar and I was still in Creature Effects getting out of the Ice Warrior. But
I was going to ask, actually, how long did it take to get in and out?
We asked for 2.5 hours. and I think the first time we asked for 3, and then we said, no, can you get it down to 2.5, because it's obviously they've got cost and time constraints. But we used every little bit of that, because there was a 2-part prosthetic, there was all the rest of the makeup, then there was putting the suit on, then there was checking the suit worked, getting you to the place you should be. And pretty much the reverse process had to be just as careful. So yeah, I guess it was 15-hour days mostly, a bit more sometimes. And then I'd get back to the hotel in a slightly altered state, if I'm honest. So I'd go and sit in a swimming pool and do some swimming, and sit. There was a cold plunge pool there, which is brilliant. Sit in that for a bit. And then I'd come in and maybe catch the last pint with everybody in the hotel bar, because they're already, I don't know, it's like being an alternate reality. It really is. Those sort of suits do take quite a lot out of you. But it was worth it. And I think we knew it was worth it. I think everybody, because, oh my gosh, look at the soldiers. Imagine what they're wearing under full studio lights. We're all shuffling about in 4 inches of red dirt in the driest, hottest environment you can imagine. Everyone's got these little sort of red snot trails going on. I think it was a pretty tough set for everyone, and for the crew too.
Well, one that we appreciate, that's for sure. And the stories that you've told, I think, help us to get an understanding of what it was like to work on that particular show. What projects were you working on prior to lockdown? Anything go on hold?
I was right in the middle of rehearsing a kids writing project in Somerstown, just north of King's Cross, called Seen and Heard, which I always talk about. It's brilliant. The kids there don't have a great deal of opportunities for economic and other reasons. And it's a program I think started in America, but it's been going now for, I want to say, 25 years. And they take 8, 9 and 10-year-olds and turn them into playwrights, or they find the playwright within them. And each child will probably have the opportunity to write and see perform several pieces of work over their time with Seen and Heard. So we were in the middle of rehearsing that. I was a tiger, which is quite good, because I was a pepperoni pizza the last time, which is good too. But we knew what was going to happen. Because I was right in the middle of, there were conventions coming up. There was a couple of movies, one for Hallmark, one for the Netflix coming up, and we're all kind of thinking, wait a minute, if this is what we think it is, what are we talking about? And so they took the decision we did a final run through for the tech departments and for the kids and those of their families who could make it in, and then we pulled it because they couldn't take responsibility of having so many people, quite a lot of whom have 3 generations in the same house. It ran out of credibility as an idea, and we just couldn't see how it could be done. So that was a shame. And yeah, everything else has basically, like everyone else, has gone on to, onto that. I mean, the thing is, we're all still auditioning if we can, like this, and doing a lot of script conferences on Zoom, which is quite interesting. I guess so that there will be material and content to shoot if we can work out the protocols of how to do it safely.
Yeah,
that's one of my jobs this afternoon, is to have we're looking at the protocols of the sort of classic 3-week or 3 and a bit week shoot for Netflix on their movies. Can you take actors from the UK, from America, get them to Romania, get it shot in that length of time, and keep everybody safe? And it's going to be tricky. I think we're all going to see the change in the format of the material, but it's sort of very obvious, isn't it? And I know a lot of people have shot things in lockdown. You separate stuff out and you do things more remotely. But the work's the work, and the stories are the stories, and hopefully we'll all keep going.
It's certainly it's reinvented certain things, and you're seeing some different takes and some quirky ways of filming and some different ways of doing things. There'll be a normal at some point, but it's been interesting to see how people have adapted, I think. Do you think those projects that you've been working on, they'll continue and you'll actually pick them up afterwards, do you think?
Yes, you can never say definitely, because other things happen as well. It's like trying to hit a moving target, isn't it? Because the desire for something might change, its function might change. It's particularly if it's something which has been pre-sold. Well, that's that might change. Certainly something I've been looking at is maybe looking at one or two of the projects and doing them back to back with the same actors, which I'm really fascinated by, because there was a time when I was shooting a show and we had a repertory of actors who came, and they might spend 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 weeks with us and play as many different parts as they could until all the beards and dodgy hats and things ran out. And then they go home, and then we start again with a new group. Now that was done for economic reasons, I'm certain, but actually it was like repertory. So this is my little thing is, let's have a telly rep then, let's get actors together and do a number of projects, keep everybody safe, give people a chance to perhaps do things that they wouldn't normally do, and for the audience to see them do things they wouldn't normally be cast in, because it's a way we could do it.
Well, time's just about to beat us. Before time beats us, I didn't know this about you, but you talked about Saturday evening telly earlier on in the chat. And Saturday evening television for me, in the age group I grew up, contained a certain Basil Brush, and I believe you did an episode of Basil Brush at some point.
Yes, that was my favourite audition ever. It was with producers at their production HQ, and I walked in, and I even brought a few of my props because I'm such a swot. I walked in, turned around, looked straight at Basil, and said to him, "What do this lot like? Are they okay to work with?" And Michael was there with Basil, and so Basil and I had a conversation. Till eventually the producer said, "Is it all right if we talk to you now?" I said, "I don't know, ask him. He's the boss." And I obviously I did it. It was fab, and the way that they've organised it, it's so flexible. I've got a big soft spot for that kind of work and for those kind of characters. And as far as I am concerned, I was with Basil Brush, the same Basil Brush that I watched as a child. Anybody that can hold a close-up like that without moving, because we all know what Basil's thinking. No, it was terrific. I'm so proud of that. I really am.
I am just a little bit jealous. You've got to work with Peter Capaldi and Basil Brush. I could ask.
I know. Now, I wonder if Peter would like that. Actually, he would. He would probably think that was brilliant.
Richard, it's been an absolute pleasure to chat with you today. Thanks very much for taking time out for us.
Not at all. Great pleasure. Thank you.
O mighty Azal, arise this day and truly do my will. Mary had a little lamb, she called it Otis Reddin. She took it up the garden path and kicked its little head in.
Who dares awaken me?
O mighty Azal, accept this offering.
No, it's not right. What's that, Sooty? Even Sooty says it's wrong.
Stop. Don't move.
You are not a foolish man, Doctor, but you have done a foolish thing in coming here.
Destroy him, mighty Azal.
Very well.
No, he's a good man. Kill me instead.
Well, Doctor?
Fair enough. Kill her. Huh? Anyone fancy a pint?
Talons of Weng-Chiang. I'm going to start with just a general question, really, but it's obviously very well and highly regarded amongst Doctor Who fandom. Why do you think that is, and why has it been so enduringly popular out of all the stories that have been produced?
Is that for all of it?
Yeah, general stuff for everyone, really.
Shall I go? Okay, I think because it was a six-parter, because it had more money spent on it than the others, you know, because you look at something like this at the Underworld.
Yeah.
Yeah, which didn't have much money spent on it at all. And they hauled in the budget for this one. Also, I think Robert Holmes was the Moffat of his time. I think he really knew how to write a script, and he would shamelessly plagiarise. So we've got, you know, Eliza Doolittle going on. We've got Sherlock Holmes going on. We've got. He's really picked his moments to you know, haul those two stories together. And of course, the original intention was that Leela was a pupil, and Tom, the Doctor, was the tutor. So he really exploited that in that story. And I just think Victoriana London is always a hit. Whenever you visit there, whatever programme visit there, somehow it seems to work. It's a sort of romantic English subliminal memory going on. I don't know, we've got grandparents.
Very real. The fog always rolls in.
Very, very real. Yeah.
Do you think it's something that the BBC excels at, actually? They've got, they know that era, they've done it.
They're good at the costume drama, aren't they? They can do it.
And there are no robots.
No. Gentlemen, I mean, when you were on Doctor Who, did you feel at the time that this has got real quality about it, or were you disappointed that you didn't get Baker foil monsters and high collars?
No, it was a lovely job to do, and having 6 episodes, it expanded slowly and just displayed itself in a funny kind of way. But when I watched it, when I came to the last one of these, the only problem was the monster, but you know, but the rest of it is terrific. And the monster is shown just in quick clips, so you don't actually see very much. Somebody brought up a photograph, and the monster was there revealed in all its velvet glory, you know, but we didn't see that.
We're talking about the giant rat.
Yes.
But it wouldn't be Talons without the giant
rat. You just got quick flashes of it. It was never dwelt on, really, so it was mysterious. And the leisurely way you were drawn into it, I think, was wonderful, because you had all these episodes.
And David Maloney had exactly the right touch.
Yes, good director. I've worked with him several times.
Very good.
Actually, can I just expand on that? How would you describe style of directing?
Kind of laid back. He was
not obtrusive, was he? I mean,
he was an ex-actor. He would just let you get on with it, basically. And that's actors will tell you that the most important thing in casting a thing is casting it, really. You get the right faces, the right people, and hopefully they'll interact, and you let them get on with it. A good director tells you what he thinks the show's about, says, do it. And they say, well, we don't put more of that, and maybe a bit less of that, but they don't actually say to you, do it this way. Or at least most actors don't like to be told that. In that period, there were actors who said, this director's very strange, he hasn't told me how to play the part. And you think, you're a bloody actor, you bring it with you, you know. It's amazing. But David was very laid back because he was an actor.
Very laid back. He was also slightly preoccupied because Blake 7 was just beginning around then.
Of course.
And he was casting that at the time. So my friend Jan Chappell, who was in Blake 7, I remember him coming up to me one lunchtime and going, you know, what's she like? Is she nice to work with? Is she? Because he absolutely adored her performances, and he just wanted to know if she'd be a team player, which of course she is. So yeah, so he was juggling around that time. So, but he, as you say, and as Pennant Roberts used to say, if you've cast it properly and it's written well, then you can just sit back and let it happen.
Actually, just talking about the casting, gentlemen, I think we're quite aware of the story of your casting, but to gentlemen here, did you have to audition, or did you get a phone call from David saying, I think you're perfect for this?
I don't think you usually audition for television. You just go to a meeting usually with the director and the producers, and I mean, maybe nowadays they do, but I liked him very much, especially as he cast me.
Yeah. Well, I just got a phone call because I'd worked with him before, and I got come and be in Doctor Who. Oh, great!
And what had you worked on previously?
Fall of Eagles, which is about a Victorian piece about the leading into the First World War, and the fact that the Kaiser, the Tsar, and Queen Victoria, they're all related and things. And I was a man who was sent to a man called Sir Morrell Mackenzie, who was Compton Mackenzie's great uncle, Faye Compton's great uncle, and he was an ear, nose and throat surgeon, and he was sent out to Germany by Queen Victoria to look at Frederick II, who was married to Queen Victoria's daughter, who was the father of the Kaiser Bill, basically. And he had got syphilis, which had gone into his throat, which apparently he got when he went to the opening of the Suez Canal. And so I was a specialist in this, and I was sent out from London to examine him. But it was a terrific series, actually, but it was a historical thing, so it was a limited life. It wasn't going to get thousands of episodes like Doctor Who's had. You know.
I must say that obviously in preparation for today's interview, I was looking through your CVs, and David, it struck me that you've done everything from First Among Equals to the Chuckle Brothers.
Yes.
You've had a very varied career.
Well, I learned at an early age to take the first job I was offered. And so I've never become fashionable, so I've never fallen out of fashion. And I just keep rolling on.
Actually, just opening that out, all three of you have had very varied and successful long-term careers as actors. What do you think the trick is to maintaining an acting career and avoiding typecasting as well? Louise, would you like to?
I've really tried hard not to spend more than 2 years off the stage. I think the stage keeps you match fit, and you can always reduce something, but it's much harder to push it out to the back of a theatre. So I really try hard to do some live theatre, and I think there's nothing like the energy of a live audience and the interaction that goes on, whether you're talking directly to them or whether you're just waiting for the laugh or hearing the pin drop silence. I just think there's something about that group energy that is almost divine. It's quite indescribable. I think there has to be something in your DNA that just goes, if I don't do this, if I'm not creative in some way, shape or form, I'm going to go under. So it's just refusing to give in, really. And it's tougher, excuse me guys, but it's tough for women because out of every 7 jobs, 5 of them are for men. And out of those 2, this is performance jobs, and those 2 that are left in that 7 jobs, those 2 that are left, something like 8% of them are for women over 40. So we've got to get really proactive if we want to stay active in this profession and just get down to writing, which is what I'm doing. So it's kind of refusing to be let go of, I think, rather than
What are you writing, Louise?
I've written for Big Finish, a story for Tom Baker and I, which is we're recording next week.
Is there a part for me in it?
It's cast iron.
Oh.
Now she tells me.
Good try, though. Home press, that's good. Louise, could you give us some hints about what to expect, without giving too much away about your script for Big Finish?
Because Doctor Who is often about going out into the big gravity. What I wanted to do is bring it in. So it's all set on the TARDIS. I don't really want to say any more than that.
Okay.
We've got a wonderful cast. So I'm very excited about the cast.
Would you like to reveal any of those? Or?
I don't know if I am.
Listen.
Louise, can I ask you a question?
What?
Are you going to be the next Doctor?
Oh.
I've had a little spat on Twitter about the Doctor being a woman, because Tom Spilsbury, wonderful Tom, who edits the Doctor Who magazine, said, if you don't want a black doctor, then you're racist, but if you don't want a woman doctor, it doesn't necessarily mean you're sexist. My hackles just went. And can you explain that? So we had this little spat about it. I think it'd be great to have a woman. I don't think they'll go there though. What they really need is a black woman with red hair.
What's wrong with red hair?
Nothing, but they're the discussions, aren't they? Will it be somebody who's ginger? Will it be somebody who's black? Will it be female? So I think they combine all three. They can tick every box.
A ginger doctor, there's controversy for you. I'll go back to David for a moment, David Maloney. There's a quote from Philip Hinchchliffe, who says that he had the knack for bringing out the best qualities in Tom. How do you think you achieved that, especially back in the day of the television series?
That's to me.
I think so, yeah.
I think it's done over a G&T in the pub. Then, back in the day, I think I think you really just met him on a very casual basis. If there was any bone of contention going on, it would be very sort of gently discussed in the dinner break or in the after show drink, something like that. It was never confrontation, because you lose. And I've said it endlessly, but I always have to put a coda to this, that I just adore him now. I just adore working with Tom now. And I'm so grateful to Big Finish for having enabled the relationship to heal itself and actually be very productive.
Absolutely. Gentlemen, how did you both find Tom Baker to work with?
Well,
don't worry, you're amongst friends, and we've probably heard it before.
Well, actually, the job I most enjoyed doing with Tom was the Trials of Oscar Wilde at Oxford Playhouse in the 70s, and that was great fun. I played the clerk of the courts, and I didn't have very many lines, and I sat sort of in front of the dock where he spent the whole show doing pornographic drawings of him and the boys. The audience couldn't see that.
He could presumably, didn't he?
Yes, I think so, yeah. I always got on very well with him. But when I worked with him in the 70s, he was very much a man's man. And he didn't treat women very nicely then. But I believe he's become more of a pussycat in his older age.
I could definitely say that I thought you were going to finish that sentence by saying he sat doing the crossword. I didn't think it was going to go off in that direction. That came at me unexpectedly. David, what were your impressions of Tom on Talons?
I found him larger than life. I mean, he would come in and full of the joy of life, and when I just did a wonderful do at a student union or something the night before. He seemed to go around London to all the student unions, and that was very much his audience, and he used to say, "Oh, wonderful little joke, and you get in about the students are like that, you see." And the little esoteric jokes he was trying to put in, and Dave would say, "Oh, yeah, okay, all right." But mostly one just sat and looked at Louise, basically.
Tom famously could be very disparaging of a script he didn't like, but in the case of something like Talons, I assume he was quite happy with that script.
I don't remember him doing any rewrites or throwing it out the window.
But Talons was quite unusual, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It was a step away from what they'd been doing.
And if he was as forthright with his opinion of a negative script, was he equally charitable about a script that he liked?
Oh, I think he would hand out compliments when he thought someone was doing a really, really good job on something. But he was back in the day, I think he was more interested in, oh, this reminds me of Fitzgerald's writing on da-da-da-da, and then we'd have because he's incredibly well read. And he would suggest an author to you if you hadn't read him or her, and go, oh, I envy you that you've got all that in store that you haven't. You know, his enthusiasm for literature was I don't think I've ever met anybody quite so enthusiastic about expanding his mind in that way.
Right, but he's very eloquent, wasn't he?
Very eloquent.
Mm.
No, loves a good yarn.
Mm.
Conrad, talking about being very eloquent, you can be very eloquent in Mandarin, I hear. Is that fluent in Mandarin?
Not at the moment.
Not at the moment?
No, it's 40 years since I did that degree. I mean, if I had to go to China next week, I'd probably be able to brush it up in a few days.
And what prompted you to learn the language?
Oh, boredom with the alternatives. Okay.
Have you used it ever? Have you put it to
Only in very, very smart restaurants, because most of the Chinese in England don't speak Mandarin, they speak Cantonese. It's the same writing, but it's pronounced completely differently. But every now and then I've been into a restaurant where there's been someone who does speak it, and that's quite fun, because they're so surprised.
You've never used it in a job? You've never used it in a...
No.
You just learnt it for the fun of it?
Mm.
Wow. Wow, I'm very impressed.
If anybody's got a job for a 6'3" English actor who speaks Mandarin.
I'll have to write one.
Well, David Yip sort of cornered that, didn't he, really?
Well, actually, you've gone beautifully into the territory that I want to go into next, about the political correctness of casting a white actor as a Chinese villain in Talons. Was that ever discussed or an issue at the time, or was it just
Well, it wasn't, was it? I mean, it wasn't very long after that that Gambon wasn't allowed to play Othello. And that's the Othello we've lost. He would have been a wonderful Othello. I mean, if a black actor can play Hamlet, why can't a white actor play Othello?
Because Othello's specifically written for a black person.
But didn't he
Very
play Othello
specifically.
at the Birmingham Rep?
Yeah, but he was going to do it at the National, and they cancelled it, so
Yeah.
there was a lot of fuss.
I was rung up by the Sunday Mail last week to discuss racism in Doctor Who, and specifically Leela, because I had to do an hour and a half makeup, full body makeup, so that I looked, mixed race or tanned or whatever. They decided I was dark skinned. And I said I would do it on condition I had copy approval, because we all know what the Sunday Mail are like. They'll put words in your mouth or make it appear, even if they haven't got the quotes around them, they make it appear that you've said something and anyway, they wouldn't give me copy approval, so I went, thanks but no thanks. But
Is that the Mail on Sunday rather than the Sunday Mail?
Oh, sorry, the Mail on Sunday, yes.
The Scots among you will know the Sunday Mail is a different thing.
Yes, sorry, I didn't mean to decry your wonderful... I didn't mean to be racist.
How do you feel these days about those original fan cards that were produced?
I think they're shite. Sorry, forgive my language.
Honest, it's good.
I just thought, because I wasn't that familiar with working in television then, I'd done a bit but not much, I thought, well, the makeup person must know what they're doing, the lighting person must know, the photographer must know what they're doing. I think I look awful, but maybe they're going to make it all right. And then it came out. And of course now I'd go, do you know what? Perhaps we should take this off and start again. She wasn't a very experienced makeup girl, and nobody said this is awful. Myself included, so I hate them. I hate the original ones.
Talking about your look as Leela, obviously in Talons you got a costume, you got a full costume. Was that a nice change?
One of my favourite moments was when she appears in full regalia with the hair up and the full, and there's just that little, they just cut away to Tom's reaction and then back again. I just think there could have been more of that, that sort of touching. Oh, when he sees me in a different light, as it were. I loved it. Yeah, I did love it. I had glandular fever during that, so I was a bit poorly, so I wasn't quite on the ball. But we all like dressing up. It was my favourite toy as a child, was the dressing up box.
There's some lovely moments, but there's one of my favourite scenes, and it's just a tiny little moment when you're in the back of the hansom cab with Lightfoot and he's smoking. And Leela is fascinated, and please don't be offended. I think you'll understand what I'm saying here.
Okay.
But the way you're playing it, using every sense and focus and look, you remind me of my dog.
Well, I based Leela
Risky one there, but...
No, I based Leela on, she's half based on the little girl that lived upstairs and half based on the dog I had. The whole body language.
What is the costume for all actors must be an important part of developing a character. I think, is it Beryl Reid who talks about the shoes?
Yeah.
The shoes
and
fit?
Olivier always said his shoes, had to get the shoes.
Is that something you found in your careers? Have there been certain props or costume pieces you've gone, yes, this is right, this Is this giving me the window into this character?
No.
I knew that's what.
There are things you get to like, you're given to wear, and you kind of quite like them. And things that costumes make you stand up straight and things which you think, yes, it's rather nice. But I just read the script and get some kind of impression from that and try and match up the acting with what I got the impression from the page from. But there are people who are obsessive about bits of costume and things. Actors are very strange about all sorts of things. They won't say lines because they can't say it because they're a person rather than the character they're playing. It's very strange.
I suppose everyone has their own idiosyncrasy. So Colin famously for many years had his lucky pants that he would wear.
It's too much information.
You probably saw them in I'm a Celebrity, I imagine, at some point. I think there was another hand up from the audience. Yes.
Yeah, Louise, at a previous convention, you said you were then doing a stand-up routine. Is that something you're still doing?
I did do it, and I got a bit scared, to be honest. And the most difficult thing about stand-up is renewing the material all the time. Because I'm an actor that's used to working with text and honing it, and so it sounds spontaneous, but actually it's rehearsed within an inch of its life. So I found the writing of the material too complicated, but I did develop my stand-up routine with Helen Goldwyn into a one-woman show, Pulling Faces, which is now published, which we're thrilled about. So I've got some copies here if anybody's interested later. So comedy, I love comedy, but I just don't think the stand-up's for me unless I had some writers around that I could bat with, as it were. I just don't have that. I'm just not clever enough. But you know, shows like the Now Show, you know, all that. Do any of you listen to that? The Now Show, the material, the wonderful material they come up with week after week. I'm lost in admiration at their skill. You know, they write songs every week. They've got 5 or 6 different routines going. But I think they've got about 12 writers on the team. I think that's the way to do it. So the short answer is no, I'm too chicken.
But you have been performing in a play recently that's been very well
Gutted,
received,
yeah,
haven't you?
yeah.
How was that?
It was, you know, the clue's in the title. It was called Gutted. So we were emotionally naked every night. I loved doing it because it really did flex the acting muscles, and I'm quite glad not to be wailing in the evening now. 5 weeks was enough for me. Yeah.
Has that come to an end now?
Well, at the moment, I think it should go on camera. I think it's a movie script. Right. They're talking about a possible West End transfer, but you know, the subject material is very, very difficult. Incest, paedophilia, abuse. It was also very funny in places, but it's not an easy, you know, if somebody said to me, do you want to go and see this play? I'd probably have gone, you know what, I think I'll give that one a miss. I would rather go to some stand-up on a Friday night. But I am so pleased I did it. I found it the most wonderful experience, and Ricky Beadle-Blair is writing scripts that nobody else dares to write and putting them on in socially deprived areas, and he'll do anything he can to get the audience. There's even a Twitter feed in the audience, so we're getting a really modern audience in. I think it was a sensational experience.
Brilliant. Well, your enthusiasm obviously is pouring out for that part. Just makes me wonder, if today wasn't focused on Doctor Who, from your long careers, what parts are you most proud of? David, do you have particular roles that you've really enjoyed?
Well, it's always the next one, really. I mean, but the things it's quite interesting for a year, kissing Sarah Miles twice nightly in Vivat Regina, that was good. But
and your one-man show?
I did a one-man show about James Boswell, because I got to that stage in my career that nobody seemed to be seeing me as the leading man anymore, or whatever. So I wrote this thing for myself, and used my middle name so that nobody would think it was just an actor being self-indulgent. But it won a Fringe first, and I went on and did about 85 performances of it. But you know, it's a very lonely thing. We talked about this earlier. It's just a desperately lonely thing doing a one-person show, because you know, actors love the camaraderie of the dressing room and rehearsals and things. And if there's only you, it's it's quite daunting. We go on every night and say, my God, is there going to be anybody there for a start? And one night I went on, there was only one person in the audience. And but then, but he happened to be a radio producer. He said, can we have the radio version of it, please?
Oh, brilliant.
Thank you very much. But I something went on and wrote them for other people, because I thought that everybody should have the experience once in their life of actually doing a solo show. And they've all been done professionally. 3 for men and 3 for women. Very good. Very equal. Very yes. But actually I find that there was more disappointment in the writing than I've ever had as an actor, because an actor get used to rejection, but you're trying to do something new and you're being rejected and people can't, no one will give you the money to do it, and it's all very difficult. And casting it, people say, oh yes, nobody's writing parts for 40-year-old women. Here's a part for a 40-year-old woman. Oh, I don't know, that's a bit, I don't think I could do something of my own, and all that. I've got rejection letters from famous actresses who say, we'll send the script because they kept saying, nobody writes parts for women anymore of a certain age. Here's the part. Oh, right. No. Yes, but no. And that's it.
It must be very hard, having written a one-person show, performing in it, to then take direction as well. You must have an absolute sense of ownership.
I think you need an outside eye. Otherwise it would be indulgent. You need somebody to say, you're over the top there, too much of that or whatever. It would be a terrible ego trip otherwise. But I thought I needed a director.
Louise, so from your career, what would your highlight be, other than Leela, obviously?
Well, for television, I would say Blanche in Tenko, and for theatre, I think I'd probably say Rosalind, which I did in Regent's Park in As You Like It. It was really, I didn't realise how wonderful it was till it was over. And I missed it very, very much indeed.
Was that obviously all weathers, but were you protected at all?
No, no, and we weren't mic'd like they are now. No, it wasn't quite deck chairs days, but it was. The first Shakespeare I ever saw was A Midsummer Night's Dream on a Midsummer's Night. I was aged 9, and it was in Regent's Park, and there was a full moon, and it was just, that was it. That was it. It was just wonderful. Apparently I said, that was wonderful, it couldn't have been Shakespeare. What's yours?
Conrad.
Well, I think really what hooked me on theatre was when I was about 8 or 9. My grandmother took me to Stratford to see Macbeth with Olivier, and it just blew my mind. But as a working actor, I think one of my very first jobs, I started my acting career professionally with Carol Jenner, who used to run the Unicorn Theatre, the Arts Theatre, and this must have been 1969, and we were doing a Ken Campbell play, the great, much lamented Ken Campbell, which was then called Paraphernalia. I think it had other names as well. And I played an absolutely obnoxious young man called Sporty Cyril. I was 23 at the time. And the wonderful thing about it was, as almost every performance, the young girls at the front of the audience used to throw their ice creams at me. That, to me, was a good review.
And something to snack on later as well.
Yeah.
And on that note, we've run out of time, I'm afraid. Can we please put our hands together for three?
Still to come on Time Space Visualiser.
We launch our next competition in the Social Hub.
Avenue Who show off a cyber sense of humour.
We have part 2 of our Merry Men, Trevor and Ian.
Keith Boak talks about directing the 2005 return of Doctor Who.
And now, here is the first part of our interview with costume designer Louise Page.
Our next guest on Time Space Visualiser was the costume designer of Doctor Who between the Christmas invasion and the end of time, and was notably famous for having designed the costume for David Tennant's Doctor. Here to talk about that and her time behind the scenes on the show is Louise Page. Hi there, Louise. How are you?
I'm great, Jason. How are you?
I'm not too bad at all. Thanks very much. Fabulous to see you. It's really nice to get to talk to somebody who's, I think, had quite an impact on the modern series of Doctor Who. You did quite a number, in fact, quite pretty much all bar two of David's stories, if I'm correct.
Yes, that's right. Yeah, 45 episodes I did over 4 years, including the specials. So yeah, I mean, we double banked. That was the only reason. I think we in the series 2, 3, and 4 I did, and then the specials. And in series 2 we double banked, but I did both episodes, and that was fine. But it proved that the following year, when they wanted to double bank, it's so hard to do 2 episodes at the same time when you've got 2 units running in different places. And I just thought, this is mad, you know. And normally the double banked episode was one that would be very light on the Doctor, you know. It was normally a completely different story. So like the year that I double banked the first time, I think I was doing Love and Monsters and doing it was the James Strong ones, Age of Steels, I think, that were double banked. But the second year, you know, they were saying, oh, we're going to do Turn Left, but it'll be about Donna and the Doctor won't be in it hardly. And that was the whole point, because obviously they can't film in 2 places at once. So, and I thought, it's just too much. There's too much going on. So Ray Holman did Turn Left because, or Blink, I think it was one, or he did both of those anyway, but because he'd just finished Torchwood, so it made sense, you know. And I said, do you want to come and do that, you know, just to ease the pressure, because otherwise you're driving over Cardiff from 2 different places trying to keep 2 crews going, you know, separately, you know. And but yeah, so, but I mean, I started in 2005, and I think I finished filming in 2009, so my last episodes came out in 2010.
How did the opportunity to work on Doctor Who come about?
Well, very much like everybody's, which is that you know, normally your agent says, oh, they want to meet you for Doctor Who or this or that, the other. Do you want to go for the meeting? So funnily enough, I knew that Doctor Who were doing their second series. It had just been commissioned, I think, and it had just been announced that Chris Eccleston was leaving. And then I got a phone call from my agent saying, oh, they've asked if you'll meet for Doctor Who. And I went, yeah, okay, fine. And obviously I was a bit reticent because it was Cardiff and I don't live in Cardiff. So obviously if you don't live locally and it means, you know, you're going to be away for 9 or 10 months of the year or going backwards and forwards, that's quite a big commitment. But I'd always watched Doctor Who when I was a kid, but, you know, I kind of, you know, when you're a kid you think, wow, that's amazing, wouldn't you love to do costumes for Doctor Who? But that's it really. So but I went for the interview and I met Phil Collinson and we had the most brilliant meeting. It was lovely. Weirdly, I think I've got a note in my diary, I think this week is the 15th anniversary of me meeting Phil. Wow. And it was weird, but I always send him a little text saying, oh, it's 15 years here. And we just got on really, really well. But the day before that, my agent had said, oh, you know, for the meeting, I know it's a bit kind of late to say this, but can you bring with you, like normally you just take your portfolio with, and they said, oh, can you just, if you can think of any ideas for the new Doctor, that would be great. I was like, whoa, that's, you know, last minute. And suddenly I'm scrabbling together, trying to get bits of fabric and this, that, and the other, thinking, oh God, I just don't know. And, you know, so I got this thing together, which people have seen. I've taken it to a couple of, I think I took it to the LA convention and stuff like that. It's like my school project, you know. And I said to Phil, I've got this school project. He said, oh, have you got any ideas? And I was originally meant to meet him, Russell and Julie Gardner, but I just met him. So yeah, and weirdly it turned out it was the first time he'd ever interviewed anyone on his own, which I didn't know at the time, but we were just chatting away and we got on very well. And then I came out, and the next one went in. I don't know how, they sell quite a lot of people. And then about a few days later, I got another call saying, you know, they want to meet you for a second time. So I went back. Oh, that's right. Phil just like said to me, can I borrow your school project? And actually, you're not meant to. I said, you know, legally, I think you're not allowed to, because obviously it's like intellectual property. You know, he could just take it and all my ideas and then, you know, give the job to someone else and go, thank you very much. And he said, oh, look, I promise I'll post it back to you, you know. And I said, well, listen, if I don't get the job, I'm not going to do anything with it, so fine, you know. Because I liked him when we got on, I think we just, you know. Anyway, I went back and he handed it back to me and said, I promised I'd give it back to you, you know, that was that. And I met Julie as well. And I think actually Russell didn't come down. I met Tracy Simpson, who was sort of the production manager at the time. And then I got the job, you know, and actually I didn't meet Russell till the first home meeting of the Christmas Invasion. And then that was only for a couple of minutes. It was so different, you know. Doctor Who now, I think, has become a much, much bigger beast, you know. Then it was like, you know, I remember going in the first home meeting and Millennium were there, and they obviously had done a year, so kind of were quite like, oh, we've done this and we've done this. And, you know, my first monster was the Sycorax, and it was very much stepping into the unknown. And then obviously there was the pressure with the new Doctor and David, and David was filming another job, so I had to go and see him in his lunch hour on this job in his trailer and show him my school project and have a chat with him, because he wasn't very available to come and do anything. And then I went off and saw stuff, and then we went out. I said, look, let's just go and have a film, get to know each other. And we like went to Selfridges one morning for an hour on a Saturday morning at 9 o'clock and just talked and wandered around. And he said, oh, I like things like this and things like that. And the suit thing came about very quickly. You know, I'd kind of had the suit thing in my school project, and he went, oh, I really love the idea of the suit, you know. And then it was kind of trying to find out what we really wanted to do. And then he went off and went back to filming, and then I went to Angels and pulled loads of different shapes and styles and silhouettes and stuff and fabrics and samples. And he said, oh, you know, he really wanted this long coat, you know. And so I got samples of that. So it was quite quick, you know, the whole thing. It was only a few weeks, and it was like, okay, I think the samples I pulled for the coat, we really quickly, it was like, okay, I've got this fabric I really like. I think it's great. There's 6 shades of brown, you know. Originally it was like, oh, I thought we were going to do greys and steel blues and things. And then it was like, well, actually I quite suit brown. And I went, okay, fine, let's do that. And you know, we picked a fabric quite quickly to do a sort of a mock-up version in. And then the suit, I had suit fabrics, and again we were talking about pinstripes, but the fabric that I had, they were suitings, they were too suity. And actually, it's common knowledge now that the fabric I ended up using for the Doctor's suit is a cotton, and it's made out of trousers. You know, I had all these pairs of trousers because I bought a pair of trousers for David to try on just as a shape, really, as a kind of, you know, as the style. And then he went, oh, you know, oh, a shame we can't just have them in this fabric. I went, you know, you cannot make suits out of these trousers. You know, this isn't, it's thin cotton. It's, you know, so thin. And I said, look, we'll try and find something similar. And then he came back to Angels for the next fitting. And I'd given the cutter there a real challenge because the suit's in so many panels. And we only had the panels as wide as the trousers, because I'd said, let's just do an experiment, see what we can do if we open up pairs of trousers, which were all in the sale. And I was like desperately running around buying all these pairs of trousers, you know. And they went, you're mad, you know, this is just a mad thing. So, well, you know, we're not going to be able to get the fabric. So let's do an experiment. And when he came back, I said, look, I don't know if this is going to work, but let's try. Let's see if this is going to do it. And he's like, oh my God, this is great. I love it. So I was like, buy more trousers. You know, so it was endless. I mean, you can imagine, I mean, I wasn't popular because rather than just bringing in a piece of fabric, you know, we were having to open up fabric and make fabric out of all these pairs of trousers, and then obviously to make jackets, to make suits, and the blue suit that we did later on, obviously that had its own challenges as well, because that was a light blue shirting and we dyed it to this sort of indigo blue. And David, again, when we did that, he wasn't sure. He was on his holidays, and Russell said, "Oh God, we should have another suit." He said, "Oh, but can it be the same but different?" I was like, "Well, the same but different means really kind of we could reverse a fabric, if I could find something." And Russell said, "Oh, well, okay, fine. Let's get some samples and see," and show David at the tone meeting for the first episode. I said, "You're only going to have 3 weeks if you want it to have it for the new series," which was series 3, when Martha Jones started. So, and David was not sure at first. I showed him these samples where I said, "Look, we've found a fabric that's a similar lightweight cotton. It's shirting. We've dyed it. We've got all these different variations of blue." And he was like, "Oh, it seems a bit corny to have the same." But and Russell was like, "Well, I think this is a great idea." I said, "Well, if you don't do this, there's nothing else on offer now. This is, he'd been away on holiday, and this is what we've got." And he went, okay, give it a try. And then we made it, and he loved it. So, and we decided that the blue suit was his more, we tended to use the blue suit more for the contemporary episodes or for the futuristic episodes, and the brown we sort of had for more of the period episodes. But we tended to try then to alternate them, which we did. You could do that quite easily, because the episodes normally you'd shoot a period one and then a modern or a futuristic one, and then the coat we made up. And then Russell, I mean, in those days we didn't have FaceTime or anything like that, and I had a fitting with us. Now it'd be so much easier. Then I had this fitting, we took a photograph, I think we emailed it to Russell, and he said, "Oh, it still looks a bit wide." I said, "Well, you want it narrower?" And he said, "Oh yes, let's have it narrower." And he said, "Oh, he'd be like a pencil," and then Phil had made a comment about the coat, and he said, "Oh, I think it's too long. Maybe it should be 6 inches shorter." So, and again, it was a toile, and I was like, "You sure about this?" And he went, yes. And, obviously I didn't know Russell and Phil that well at the time. It was all so early on. So we shortened it by 6 inches, and we sent another picture, and then they went, "Oh, it's too short." So I was like, "Oh, okay, we've just cut 6 inches off this coat," and we were making 3 of them. But so then we sewed that back on and said, "Okay, that's for an emergency stunt thing, and now we'll have to make more." And Phil said, "Right, that's the last time I make a comment about something that I, because it was like, I shouldn't have said that. You were right to keep it that long." So yeah, and obviously it's become, people have copied it. I know that the suit's been a major discussion point for lots of fans all over the world, and I get comments, and then other people, there are certain cosplay players that have, even printed fabric. It's sort of flattering and mad all at the same time. They've kind of got companies in, China, I think it is, that have printed up that striped fabric. And I know that a few of the makers that have made copies of the coat, nobody's got an identical coat to David, and they never will, because that fabric I kept a secret as to what it was, and it's not available. Actually, they don't make it anymore. People have found things, and they've made quite good, similar things, but no one except Doctor Who will ever have that same coat fabric.
And that's the thing. I think they have all the cosplay that you see. They're fantastic recreations, but by the feel of it, never will you get one that's the exact same from what you're saying.
Yeah.
I love the whole collaborative nature, I think, on how this, it's a fabulous story. And I love the whole collaborative nature of how you've worked with David. And some designers would be quite hesitant to allow that to happen, but it seems like you were more than happy to sort of have his feedback, and it was almost an organic development of the costume.
Actually, I would say I always do, whether it's whatever I do, even now, you know, on any show, on a contemporary show, if I'm shopping with an actor, I always, you know, you want their input. You know, they've got to wear it. They've got to feel really comfortable in it. And quite often on Doctor Who, on contemporary episodes, you know, they hadn't read scripts. You know, they don't even really know that much about their character. Sometimes all they've done is a tape of their audition, and that's it. And they don't know the backstory. They don't know what's going on. And I'm normally their first point of contact. So normally, apart from in Doctor Who's case, and sometimes now on other shows, you know, I'll ring up, and apart from, you know, their agent saying you've got the job, I'm the first person they speak to. So I'm the one that's taking them out and saying, okay, you know, this is the vision, this is the tone. You know, I normally, obviously, we've had a tone meeting in Doctor Who's case. You know, Russell has talked about the feel of the show, the feel of what it's meant to be about, and sometimes about the characters. I'll have spoken to the director, and I've gone through every character in the show in that piece and talked about what they feel that character should be, what they're trying to aim for. So I'm the one that's conveying that in a quick shopping trip down Oxford Street in some cases, as to say, well, you know, hey, we've got an hour, this is what we're trying to do here, you know, and they go, okay, fine. And you take it from there. You know, obviously if you're in a costume house, then you can pull a load more stuff together, but you know, that's of its period and you're more governed by a period piece. But if it's contemporary, then obviously, you know, in Doctor Who's case, Russell was very visual about colour and what sometimes he wants, you know, in the script, for example, there'd be like in the Christmas episode with Dervla Kerwin, you know, Mr. Hartigan, where she's walking through the snow, it says, you know, it's Victorian England, she's walking through the snow in a red dress. But for example, David Morrissey's character, who was the, you know, the doctor, that was an interesting one because he was a Victorian and Russell was like, oh yes, I think it should be this, blah, 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 blah. But the casting was very late on David Morrissey. So I'd already had to buy all the fabrics, work out roughly what it was that we thought we were going to do. And I was waiting on the phone for a phone call to say who the actor was going to be, because we started shooting a week later and we had to make triple costume. And the costume house was saying to me, if you don't have a name by this afternoon, we can't make this for you, you know. And literally, David Morrissey was cast. I rang him. I think I got the phone call to say he'd been cast. 10 minutes later, I rang him. I said, can you get into Angels in 2 hours' time? And luckily, you know, he was the right side of town to be able to drive in, came in. I said, right, these are the fabrics. This is what we've bought. And obviously it's Victorian. These are the periods. Let's try on some, you know, period coats, get the feel for what we want, and then literally the workroom had to get on with it, you know. I mean, the same with Dervla. You know, I'd already had to buy the red silk. I'd already had to buy all the trimming. Dervla had never seen Doctor Who in her life. She didn't really know much about the character. They'd cast her, and I was like, right, I'm having to make boots for you. I've got the fabric, everything's ready, and I've got 2 weeks now to get all these dresses made. You know, so people think you have months and months and months, and you know, sometimes you have days.
And that sounds like a real challenge. We're going to take a break at this point, and thanks for your time so far, Louise. We'll conclude the second part of this fascinating chat with costume designer Louise Page in our next main time space visualizer on Saturday.
Hello there, you're watching Time Space Visualizer. We're going straight into our social media hub. Hi Jason, how are you doing?
Hi there Dex, thanks for coming back. Okay, going to start off with some viewers' feedback for you. Adam Mamoon, watching Philip Hinchchliffe on the Time Space Visualizer. One of the most influential people to have worked on Who, in his opinion. Agree with that. He's utterly fascinating to watch in his interviews. Friend of the show, Andrew Stocker. Great to see the Talons panel being shown with dear Louise Jameson, who is always so entertaining, talking about the classic serial from the Tom Baker era. And I've got Sue W. We so need Richard Ashton and Adele Lynch to appear together on stage at a future Fantom convention. I think we might hopefully be able to organise that, fingers crossed, once we're at the other side of this and can actually have some live events, which would be really nice.
Yeah.
It would be nice, wouldn't it? It'd make a big difference not talking to a screen. And then I've got some Ice Warriors feedback, actually. Not as... couple of conflicting, it's all Troughton actually. Mark Hevingham saying the Seeds of Death is his favourite Ice Warrior story. He finds it a better paced story than the Ice Warriors, and Pat is great. It's one of the first oldies he'd seen in 1984 at a group meeting in Cannock. Would have been on VHS there, I think, but much nicer on DVD. And Andrew, I think, and Andrew Stock is going to have a difference of opinion here, because he says the Ice Warriors. So the first story that introduced these iconic monsters with Bernard Bresslaw as the main Ice Warrior in that iconic costume. The original and the best. I've got to agree, it really was. Just before I come back to you, Dex, I'm going to give a shout out actually to one of our very own unsung heroes behind the scenes. I want to give a shout to our very own Ben Jolly. He does a fantastic job editing all of our interviews together each week. We've had a busy few weeks, what with our recent Murder in the Afternoon, our new Unsung Heroes series, and of course preparing for this full week. He's been flat out to help bring the content to the screen, so well done, Ben. And you can find all that content, don't forget, on our Fantom channel. Don't forget, like, subscribe. We love those subscriptions.
Fantastic. So, should we remind our viewers of the viewer's choice this afternoon?
Yes, indeed. Don't forget. Oh, in fact, this evening, yes, I forget, we've time shifted. We don't forget our viewer's choice. The choice closes at 21:30 BST this afternoon, or even this evening. And we asked you to choose from two options. You've got Mary McMillan and Norman Hartley, or you can see the interview with Terence, Bayler, and Jane Sherwin. So just over an hour. Just an hour and 20 minutes left to vote on that. We'd love you to vote. The favourite will get played out after the lines close.
Lovely. And should we launch our new competition?
Yes, why not? I do like competitions. Our second competition of the event. And the question is, which real-life castle served as the filming location for Robot of Sherwood? Which real-life castle served as the filming location for Robot of Sherwood? Now, don't drop those answers into the live feed. Don't give them to us on Twitter. We want you to email your answers only to us. So only email answers will go forward into the competition hat. And don't forget, the email address is tsv@phantomfilms.co.uk. And the prize this time out is a signed photo of Ian Hallard.
Fantastic. Which segues neatly into the next panel.
It does. Before we get there, actually, so you've talked about Ice Warriors, your favourite Ice Warriors with us. You've talked about whether the movie Daleks are canon. This time round, could you tell me which of the Doctor's outfits is your favourite and why? So I'd like to know why. What your favourite Doctor's outfit is. Obviously, following on from that lovely interview with Louise just before.
I do love a good question mark pullover.
Chat. Sorry?
I do love a great question mark pullover.
I'm not going to admit to having one of them. Tell us your thoughts across the social media, and we'll collate them and read them out a little bit later. Okay, next up then on our time-space visualizer, we continue with part 2 of the earlier interview with Trevor Cooper and Ian Hallard, hosted by the lovely Helen. Hope you enjoy.
talked a lot about Sherwood Forest and Robin Hood. I'd like to ask you both about Daleks, because you've both worked with Daleks. Trevor on Revelation of the Daleks, but also Ian, you worked with Daleks on An Adventure in Space and Time. How was it working with such an iconic Doctor Who monster?
You go first this time.
Okay. Well, we're going back. I mean, part of my thing is that when I was 10, I remember the week Doctor Who first came out, because Kennedy was shot. There was all that going on. And Doctor Who, when I was 10, was my absolute favourite programme. I mean, I wouldn't, if we were going to Granny's on a Saturday, I would refuse to go because Granny didn't have telly, or whatever. It goes back that far. So I was very much brought up on this. And I remember the very first episode with the Daleks set on that planet Thrall or whatever. I can't remember anyway, but and it was so dramatic, and Daleks became so much part of one's childhood that there was that moment doing Revelation, walking into the studio and seeing 4 Daleks there, that you just get a bit of, oh my God, this is my childhood, and it's quite intimidating until you get a bit closer. And, in those days, the Daleks were a bit ropey. Literally, it was a sort of little wooden bench, and there were casters, so they'd move them around by, like Fred Flintstone style, by sort of moving their legs and the casters running around. And so there was, and also there was a moment in Revelation where I actually managed to explode a Dalek, and that felt like a sort of closure from childhood, weirdly. But I've seen them, and I know a couple. I mean, I know Barnaby Edwards and Nick, who are Dalek operators now, and the Daleks are a different proposition now. Now they're fully loaded mechanical pieces of tech, and very, very different. But no, it was a sort of there was a real sort of flashback to childhood thing going on.
I guess my experience was slightly different because I wasn't interacting with them as actual villains, but as reluctant extras. So I just shouted at a Dalek on Westminster Bridge for 10 minutes. But yeah, obviously it's a bucket list thing, and ticked off having appeared in a scene with Daleks. And there were paparazzi there that day who took some photos, and I think they ended up on either the Sun or the Mail website. And I think just because I happened to be walking around in a long coat, I don't know why they would have thought I was the new Doctor Who, but I think it was captioned as this is the new Doctor Who very briefly. I thought, so there's my claim to fame.
For a moment, you could have been.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. Obviously, in Adventure in Time and Space, you were playing Richard Martin, who is a real person. Is that a different sort of thing to play a real person as opposed to a fictional person?
Well, I don't know. We go into the whole discussion then about whether Alan Dale is a fictional person, and the whole debate of the episode itself. I guess in a way. I mean, I suppose it's not like I was playing Harold Wilson or David Cameron or someone that people go, oh, well, that wasn't very much like him, was it? I think anyone who's going to turn around and say, oh, he didn't quite get Richard Martin there. But it was strange because I have met him. I worked with him. He actually directed me when I was at drama school. He directed our TV project. So it was a bit strange having met him and then 20 years later. And I think Mark I can't remember whether he had spoken to. I think he'd done, as he did with most of the people who were there at the time and who were still around. Mark had interviewed him, but it may be only over the phone, not in person. But then he rang up the one day, and I had a quick chat to him, and he remembered the shoot that we did in an orchard 20 years previously. So I suppose that the important thing as well was I wasn't trying to do an impersonation of him, and actually, if I had, because he's such a sort of flamboyant, big personality. It wouldn't have been right for the scene either. You kind of go, it would have unbalanced, and the scene in that moment is not about what kind of person Richard Martin was. so you don't want someone to be insulted, but I think at the same, and we got the look, I think, fairly accurate from photos at the time, and the cravat he still wears to this day. But I think he was okay with it. I don't think he was too offended.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think if I've played any other. I don't think I've played any other real life living characters. I think any other Alan Turing, William Shakespeare, they're all no longer with us. What about you, Trevor? Have you played someone in real life who's still with us, who you might have either bumped into or have heard from?
The only person I can think of, and he complained. He rang up the BBC. I was in a thing about it was called An Ungentlemanly Act, and it was all about the night the Falklands was invaded, and it was a very successful single one-off play, which won the BAFTA that year, directed by a guy called Stuart Urban, and there was a lot of it was filmed in the Falklands. I never got to go there. I was the guy playing the landlord of the Goose Green or whatever it was. There was one pub, I think, in the Falklands, and he was a bit like Basil Fawlty. He had this reputation of being unpleasant, and we filmed it in Hanwell, of all. So I didn't get the exotic flight to the Falklands, although a lot of people who did go said it's not exotic at all. And he complained afterwards. He said, "Why did you get that big fat idiot to play me?" You know, and I was, the script had been sort of, you know, I was behaving very badly, as this man did all through the invasion, apparently. And I got all this, and Stuart told me that he got in touch and he showed me the letter of complaint. And he wasn't fat. That was part of it. And that was the main thing he objected to, that they cast a fat bloke to play him, and he wasn't.
Now, Trevor, you've in a small group of people that have worked in both classic Doctor Who and new series. What are the differences between the two?
Well, one of them, obviously, is what I talked about before, was the fact that, you know, coming into the new Who, the technical advances that have been made in the meantime, and the fact that we were all on location. I mean, a lot of it still is. You know, a lot of it is just still filmed in Cardiff in the studios, but we were on location for all of it. I don't think there were any scenes in the studio. But it wasn't just that. It's just that, you know, technical things have moved on. There always used to be slightly the joke, and there was a running gag, that there was a sort of corridor in old Who, that there was always a chase sequence, and they'd always go down this corridor, and they'd get to the end of it and then have to turn around and do this. And it was the same corridor in every single episode, on every single planet, wherever it was, slightly redressed, you know, according to whether it was sort of medieval or, you know, futuristic or what. And I remember Nicola Bryant she had this line, and apparently it was in quite a lot of episodes, where she'd stop at the end and she'd go, "All these corridors look the same," and then disappear and run off. And so there was a bit of a sort of, and everyone who worked on the old Doctor Who sort of took that into account, that there was a sort of British sort of make do, belt and braces approach to sort of just getting it together. And we know we didn't have the sort of full technical know-how. I remember having to do something on a computer screen, and literally they said, "We obviously haven't got it. We'll put that in post-production, and you have to sort of do this and look like you're looking at something." And it wasn't. It wasn't even green screen. I can't remember what it was. You know, so and that sort of adds to it. In a way, it made quite a lot of the old stuff slightly more light-hearted, even though it could be incredibly dark, and even darker than some of the new stuff, you know, but a lot of it, there was a light-hearted feel to it, which there still is with the new Who, but I think the advance in technology has made the whole thing a bit more serious in a way.
Yeah. Now, you've both also done Doctor Who Big Finish stories. How is it working in audio as opposed to on camera?
You don't have to learn the lines.
Yeah.
That's the main difference.
And you get a very nice lunch. Did you?
Everybody always talks about the lunches.
Yeah. Did you do yours at in Labatt Grove, Ian? Yeah. And Toby's
mainly, I've done. I think I did one in Tunbridge Wells because that's where Tom Baker.
Yes, I did one there with him as well. Yeah. But no, if you do it, what do they call this? What are those studios called?
Moat Studios.
Moat Studios, that's right. And Toby, the engineer there, does the most amazing lunches. That's what everyone sort of talks about. No, I've done. I actually worked out not long ago that I worked not on Doctor Who, but necessarily because some of it was Big Finish and some of it on other things. I've worked with every living Doctor.
Wow.
So that's not bad, is it? The only one I didn't. I didn't really work with him was Christopher Eccleston. We were both in the same thing, but we never sort of came across each other. So I've not actually met him, so that sort of doesn't count. But we were in the same. You know, we were in. I did a thing called Our Friends in the North, which is one of the big things that he. You know, but yeah. So, but no, it's great fun to do. The Doctor Who on radio. It's lovely. We're doing Star Cops as well. We're now doing that for Big Finish. And that's been a great, suddenly David Calder and I, who are way past retirement age for spacemen, supposedly running around corridors on Mars doing things. And that's fun too.
Are you continuing to record that but under your duvet at home, or are there none kind of scheduled in the diary for now?
No, there's nothing there's nothing coming up. No, we did one. There's one. I think there's one about to come out, or it may have just come out, which is the third one we've done. I think, which is a third set of 4 or 5. We do 4 or 5 in each episodes. But no, I haven't done one for a while. I haven't sort of worked since lockdown. I haven't even done a voiceover yet. And I'm not I haven't got. A lot of friends of mine who do voiceovers have got their own home studio now. Have you got one, Ian? Have you got a home studio?
We haven't. We're thinking of investing one because actually Mark has just been asked to do a Big Finish. So I think he's going to get the mic and the setup and everything. And my agents mentioned it, and my attitude was kind of, oh God, so many people must have them by now. Is there any space left in the market? But if we've got it anyway for that, I suppose and who knows how long it'll go on to. I did a Zoom rehearsed reading this week, so I've done some work, and I've got my first Zoom audition for Panto next week as well.
Oh wow!
So that'll be interesting. I'm just debating, although I'm thinking, oh God, as it's at home and obviously I'm not having to travel on the tube to get there, is the expectation that I'm going to have to do it in full makeup or something? Is it? I bet some buggers will do that. I'll go full
I'm sure. Widow Twanky. That's all whatever it's going to be.
Yeah. I was going to say, as actors, how is it coping with sort of doing things like auditions and readings at a distance? Because obviously that's a very different experience.
I suppose audition-wise, because so many people have started using self-tapes in the last few years, that actually doesn't feel quite so unusual. So I suppose maybe for theatre, that's a bit unusual. Though I've done a few theatre self-tapes. Obviously, if you're
I have too, yeah.
Meet them under ordinary circumstances. So that, I suppose, the actual audition part of it doesn't feel so unusual because so much of TV is cast, or at least initial meetings are done that way now anyway. The actual performance side of it is a bit different. Doing a play was interesting. We were trying to kind of get the same background so that it looked like you were both in the same scene, and then there's all the technical things of props being handed to someone one side of the screen and then being taken and things like that. So we had a bit of fun like that, but it was set in the 40s, so you're then scrambling around the house. I'm supposed to trying to cobble together a surgeon's costume from the 1940s. How am I going to do that? Although at least you only have to do it from the waist up.
How big was the cast? How many people?
4.
4. All right, so it's not too bad.
So I think that's that, and most of them were two-handers or there was one three-hander scene. There wasn't even one scene where all four of us were in. I think once you start getting to very big casts, it would be very difficult. But I think the tricky thing is, I mean, that was German Street Theatre, and they put it up online and then asked for kind of donations as for people to sort of help out. I think the problem is because if this keeps on going for a long time, theatre and theatre makers are going to have to find a way of being able to monetize it. And I think because in the initial rush, so much stuff was put online for free, there might be a little bit of resistance, or people might go, well, hang on a minute, I've been watching One Man, Two Governors and all these other NT lives. Now I'm being asked to pay for them. So
I'm waiting for Undermilt Wood to be done on Zoom. I think that would be quite
yes.
a load of boxes.
Yeah, I was just listening to Broadcasting House this morning, and they're asking that are there any plays in particular that would suit being done via Zoom? Can't think of any. But certainly would be better.
Have you worked at all since lockdown? I mean,
well, I've
apart from things like
the country thing, yeah. I've been writing,
right.
So I've been doing that, but not. I mean, because obviously the opportunities. I mean, I think a few people are going into actual recording studios, but obviously there's been no actual theatre, no TV. I was filming something. I finished my time on it just before lockdown came in, so
yeah.
Before it stopped.
I think they have started doing, haven't they? Aren't they now starting to get together some TV and film stuff? But it's all done. There was one film I read about where the whole cast and crew were in sort of quarantine, all living in the same place.
Well, this is the question, isn't it, about how they're actually going to do it? Are they going to try and self-isolate from that time? But then what happens if one of those people come down with symptoms? I mean, I imagine insurance implications are massive.
Sorry, go on.
I did see a bit of a Sheridan Smith lockdown drama, which was kind of done in her home and then via Zoom. And then it was interesting, Phil Jackson and his wife Sally both played her parents. So I said, obviously, if there are any households with two actors in, maybe this is...
That's the thing. I know in all those, I saw those, and in all of them, basically... I mean, Sheridan Smith's partner had to end up doing most of the filming because there isn't a crew. There's you've got Zoom and you've got all the heads of department all checking everything out. But actually, she and her partner were actually having to do all the technical stuff and all the bring in all the lights and angle things and do this, that, and the other. So that's what it's going to be now. We just all make our own movie, I guess.
Yeah.
Because obviously, when you're filming in normal circumstances, those jobs are done by other people. Is that something you're aware of as an actor? What's going on for sort of lights and cameras and?
Well, how do you mean? Do you mean when you're on a set? The fact that there are so many other people around you. Well, no, I think in the end you sort of shut it out. I mean, you have to sort of be, in the moment, for your thing, and you have to be able to, it's awfully easy to be distracted by other things that are going on, because even in the most sort of intimate situation, there's probably about 40 people in the room,
And sometimes are you aware of the work they do ordinarily? Then yes, of course, if you're aware of obviously how much time it takes for the lighting to get set so that it looks absolutely spot on, and that's the thing that kind of takes the time, isn't it, Trevor? Which kind of differentiates sort of high-end drama and stuff that's made like Doctor Who is now, and maybe your daytime soaps and things like that, where people are still working just as hard, but there just simply isn't the time to spend loads of time minutely lighting a set and the actors so they look beautiful. It's literally just like, turn a big light on, can we see you? Okay, start filming.
Yes, quite. Yeah.
So you're aware of all that and the difficulties of how it's going to be with things like hair and makeup, and how you do some of those jobs, and how the sound guy puts a radio mic on you while social distancing is, I don't know, impossible.
You've mentioned hair and makeup. Bringing back to Robots of Sherwood, How was the sort of the costumes? Were they comfortable? Were they practical?
Well, I had my monk outfit, and I just remember wanting to go to the loo at one point and thinking, God, that's actually going to be quite a major performance anyway. But they were. It was the nice thing about being a monk was they didn't have to do much. I didn't have to have the full tonsure, All they did was they got a little bit of hair that joined up these two bits. That was all it was. But no, it was. I mean, actually, it's quite. In some ways, it's quite liberating just to be in a sort of monk's habit and not to have all the accoutrements of, I can't remember what we had on our feet. Was it sort of sandally things? I guess it was.
I had the kind of the sort of leather jerkin and leather breeches and all that.
Yeah.
I'm not being rude. I'm trying to see if I've still got it on my phone. I don't think I do. Just talking about hair and makeup, the different wigs that we went through and the different looks that I had that we tried out. Because one of them was just my own hair kind of brushed into a sort of medieval bowl, which looked awful. I had a blonde kind of sort of Plantagenet thing that sort of came down to there and slightly curled. That looked awful as well. What else did I have? And then the one I ended up with, I think because Joe had been casting because he was blonde, so they thought they could give me a dark wig. So the curly dark wig that I had was Benedict Cumberbatch's stunt doubles wig from Sherlock, because Claire, who's the head of hair and makeup, was also hair and makeup on Sherlock. So I ended up with Benedict's wig.
That's one of the fascinating things about being an actor, is when you get a costume that's been worn by someone else and it's still got the name in the. I did an episode of Heartbeat, and I wore a jacket that had Marlon Brando written in the collar, and an overcoat that had Orson Welles.
Wow!
And they were both from
Angels.
Angels, yeah. Yeah, and they literally, because I'm always big and quite difficult to find clothes that fit, and they went into the sort of back room and they said, "This, when you finish wearing this stuff, it's just going straight back into the sort of." They've got a museum of sorts there of things that famous people have worn. So I had Marlon Brando and Orson Welles in the same costume for an episode of Heartbeat.
And presumably very careful over the lunch break to make sure you didn't.
Oh yes. I literally it was kid gloves.
It's been wonderful to talk to both of you. Thank you very much, Trevor and Ian.
Pleasure.
Absolute pleasure. Thanks very much.
I see.
It is clear that you are speaking. Therefore, your statement and the repetition of it are redundant.
It's a joke. I'm telling you a joke. You'll never conquer the universe if you can't cultivate a sense of humour.
Humour has no logical function.
Now just play along. I'll show you what I mean. I say. My dog has no nose.
My kind has never found this to be an impediment.
Because, Cybermen don't have.
Is the purpose of your humour to mock the nasally afflicted?
Yes. Did you hear that? I think my companion wants my help. Another time. Okay. Let's try this again. My dog still has no nose.
My kind has never found
A natural state of affairs for some beings, I grant you, but dogs, on the whole, have noses. Mine doesn't. Which is something unusual. Yes, something worthy of note.
Your premise is accepted.
And it makes you wonder, doesn't it? One might even say it brings certain questions to mind.
Has your dog been converted to a cyber shade?
Like that question, yes. Or perhaps, I don't know, just to pluck an example at random. How does my dog smell?
Olfactory functions are imprecise and inefficient. Once the canine creature has undergone conversion, integrated mechanical chemoreceptors will analyze air quality in its immediate vicinity and alert its processing units to possible concerns.
So here I am, sat with the man who 15 years ago was charged with the responsibility of bringing back a BBC institution, Doctor Who. I'm very privileged to be talking to Keith Boak. Hello, how are you?
I'm very good, John. It's great to be here. Thank you for asking me.
So, Doctor Who had been off air for 16 years. This was heralded as the BBC's next big thing. So no pressure then?
Yeah. Yeah, of course, it was pressurizing at the time. Yeah, there's no doubt about it. You know, you'd be crazy to sort of not be aware of the expectations people had. You know, you'd been kind of handed something that was a sort of national treasure, and everyone was kind of conscious that it was happening, and everyone was very concerned about in what way it would be reinterpreted. So yeah, it was something to be aware of. It wasn't something to be ruled by, and that was the difficult thing. But it was something to be respectful of, and I think that's the thing I've always tried to say is, look, I was a fan too. I grew up with it. You know, I had my Doctor, and I had my love for it. So I was really passionate about the show. So I wanted it to be as kind of respectful and kind of honouring what had gone before, but at the same time trying to find something new about it that kind of, you know, brought a breath of fresh air for a modern audience. And that was the only real brief, was to honour it, but kind of, you know, rejuvenate it in some way.
You said you were a fan and you had your own Doctor. Who would you regard as your own Doctor?
It was John Pertwee.
Oh, okay.
The great John Pertwee. He was my Doctor when I was a kid. You know, when I think you know, I stopped watching it after a certain age. I can't remember when that was, but I was kind of transfixed on a Saturday afternoon. You know, for a significant period of time. And,
so there you are directing the Autons. Do you actually remember watching the Autons on screen as a child?
I think I do, you know, but whether I genuinely do or whether I've just seen it in the past, whether the Autons were I can't even remember John Pertwee in the Autons. But, you know, over the years, I'd have seen the Autons in one of the earlier ones with William Hartnell or, you know, one of the other Doctors somewhere. So I knew who the Autons were, and I knew the hands and the guns and the, you know, so yeah, it was something I was aware of, but I'm not sure I'm not sure quite where my baptism for the Autons was, but I certainly know where my baptism later was when we were in Cardiff. So yeah, it's obviously they're very dear to my heart now. So that's where that goes without saying.
You mentioned the hands and the guns, and I could say the sheer delight I had 15 years ago watching that first episode air, and you used the original sound effect. For me, as a diehard fan, that meant a lot.
Yeah, oh good, that's great. I mean, it was so many things we wanted to retain, including the theme music and everything, the TARDIS. It was different, but it never departed significantly to make people feel that we'd somehow just thrown away what was always precious to everyone. And that was precious to me. I'd grown up sort of loving that. And it was just finding a kind of new pathway through it. And I think, so it was, I'm pleased you did that. And and we still worked on the principle of how the Autons would move, and much was the same, I guess,
Did you go back to the original episodes and source material for inspiration?
Wow. I must have done. I probably did. I probably certainly watched some back then, but I think it was so removed, I mean, there'd been such a gap and television had changed so much. So I think the idea that we would have taken inspiration, I think there was plenty of inspiration already within us. I know for a fact we did look at other things with regard to the TARDIS and I probably did. I mean, it's 15 years ago and I can't exactly remember. I probably did look at the Auton episodes. Yeah, it was, without a doubt, they were inspiring. They were inspiring just because they were inherently in us, I think. And so much of what Doctor Who represented was, deeply ingrained. So yeah, I'm sure we referenced, and then I'm sure we kind of took what we kind of understood to be of value and just moved forward in whatever way we had to.
We talked at the beginning about the importance that BBC were putting on this show. Did you feel you're working under more scrutiny than you had on previous television productions?
Yeah. Oh yeah. There were a lot of chiefs. So and a lot of people had their stake in it, and it was a juggling act, I have to say, and I'd like to think, you look back on these things, and there's a huge amount of delight I have about it, and the fact that it's still going and so forth. But of course, I look back and think I could have handled that better or that differently. I have absolutely no doubt there are things that I wish I'd done slightly differently. It was a difficult beast to kind of maneuver because, of course, it had a lot of people involved. It had a lot of people kind of wanting it to be something incredibly special, and yet a lot of the resources weren't necessarily supporting that. That it didn't necessarily have the super duper budget that I imagine it even has now. But at the time, it was considered significant. But in retrospect, it certainly wasn't. And I think the ambition of the project was certainly clear, and so there was a lot of pressure and a lot of aspiration. We were very ambitious with what we were trying to do, and I think everyone just tried to do the best they could, and I admire that amongst everybody who was on it, because there were a lot of unknown territories that we kind of ventured into. That was the first show that had used CGI on British TV. No one had really worked with creatures, in that kind of prosthetic work, on any significant level. And so it was a number, and having to kind of juggle all those elements, as well as having to kind of, wear a diplomatic hat at times to ensure that everyone kind of got what they were hoping to get. And that, I'm sure, was not 100% achieved, but I think everyone did what they could at the time to kind of produce the best show that we could possibly make at that time. And his vision was very clear, and he was very, not hands-on, but very specific about certain things he wanted it to be, and certain things that he felt tonally it should be, and so forth. But in other ways, he wasn't hands-on. He's not standing over your shoulder kind of telling you how to do things, how to shoot things. So his positioning was incredibly good. He's very clear about what it is that's important to him on the piece and the story and the, and the kind of the overall concept of the show. But at the same time, he entrusts you to deliver on that, given that information. So he's a good showrunner to work with. He really is.
You just mentioned the tone of the show. Obviously, you've had a lot of discussions about tone and style. What would you say the key words, the buzzwords that kept coming up for this new relaunch?
I'm sure there were some, but I'm not sure I can remember now what they were. I mean, it was very much, it was. I guess overall, it was those things that I've mentioned before, which was to be respectful, but at the same time to be ambitious and to seek to kind of shift it into a contemporary form, which meant that it needed a dynamism and energy. And I think that's one of the things that I was always keen to get, that this was about saving the world, and I think Russell was very clear about that as well. It's about everything was life and death, saving the world. The planet was at risk. And these were big concepts, and therefore you can't dick around. You've got to, people have to act and be decisive and, create action, and so it had a sort of pace and energy and drive and momentum. I think those are the things that I was trying to bring into it. And I think there's no doubt that, and I think it's fair to say there were tonal errors, in the early stages. And that happens with shows until you know what animal it is that you're creating. And I think Russell would probably say the same, that there were certain choices made that subsequently wouldn't have been made, that about the type of, show or particular episode that was going to take place. And I think tonally it found its feet. And I think that quite often in shows, I've seen it in other shows that I've worked on, that up until about episode 5, it doesn't quite know what it is and the actors don't quite gel. And then suddenly they find something and hit a momentum and a rhythm, and the whole unit does. And the show just understands what it is, and it's shed some of the kind of slightly looser elements. I've seen shows that have started sort of semi-comedic, and then they've realized that actually the kind of essence of it is the serious aspect, and then they've just shed that kind of comedic element and just pursued something which, is more substantial, and that makes more sense to the show. So I think without a shadow of a doubt in series 1, that would have been the case with Doctor Who. There were certainly episodes that kind of, were tonally questionable, even episodes that I did. So, that's and they probably wouldn't have happened. They certainly wouldn't happen in a series now, but that's the learning curve. And I think that's fair. That's fair to make those, those kind of not errors. They're just kind of tests. They're kind of experiments. And I think any show that's worth its salt and that is brave is kind of making those kind of choices to see which kind of limit you can push. And I think we did that. And then slowly Doctor Who found what it was meant to be, and which episodes really, the tone of it, which shone, and how it really needed to continue. And I think then they were able to get a consistency going, and here we still are 15 years later. So that's great. It's done good. Very good. Yeah.
We haven't actually talked about the leads. How did you find Christopher Eccleston and Billy Piper to work with?
They were really enjoyable in many ways. They were cast before I came on the show, so Russell effectively cast them, and they worked incredibly hard, both of them, and I think that's the most important thing to say about that. Billy was relatively new. She's delightful. She's hugely talented. She's gone on to great things. Chris was very experienced at the time. There were occasions when he and I perhaps didn't see entirely eye to eye, but he did the best he could at the time, and he was pursuing, trying to deliver the best possible interpretation of the Doctor that he could, and I was trying to do the best I could at the time. And that now is all that really matters, I think, is that we somehow produced a show that is still running, and I kind of look back and I go, well, that's a good enough result for me, I think.
It's easy to forget now that, as you said, this was very early. I think this was really Billy Piper's big TV break, wasn't it? Yeah. Understandably, I've imagined she'd been quite nervous.
She was, but she took, she's she's such a smart, talented person. So she was nervous to a degree, as anyone would be, but she's, she jumps in with both feet, and she did, and she just got on with it, and she delivered, and very quickly. This wasn't like within a day or two, she found, or she took a few days to find. She just got stuck in, and she knew who the character was, and she just was brave. I mean, when I say actors brave, I don't, we know what bravery is, particularly in the current time. But I'm just saying, she was brave with her kind of her ability. She wasn't fazed by the environment she was in. She knew she had an opportunity to shine. She had the ability to shine, and she just went, bang, I'm in, and I'm Rose, and I'm gonna just make it my Rose. And there is no question in anyone's mind that she didn't do anything else. That's exactly what she did. She's terrific. She's a star, and she has deserved everything she's got from this. I think it's great for her.
Well, we've talked so far almost exclusively about the episode, Rose. But for now, we're going to take a brief break, and then we'll come back and talk in more detail about your other two episodes. So for now, Keith, thanks very much.
The second part of John's interview with Keith will be broadcast on Saturday. So here's what's to come in the next hour.
We reunite Bonnie Langford and Sophie Aldred.
We head to the social hub for our competition winner.
We reveal the winner of the viewer's choice.
But first we speak to costume designer Hayley Nebauer.
It's my great pleasure to welcome to Time Space Visualiser Hayley Nebauer, costume designer for Series 10 of Doctor Who. Hello, Hayley.
Hi, how are you doing, Helen?
I'm all right, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, great, thanks. Thanks for having me on here.
That's all right. I wanted to start. Costume designer is possibly something that people are aware of, but can you explain more about what the job involves?
Lots of conversations with people. You spend a lot of time trying to get information out of and into people and get them thinking about things and then their thoughts back. So, the starting point is usually always the script. You read that, you try and get the base idea of what it's about, and then lots of conversations between everyone, because everything, particularly with a sci-fi, is so open to interpretation. When you talk about something that doesn't exist in the real world or on the real timeline, or it's from history, you want to find out, how did the person who wrote it imagine it? How did the other people who are working on the episode imagine it? What do they see? How do they think that's going to look? To make sure we're all getting on the same page, so that what we create meets the expectations of the others we're working with as well. So it makes a cohesive look. So I think as costume designer, a big part of what I do is communication, trying to ask questions, give information, and make sure that exchange is working for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Other than that, once we've got the information, my process, I tend to hand draw and design everything from scratch. And I like to make as many costumes as possible from scratch. So for something like Doctor Who, I mean, that was a dream job, because you get to do everything from the past, present, future, all over the place, and you never know where the next episode is going to take the story and the costumes. So I like to do my research, have my conversations, draw designs. Often there'll be several different versions that change as I get feedback, and then I'll redraw it. Sometimes I do a finished illustration, sometimes it's just a quick sketch, or we work to images I've found online, because or from other research, because sometimes you don't have time to draw everything. And we just keep going back and forth until I've got that final design that's been signed off, and then we get to the process of making it. On Series 10 of Doctor Who, I set up a workroom on site, which we had through the series, and we made quite a high percentage of the costumes ourselves. And then some other stuff we did outsource to another workroom and a couple of other makers in other places locally when we had a lot to do. So fabric sourcing is probably my favourite part of the job. Going and digging through and finding interesting fabrics and exciting colours and buttons and trims and all of that. I love that part. finding the things that will make the design from an idea into a real finished costume. And then further communication is working with costume cutters and makers who actually help to make the costumes real, to bring them to life, to make them from a 2D concept to a 3D finished garment, and make them so that real people can wear them and move in them and do all the things that they need to do in that script to bring the story to life.
Yeah. That's
great. a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
It's, it's all fun and it's fast paced and it's busy.
Yeah. So you've spoken there about fabric choices. So does that depend on whether it's like a historically set episode or a futuristic episode? Will that kind of determine your fabric choices, or are you kind of fairly free anyway?
It depends hugely what the episode is, of course. I suppose Thin Ice, which was episode 3 of series 10, that was the one which had the closest base in history. I suppose 2 of the characters that we looked at closest being the Doctor and Bill in that episode, their costumes weren't actually entirely historically accurate, but that was a character decision because they weren't from that time and that period. And we thought, well, if Bill as a character goes into the TARDIS wardrobe and the Doctor says, oh, this stuff's from that period, she's not going to know the history of which class of person wore what garment and what fabric and which garment went over which one. So deliberately made some choices which were slightly wrong, but which we thought Bill would make, that she would like the crop jacket over the long coat over the dress because she thought it was cool. They were all from that period, but maybe they didn't wear them together that way. So the fabrics, the choices, the elements that sort of made the costume as a whole, as in individual components, were from that period, but maybe how they're put together as a look, that wasn't entirely accurate. The same with the Doctor. He was wearing Doc Marten boots and modern black trousers with it, but the shirt and the collar and the stock and the top hat, they were all right to that period. So sort of we did put character choices in that felt it was true to the story of what those characters would do, rather than just being a slave to historical accuracy, because I don't think that's something that all the Doctor Who fans, we're not making a documentary, a historical piece. We're about the story and the adventure and the excitement, and people really love the characters, so trying to be true to all of that feels closer to home than just being a slave to the history of it. With the background characters, I think I tried to be more accurate with those because they were from that period in that time and place. So adhering to the rules of class, social status, everything, what they had access to in terms of the technology level of the fabrics and all, that felt like it had to be more honest to sort of set the scene, I suppose.
Yeah. But obviously then when you've got kind of futuristic set stories, you got more free reign, I expect.
Oh yeah, absolutely love it. I mean, when I started Doctor Who, it's an absolute dream job for me. And when I started it, the episode 2, where they went into the far future, originally in the script and in filming that, there was a whole lot of background actors crowd, and there were some additional support characters, which that part of the story all went on the cutting room floor. But there was sort of, I think, about 24 people who we had to dress, who were part of that futuristic society that the Doctor and Bill went to. And for me, that was stuff that I absolutely loved doing. It was so exciting. We filmed that in Valencia in Spain. This is amazing architectural, I think it's called the Art Science, can't remember the name of it, this amazing place in Valencia in Spain where we filmed at this futuristic sort of micro city. And so I designed all these characters' background that their costumes all sort of looked like they were built with the same 3D printing technology and architectural motifs and shapes and colours as that environment. So that making the sort of set design effectively and the costumes all work together and look like they were part of the same society. I loved doing that. It was really exciting. And we spent quite a lot of time on that. Unfortunately, it didn't make it into the final episode, but it meant we got to choose, unusual fabrics. There was a lot of holographic and translucent fabrics and ones with special 3D effects. We built a few costumes that were made out of fine aluminium fabric. I think one of those did make it in on one of the characters. You see her in a field at the start, and she's got a hood that's made out of this really fine aluminium metal. And we built lights into a lot of the costumes, and it was really cool, exciting stuff that you're only limited by your imagination and what's appropriate for the episode, I suppose. If you go off on a design jolly that completely doesn't sit in sync with or doesn't seem to respond to the narrative of the episode, then you've probably been a little bit self-indulgent and failed. But the journey of figuring out what the boundaries are, what fits, and what's exciting for that episode, that's great fun.
So you've mentioned there that you took inspiration from the building that the episode was set in.
Yes.
Is that quite often something that you will do? You'll take inspiration from sets and designs and locations?
Yeah, I think some of the stuff I get most excited about design-wise actually comes from outside of fashion and costumes. So architecture, props, different environments and textures, and industrial design, engineering. All these things are things that I look at and I find really exciting and interesting, and figuring out unusual shapes and how things work, and then trying to transpose those, I suppose, into costume is sometimes a huge challenge, because you're trying to take shapes and structures and textures and things that weren't ever meant to move and be worn on the human body, but trying to respond to something outside of costume effectively as a design brief that you're then bringing into costume. I love doing that. It can be hugely frustrating, but very enjoyable, I guess, to work from those references.
Yeah. So you've got established characters like the Doctor that had already got sort of costume elements. How much did you reuse and how much did you create new for the Doctor?
Well, coming to Doctor Who, I had watched all of series 8 and 9 before I started work on series 10. So I was up to speed with what Peter Capaldi had been wearing as the 12th Doctor, but I went to it with an open mind, because I knew that when you're coming to work on a show and other people have already been working on it for several years, there's been years worth of ideas, conversations, things people love at the beginning, then they get sick of, and then they want to do something else, but then somebody else loves it. And I thought there's so much information there I've got to find out before I go any further. I did sit down and design some new designs for the Doctor before I started working on the show, which were miles away from anything we actually did, because at that point I didn't have all that information. But once I talked to Peter about his Doctor and how he saw his Doctor and how the costumes needed to make him feel, and then I talked to Stephen Moffat and Brian Minchin, the exec producers, about where they felt the 12th Doctor had come from and was going, and with the costumes, how that affected the look. To get everyone's information and see how they felt about it, and then try and find where were the crossovers, because not everybody loves the same things, not everybody has the same ideas about where things are going, and part of my job is to bring that information together and think, okay, well, this person really wants that and this person hates it, but I can't tell this person, and I don't want to make this person angry by putting that on them just to please this one. So you have to really compromise, but in a positive way. So you'll say, okay, well, this person really wants this, but this person doesn't like it. How can we give them this, but change it so it's more like this other thing this person wants? But not just working to a shopping list of things people do and don't like. You want to try and actually think about it creatively and say, well, where's the character come from? Where are they going? What things do we really think are essential to keep, that are core to this character? And what things do we think are going to tell a story of where they're going and how they're changing? And try and bring some new ideas to the table that maybe hadn't been in play for the last couple of years, or maybe that nobody had asked for, but they might like. And some of them they liked, new ideas that I brought, and some of them they really didn't like. So it's finding a way through and trying to offer new solutions and options as you go. And always, be positive and be excited about it, but also keep an open mind that they're not going to love all of the ideas. And you have to have a thick skin about that and think that it's just ideas. It's just, enjoy the fun stuff and keep talking to everyone and trying to find new ideas. So when I started, Peter, he said that his Doctor, he felt had been traveling through time and space for so long, and we don't know what he'd been up to between the end of Series 9 and Series 10. He'd been at the University of Bristol, but how long had he been there? Had he been away on adventures in between? And we liked this idea that Peter suggested that really said, this Doctor's been around the universe, a few times. Mm. He's seen a lot of things. His clothes need to feel lived in and worn, and don't know, show something of the adventures he's been through. So that was my real starting point, to look at layering pieces up, breaking them down and aging them. So you saw more things with holes and abrasion and aging on them in series 10, and you know, and it got a little bit looser in places, and then it got a bit neater and more precise in other places, responding to how the Doctor was feeling at that point in the story, what was happening in the episode. There was really a lot of freedom in it, which was quite nice. And we tried out a lot of different things, which was great. Sometimes we'd try something and we'd film an episode with it, and we liked it at the time, but then when we watched it back, we thought that was, you know, it felt right at the time and it was great, but let's try this other thing and go in another direction the next time. Because none of us really live in uniforms and wears the same thing from one day to another. And even though the Doctor historically tends to have a look per each Doctor, it's usually not set in stone that the exact same pieces that make up that look. So it's finding a style, I suppose, and having the freedom to be able to play around within that. A huge part of the direction came from Peter, as well as from each episode director, as well as from Stephen Moffat and Brian Minch. And it was very collaborative, and it was really important to listen to them to make sure that I understood where the Doctor from their viewpoint was coming from, and how I could support that, I suppose, with costume.
Yeah. Obviously you had a new companion as well with Bill. How much of that was you, and how much was Pearl?
Well, in the beginning it was slightly the blind leading the blind for us, because we shot the Friend from the Future promo. I found out I had the job on Doctor Who, and then I was told a couple of weeks later we were going to be filming the promo with a new companion. But at that point I didn't know who the new companion was, what sort of character the new companion was. And so I only actually found out it was Pearl the day before I met her. We met for a coffee in central London with a couple of other people who were key people on the show, and really all the information that Pearl and I together got about who Bill was, we got at that point in that coffee, hearing about that she was to be someone who was not sort of an everyday girl next door character. She was an individual. She was someone who people liked, but she was someone who was young and fun and energetic and positive, and really had a sense of adventure, and that the audience could feel that they really knew her. But being told that without actually being told specifically who this person was, and we didn't have a script at this point, knowing what situation she was in and how she was responding to them. We were sort of, was the blind leading the blind. So we had that coffee and a chat, and then Pearl and I went off shopping together, trying to figure out, who is Bill? What does she like? So one point I suggested to start with was music, because I find that really, particularly with a contemporary character, can really help you figure out someone's identity, how they see themselves based on, you know, particularly if they're a young character, what music they listen to. And I suggested some Motown and some 70s music and things. And then that really started informing the pieces we looked for. We used a lot of sort of 70s related rib knit tops and coloured stripes and things throughout the series, which kind of all started from the first few we found when we went shopping on that first shopping trip. The Prince t-shirt that found in a Beyond Retro shop. At that point, I think Pearl and I were in there looking at some oversized like letter jackets going along the row, and then there was a whole lot of sports t-shirts and things. It was in just this dungeon vintage shop, and then I just saw the sleeve with the MTV logo sticking out on this t-shirt, pulled it out, and it was this vintage Prince t-shirt with a really cool print on the front. And we both loved it and thought it was really graphic and fun and a bit retro. Not everyone loved it because they thought the face was very distracting because it was so graphic. And at first it was not something that was going to be used. And Pearl and I loved it. And on the day she put it on, the day we were going to be filming the promo, she put it on the morning, and I said, well, you know, guys, just have a look at this, see what you think. And they weren't sure, but they agreed it looked pretty cool. And so we went with it. And it was originally just going to be for the promo. And everyone loved it as a look for Pearl because it was something different. And that whole music angle, I guess, helped us to define from the beginning where sort of Bill was coming from identity-wise. But in terms of the fit of things, the fit of jeans, how things moved on Pearl's body, she had a huge part in saying and all that, because
Mhm.
sometimes if you're filming an episode, you know, for 2 weeks and you're wearing the same costume, or you've got 6 copies of the same costume, if you're having to wear the same thing every day and you're running and doing lots of things in it, like in episode 9, where I can't remember the name of the episode, but where with the Romans and the Picts, you know, she's running around in the mud and the outdoors and all, and that jumper and jeans for the whole episode. You need to be physically comfortable that you can do what you need to do as an actor in that. So she was involved in the say and all of that. Sometimes we'd buy things and she'd wear them as they were off the peg. Sometimes we altered them quite a lot to make them feel right and fit right, both for the look on camera and for Pearl's comfort. So like with everything, it was a conversation about what people want and need and how it makes them feel and why, really understanding, not just when someone says, I like it or I don't like it, but really it's important to understand why, because then you can get it right.
Yeah, you've mentioned there that you had multiple copies of the same costume.
Yeah.
How many copies do you have? And are they all for the main actor, or are they for sort of doubles and things?
It varies hugely per episode. When you start and you get a script for any show, you will instantly break down any places in the script where you think there might be a need to have more than one copy of a costume. Most costumes you only ever have the one, because that's all you need. If someone walks into a room, says something, walks out again, you don't need repeats of that. There's no stunts involved. But if you know that they're in the one costume for a whole episode, even if they're not doing stunts, you're going to need more than one costume, because laundry, different things can happen. You don't want to not have a safety net on it. But if we know that we're doing a stunt, well, you'll know straight away that you need the actor's hero costume, the main one that they wear that always stays clean. You'll need a second one which something might happen to. If it's a series of events, not just one stunt or one action, you might need, you know, stunt set 1, 2, 3, 4 for the actor, plus they'll have stunt doubles and they need a clean set and maybe a damaged set. So it varies depending on why you need repeats within a scene. Even if someone walks into a scene and has water thrown all over them, you might need 3 copies of that costume, because you'll need to film it more than once. So it's really just trying to find out how severe the thing is that's happening, and make sure that we're covered for it, because no one wants to be the person who on set, when they say we need to film it again, you say, oh, we can't, we've only got the one costume. You know, that sometimes happens if something happens in a scene that you weren't expecting or that wasn't in a script, but if it's there, you should plan for it, and that's what we try to do.
Yeah. It's been great talking to you, but finally, have you got a favourite design from the series?
I don't know if I have one favourite design, but I think the part that I enjoyed doing the most was the spacesuits. Episode 5, Oxygen, I nearly had a nervous breakdown doing that one, because we not nervous breakdown, but you know, it was the most stressful and the most enjoyable. When Nikki, the producer, came to me and said we're going to be doing a spacesuits episode, I was so excited and I enjoyed the whole process. But you know, some of the actors who were playing parts wearing spacesuits, we found out who they were very close to filming, and we were making most parts of these suits ourselves in-house. So it was just getting them together in time with all the electrical wiring and switches. That was stressful, but so much fun, and seeing it all on set when it was done. The diving suits for Thin Ice, loved doing those. They were actually had a coppersmith make the helmets and the neck pieces out of beaten sheet metal copper. They were made like the original diving helmets were. Probably my favourites though were the blue space suits from Mars. Empress of Mars. Getting to do new spacesuits for the TARDIS in Series 10 that I felt sort of with the blue responded to maybe being something that had come out of that environment or made in the TARDIS or for the TARDIS. I really enjoyed doing that. That was great fun.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for taking the time to talk to me. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Helen. Take care.
favourite Doctor Who monster are the Daleks. A very obvious choice, but I grew up with them.
It's got to be the Daleks.
Has to be the Daleks.
Has to be the Daleks.
Daleks. The Daleks, of course. I mean, who else?
Daleks.
I have a sort of sneaking affection for Daleks.
It's a toss-up between the Yetis and the Daleks.
I remember the very first series and very first appearing, and they frighten the life out of me.
They are the stuff of nightmares from my childhood.
As a child, I just got such, vivid memories of those.
Most terrifying, most indelible.
Patrick Troughton as Doctor Who and the Daleks, because I still, even when I hear them now, I get a little bit nervous.
I always thought they were the best.
I got to work with them and blow one up. It was a wonderful sort of closure.
And there's nothing better than watching them coming over Westminster Bridge or advancing towards me in the 30 Years studio, where I had the delight of calling one of them Heather.
Clockwork person.
Who was the Doctor Who character that was played by Clunes? Martin Clunes?
The Ood with the tentacles and the little ball.
Bruce Purchase, of course.
My favourite Doctor Who monsters were the Vervoids to look at, because they absolutely made me howl with laughter, and I found it very, very difficult to actually do the scenes opposite them.
So your favourite Doctor Who monster is Martin Clunes?
Yes.
Okay, love it.
Favourite? Probably the Weeping Angels. Actually, they're so classy.
I'm terrible. I don't know the names of any of them, apart from obviously the main ones. Can I cheat and say Sutek again from Pyramids of Mars? Because I do love that adventure.
Really huge.
They breathe like that. It has to be the Jadoon. I think it was the best collaboration between myself and Millennium Effects, and also we had some fabulous leather kilts made, so those leather bondage skirts, I should say.
The Autons, utterly terrifying. The maggots from the Green Death, which gave me the only nightmares I had about Doctor Who. The demons, the gargoyle from the demons. It's got to be Cybermen, because when I was young, my mum stopped me watching Doctor Who because I was so scared of them that I got nightmares. When I was doing Silver Nemesis, they were played by male models, so of course it's Cybermen.
For a lot of Doctor Who fans, the lockdown tweet-alongs have been keeping them entertained and connected during the past few months. Today, I'm talking to the woman who created Doctor Who Lockdown, Emily Cook. Hello, Emily.
Hello, nice to join you.
It's great to have you here. So, for those that don't know, what is Doctor Who Lockdown?
Doctor Who Lockdown is something that has grown quite a lot, I'd say, from an initial little idea that I had. This was kind of just before we went into lockdown, I think the 17th of March, sometime around then, and I was feeling quite down, quite scared about life and how things were changing. The threat of a lockdown was quite imminent, and I just decided, being a Doctor Who fan, that it would be quite nice to watch Fit Doctor Who, just to pick myself up. And it's always nice to watch Doctor Who with other people. So I just put out a tweet and I said, I'm going to watch The Day of the Doctor on Saturday the 21st of March. If anyone would like to join me, why not join in and we can have a simultaneous viewing experience together. And that generated quite a lot of interest. Turns out lots of other Doctor Who fans were feeling the same, wanted to watch Doctor Who together. And that kind of grew into a big watch-along, tweet-along event of The Day of the Doctor. Stephen Moffat joined in on Twitter, and it was kind of from that point that I thought, this is something that we can repeat. We can do this with other episodes. We can get other people involved. other writers, other creatives, actors then started getting involved as well. So Doctor Who Lockdown is basically a series of tweet-alongs of Doctor Who episodes where fans all watch together at the same time, tweet online. And it also includes a range of additional content as well that I've been producing. And often this content complements the episodes that we're watching. So it might be a sequel to an episode or a prequel. And I'm trying to just bring in as much different talent as possible. So that's Doctor Who Lockdown in a nutshell.
That's great. So did you find that people like Stephen Moffat were approaching you, or did you have to go and ask them to join in?
With Stephen, the tweet along had got quite a lot of kind of interest online, and the Radio Times had done an article about it as well, and so that was kind of being shared around, and he picked up on that and then actually posted about it on Instagram and said, oh, this looks like a great idea, I'll be joining in. And so I think he was originally going to join in on Instagram because he wasn't on Twitter at the time, and then kind of the excitement and build up of it did bring him onto Twitter, and so he kind of picked up on it through that. And then I think, I don't want to put words into his mouth, but I think he enjoyed it and actually had a really good time and a pleasant experience on Twitter, which is a wonderful thing. And so then the next one that we did was Rose, and I was thinking, oh, I wonder, would it be pushing my luck to see if we can get Russell involved? I wonder. So I just sent Russell a message and I said, look, Stephen did it and he enjoyed it for the most part, I think. It was a positive experience. Would you be up for doing the same? And he thought about it and then came back and said, yes. So it would be rude not to. So he then did it. And then kind of after the first, it was some people have approached me and expressed an interest and said I would like to do this, but most of the time I've been approaching people that I've been told might be up for doing it, or people that I know personally that I think would be up for doing it. So it's been a mix of the two, really. It's been a mix of the two, but I think everyone has enjoyed it, which is the main thing.
Yeah. You've even managed to get people who aren't really on Twitter involved as well, like Matt Smith and people like that. How's that come about?
Well, I've given a lot of Twitter lessons, I must say. I've taught Russell how to use Twitter. Graham Harper as well was just so brilliant at getting to grips with how to tweet and how to use hashtags. It's just been wonderful, and everyone's willingness has just been brilliant. But I didn't want the fact that some people either aren't on Twitter or weren't prepared to get a Twitter account. I didn't want that to stop them from being involved. So I was trying to think of a way around that and set up a generic Doctor Who Lockdown Twitter account that people can use as a guest and just come and use it once and then leave and kind of not come anywhere near Twitter after that. So that's been the way around that, to set up that account and people can use it as and when, and that's allowed people like Matt Smith and David Tennant and Catherine Tate to be involved without being on the front line of Twitter, as it were.
So you've mentioned that you create additional content for each watch along. Was that always your intention to create a short piece, or was that just something that evolved?
That was definitely something that evolved. I mean, it wasn't a kind of big plan to create lots of additional content. It came about with the first tweet along when lots of people were starting to get involved and tweeting to say they were going to watch along. And one of those people was Dan Starkey, who played Strax, obviously. And Dan is lovely. I've interviewed him before, get on really well with him. And when he posted that he'd be watching along, others posted comments saying, oh, I'm going to watch the cinematic intro to The Day of the Doctor that was shown in cinemas in 2013. I'm going to watch that as a lead-in to our Day of the Doctor tweet along. And I kind of read those comments and I thought, actually, why don't we make a 2020 lockdown style remake of the intro? Would that be possible? So I kind of tweeted it as a passing comment, and then I messaged Dan, followed it up, and I said, I was being serious. Would you be up for doing it? It's a mad idea, but I think we could do something. And he said yes, he was up for it, but we needed to check it with Stephen because it was his character, and we wanted to ask if Stephen would like to be involved. This was the day before the tweet along. It was 24 hours before the tweet along that this was happening, and we messaged Stephen. We said, look, would you be happy for us to do this? He replied that evening with the script. And it was just brilliant. It was such a good script, obviously, because it's Stephen Moffat. And yeah, then me and Dan spent the next morning just pulling together this Strax Saves the Day extra, and then released it as part of the tweet along. And it went down so well. And I did think, I wonder if this is something we can do every time. I didn't necessarily expect that it would be, because it was a lot of work to pull together. It is a lot of work to create this stuff. But the thing that's made it happen is the fact that with each tweet along, the various creatives that have been involved have been so up for doing something. They've kind of, I think they would have been upset if they couldn't create something new. So it's kind of become part of the template now. And yeah, the tweet alongs that I'm organising, I know there are others out there as well, but with what I do, the USP to it is having those live tweeters and having a bit of extra content.
Does that add a lot of pressure to your workload then, getting those done?
Well, I've been so busy. I mean, I'm fairly a busy person anyway. I do like to keep busy, but it is so much work. I'm working on about 5 different tweet-alongs at a time, in terms of like being at different stages, trying to work out who's going to be involved and what we're going to create. It's a lot of just managing brilliant people and pulling brilliant people together and keeping on top of everything. So yeah, it has been a lot of work, but I'm not complaining about it. A, because I have brought it upon myself, and B, because it is just a pleasure to have this opportunity, really, to do something wonderful for the Doctor Who fan community.
Yeah. Well, I've seen a lot of sort of tweets sort of saying that this is your era of Doctor Who. Is that kind of a nice thing, or is that a burden? Or
It's a really nice thing, to be honest. I'm not sure it's fully deserved. I don't know. I mean, this is not the same as show running Doctor Who.
No.
It's nowhere near the league of what those brilliant people do to actually create a full series. It's not like that at all. It's a very unique thing because we are in unique times. Trying to avoid the word unprecedented because everyone says it. We are in unique times. But yeah, it's just a real honour to know that people have kind of enjoyed it so much and hold it in such high esteem, I suppose. It's yeah, I do definitely take it as a positive thing, but it's a little overwhelming as well, I must say.
Yeah, you've mentioned that you kind of prepare in advance. Obviously, we don't know how long lockdown's going to continue. Are you just going to keep going until we're out of lockdown, or will it continue beyond?
Yes, this has actually been something that has been on my mind since we started, this whole thing of how long is this going to go on for? Because I don't want it to fizzle out. I don't want the kind of quality of what we've been doing to start to dip. I also feel like it's not something that I can do forever. As lovely as it's been, and I know people have said, can we do stuff like this afterwards? Maybe we can, maybe there can be like one-offs or whatever, but there's very much, it's been so all-consuming that I wouldn't be able to sustain this in normal work. Yeah. But it's also something that I think is for lockdown. And also coming out of lockdown isn't going to be a clear-cut thing. It's going to be phased out. So I've been thinking long and hard about when to stop. I do have a plan, and I've got kind of the last lot in mind, and I know when it's going to end and what it's going to end with, and I have known that for some time. So yes, it isn't going to be a forever thing, but that's not to say there won't be like one-off specials for certain things. Who knows? I don't know.
Well, obviously we've got the 60th anniversary coming up. We could have something for that.
Could do a big special for that. Yeah, absolutely. But the other thing is, as well, is it's not just kind of my availability to keep this going, but the reason that so many people have managed to come together and get involved is because we are all in the same boat. We are all at home. It's kind of slightly different lives at the moment. And I can't think of any other circumstances under which we would have been able to get, for example, David Tennant and Catherine Tate on Twitter at the same time. It's a really unique thing. Yeah.
So when you're choosing which episodes, obviously you've done some anniversary sort of influenced episodes, but does finding the right hashtag influence your choice of episode?
The episode comes first. As you pointed out, the first few were The Day of the Doctor was just chosen because it's such a brilliant episode. Then we had some anniversary celebrating the debuts of the 9th Doctor with Rose, and then the 10th anniversary of the 11th Doctor with the 11th Hour. So there were reasons for picking those episodes, and I tried to pick episodes that might tie into an anniversary. But then I thought a lot about the episode choices, and they're not just episodes that I want to watch. They're really carefully considered because they have to be something that people are available to join in with, the writers and what have you, and also something that you can create something extra for. So that's kind of been my ideas behind picking the episodes. And I have tried to spread out the Doctors and do a range of different Doctors, a range of different companions. I think by the time we get to the end, we should have covered all, if not most if not all of them. So that's been behind my thinking. The hashtags, the episode choice has never been dictated by the hashtags, but I have had great fun in selecting the right hashtag to go along with it, because it's such a big part of it. Such a big part of connecting people. You can be really creative with hashtags. My master's dissertation, I did a master's in linguistics, and my dissertation title was Towards the Pragmatic Typology of the Hashtag. Now it goes into a lot of technical linguistics-y stuff about language online, but I do have an interest in social media, language and linguistics, and that includes hashtags. So it's been really fun to think creatively. And what was brilliant was that one of the hashtags, the hell of a bird hashtag, which was for Heaven Sent, that actually was trending the following day of the tweet along, and I was so confused. I thought, are people still watching the episode? What's going on? And then I did some digging around, and it turned out that bird lovers had kind of unknowingly hijacked the hashtag and started posting pictures of their favourite bird. It tickled me so much. That is the power of a good hashtag. What other thing would bring together Doctor Who and bird lovers? I don't know.
Now, by the time everyone watches this, you'll have done 13 tweet-alongs. I know. Can you give us any hints of what's still to come?
So this is going to be after Listen, isn't it?
Yeah.
Hints of what to come. Okay. Well, I can actually tell you what is coming after Listen. We have got a tweet along of An Adventure in Space and Time, which is slightly different, but I thought that would be a great way of kind of celebrating the history of the show in one go. And we've got Mark Gatiss and Sacha Dhawan going to be tweeting along with that, so that is what's to come after that. Let me think. Following that, what hints can I give? We've got another 11th Doctor episode, and we've got some more. Actually, we've got another 11th Doctor, another 10th Doctor, and more 12th Doctor as well. So I think that, I know it's vague because that covers a lot of episodes, but there's still plenty more to come is what I'm trying to say, and plenty more extra as well. We've got a really epic extra coming along with the An Adventure in Space and Time tweet along, which I've been teasing a little bit about. There should be some more teasers for that later in the week. And yeah, just lots more treats and surprises right to the very end.
Thank you very much, Emily. It's been great fun to talk to you. It's been great fun to tweet along as well with all the episodes. I hope they continue to be very successful. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure. Thank you for chatting with me, and I'm really glad that you've been enjoying it.
Next up on today's Time-Space Visualiser, it's time to talk Dragonfire, with a reunion of two of the Doctor's companions. This story saw the departure of Mel and the arrival of Ace and her Nitro 9. Please welcome Bonnie Langford and Sophie Aldred. Hi guys, how are we doing?
Hello, doing really well. I'm wearing my t-shirt that Sophie gave me when we met one time, just so that you don't forget that I'm Mel and she's Ace.
Bonnie, you're so good. Well, I not to be outdone, I'm wearing a Doctor Who t-shirt, not with your name on, but it has got. Hang on, I'm going to do some kind of, let's see, some gymnastics here. Can you see that?
Very subtle, very subtle.
Don't you like that? Yeah.
We'd expect nothing less of you.
And I'm sure, Bonnie, that's just what you wear all the time, isn't it? That t-shirt.
Yes, all the time.
Yeah, you can never
look at myself in the mirror and I go, Drogoff, ganglang, knob. I have got a jumper actually that says Bon Bon. If you look at it on a wrong screen, it just says Knob Knob, you know.
And that's Bank Holiday Monday morning for you there. So
she just knows the term. Can't take her anywhere.
No.
You can't. This is just going to be chaos. I can just see it now before we even start. Lovely to have you both with us. Obviously, Dragonfire, a story that you both have fond memories of, I'm sure. Your first story, Sophie, and unfortunately your last story, Bonnie.
That was all right. It was lovely to work with Stove. We had a lovely time, didn't we? I had a friend at last.
Oh, I was so lucky because, I mean, you know, I'd watched you, Bonnie, for years on TV and I'd never met anyone famous really in real life. So coming into that rehearsal room for me, that great big room, and walking across to the table and thinking, oh, there's Bonnie Langford and, you know, and Sylvester McCoy, who I'd seen on Vision on. I was quite nervous, and you just immediately put me at my ease, and you were just so helpful and so great. And you needn't have been, you know, but you're, you know, I now know that you're an amazing, wonderful, lovely person. So, you know.
Thank
there
you.
Go.
Thank you. I'll pay you later. Well, I always thought that with Doctor Who, we were like a sort of a little mini rep company with guest artists that would come in all the time. And I think for anybody, no matter who you are and actually what you do, going into a room of strangers for the first time is like one big audition. It's like one big job interview, and you don't know who you're going to connect with, and it's just really daunting. And those rooms were very big, very bleak and very blank, and it's always with a read through, you feel like that's when you sort of are doing your big audition, and they might turn around and go, actually, do you know what, we made a mistake, we don't want you after all. So it's daunting for everyone. So I was in the very privileged position of having been there the week before, and at least I could go, oh, new people, come, welcome to the family.
Oh.
Yeah, I often
also you sorry, Jason.
That's okay.
You because I didn't even know where TV Centre was. I don't know if you remember, but I mean, I at the end of our rehearsal, the first rehearsal block, which I think was probably a week or something, and we'd kind of got on by then, and it was a lovely cast, wasn't it? It was Tony Selby, and there was Eddie Peel and Tonia Sober and Pat Quinn, and we all got on really well. And then at the end of the week, everyone said, right, see you at the centre, you know, see you see you next week for filming at the centre. And I had to come up to you and say, Bonnie, could you actually tell me where TV Centre is and what I do? Because I had no idea. Everybody just kind of, because I just slotted in, everybody assumed I knew what I was doing, I think. I had not a clue.
Well, that's it. That's a good sort of testament to you in the fact that you didn't make out that you were this sort of newbie. You didn't make out that you didn't know what you were doing. So everyone assumed you did. You know, you just made out that you were part of it. You slotted in. You weren't sort of having to be, oh, I don't know anything. So we all thought, oh, she knows what she's up to. But we have to remember as well, we didn't have Google then. You probably had to look at it on your A to Z.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, and I didn't know West London at all. I was in sort of southeast London, so getting the tube to White City and working, because of course you always think it's in Shepherd's Bush, but actually no, it was in White City. So yeah, it was an adventure.
Yes.
I always say this to people when I'm interviewing them, that if you're going in as a guest on something like Doctor Who, it could be quite daunting, but it does sound like, you know, it's up for the lead cast. I think always welcome the guests into any show.
Well, I think it's important. We had so many guests.
Bonnie, go.
No, it's all right. We had so many guests that were just massive stars. I couldn't believe they were actually coming onto the show. I was always thinking, oh, this is incredible. You know, when you just said Pat Quinn, I adored Pat Quinn. She's just the most crazy person. I love her to bits. Pat Quinn was on Doctor Who. It just used to make me, it was just sort of like this lovey fest some of the time. I would think, how great that these people are on the show. So it was exciting for me. And yet you could see that they were still daunted by it all the times.
What was your first studio like, Sophie?
Oh, well, once I'd worked out how to get there, it was extraordinary because, you know, there was just this assumption that I did know what I was doing. And I think I was probably, you know, I was 24, kind of a little bit, not arrogant, but sort of quite, I was confident. I think I was, in many ways, I was more confident than I sometimes am now. And so I kind of marched up to reception and gave my name, and they handed me a little key. And I thought, oh, that's interesting, you know. I said, what's this? They said, oh, that's your dressing room key. So then I kind of went round and I matched up the number on the key with the door and, you know, went in, and there was my costume hanging up. So I thought, oh, well, okay, I'll put that on. And I put it on and just sort of sat there and waited and thought, well, something will happen soon. And then somebody popped their head in and said, yeah, follow me, you know. So it was all completely, I didn't know anything. And then I walked into this massive studio because it was in Studio One, which was the biggest studio in Europe at the time. And it was all covered in plastic and kind of sheets of pretend ice, wasn't it, Bonnie? It was an set, you know, it was really amazing. This massive tall set with big walls. And then the very first set that I was on, you were up on this gantry, sort of scaffolding, looking down, and I was in front of Eddie Peel, who was tempting me with this coin. And initially though, they had to have a look at me on camera to make sure that, you know, I looked all right and hadn't sprouted a head in the night or anything like that. And they realised that my stripy tights were strobing because I wanted to wear these stripy tights. So then I had to go off and they had to find me a quick pair of tights, which were bright red, and red is not a flattering colour on camera. So I ended up wearing these bright red tights. But you knew all that, Bonnie, so you'd got this gorgeous costume. I loved your costume for Dragonfire.
I liked that costume for Dragonfire. By then, I'd actually sussed it out because I even had flat shoes as well, which was great. And I bought it. I got it from Pineapple, I think it was. It was just a tracksuit thing. But it was the first time I'd really had something that was almost appropriate, that, you know, I could actually move in and do stuff in. So I'd worked it out by the end and managed to sort of go, why don't I just buy something? You know, why don't we just go, rather than have things like madly made and wearing white in a quarry and things like that. But also I do remember standing at the top doors of the studio, and it was the big studio, and we didn't always have that big studio. That was unusual. And it was quite sort of overwhelming. And then you said to me, they've told me to go to makeup, but I don't know where it is. And we went through the back. So, you know, it's a maze in that place. It's an absolute maze. So I do remember we went together for that.
Oh, yes. And it was so lovely to have you there to sort of as my guide, really. I felt very safe with you and with everybody. I mean, I guess you couldn't not feel safe with Sylvester either. And he was a great sort of, he wanted to have a party basically all the time, didn't he? So it was great to be under his wing as well. But it was lovely. You guided me through, because I that was another thing. I still never really wear much makeup. You know, I put some lippy on today.
Very nice. Very nice.
But you know, usually I don't wear anything at all. And the makeup woman, I remember, she'd come in rehearsals and she'd said to me, "Oh, I think we'll just have you with a no makeup look." So I remember thinking, "Oh well, I'm not having makeup then." But of course, not realising that under camera,
more makeup than ever.
Yeah, you need to make it look as though you've got no makeup. You need quite a lot of makeup, don't you?
Yeah, you do. You do. It's ridiculous. You think, what? And then they take your makeup off. If you go into in something because you think, oh my God, I can't go in looking like an absolute ghost. And you go in and then they take it all off and then they spend hours putting it back on again. You think, I had more on when I came in than I do now, but it all looks like I've got nothing. I know. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Yeah.
It's quite good actually, because the both of you get to share quite a lot of screen time during the story, because you sort of linked together and sort of the story progresses through. So there's a really touching scene actually where you're both in the ice corridors and Ace tells Mel her real name, Dorothy. Obviously, it's just a really nice scene, and it's shot and lit really well. And ice is a difficult thing, I think, actually, to try and display on TV.
Yeah, very difficult. I love that scene. It was actually, that speech was the audition speech that I did. So it was sort of familiar to me anyway, but it was quite unusual, wasn't it, to have that sort of pause in the action in Doctor Who, to have a little kind of scene more about our relationship than about anything else. And it felt more like a sort of little drama scene than a Doctor Who scene somehow. It's great.
Who directed that one? I can't remember who directed that episode.
It was Richard Ashton, who's now, you know, he produces all sorts of amazing stuff. Really nice guy, lovely guy, and that's who I auditioned for actually. So you know, he's the guy I have to thank for this whole incredible, crazy life that I've had for the last, goodness knows how long, 2 years, I think, isn't it now?
I don't remember.
Something like that.
I've often thought actually that you would have both made a great TARDIS team actually had it panned out that way.
Well, I guess in those days they only had one assistant, so I mean they've had multiple, haven't they, before and since? But at that point they were just going for one, and maybe that was my fault because I said I was leaving. Not that I thought that I was ever meant to stay. I was doing something else. And I thought, well, I said I'd do it for 2 seasons, and that was 2 seasons. No one ever said anything, and I was like, well, I've got something else to do. So that was it. It's weird, isn't it? You know that thing where you kind of don't assume that they're going to ask you, and then when you say, well, I'm going, they go, but we were going to ask you, and you go, were you? I don't know. Is that something you're just saying to be nice, or I have no idea? But it was fine. It was good.
It was a shame, really, wasn't it? Yeah, I mean, because you know, you've always got stuff to go on to, so you'd already got booked up by then, you know, so that was kind of it, really. But I mean, we're lucky though, because we've had a chance to get together on the Big Finish audios. So, and I think that's really been so great for your character, hasn't it, for Mel?
Oh, for Mel, definitely, because one of the reasons that I left was the fact that all she did was run around, get in the way and scream. And I just was like, oh, this is crazy. It's not representative of the character. It's not representative of women of today and all that sort of thing. I just thought, oh, that's boring. Done my bit here. But the Big Finish, you're able to, you know, not only suspend your imagination and think of all these effects without them being a little bit creaky, but also you can actually you know, take that time to develop a character. And also she's different. She's not stayed this kind of one-dimensional person. So yeah, the Big Finish audios are great. I enjoy them a lot. They're fun. I haven't done one for ages actually. Do some.
No.
I have to set up some kind of studio in here, won't I, with a duvet and a something or other.
Yeah, I've got
my neighbour's kid. My neighbour's kid is practicing the piano. Can you hear it? It's playing Harry Potter. We have this every day. Every single day I can hear it. It's just now. I can't do anything about it. And the other day he was playing something that just drove me so mad. I actually had to put my ear things in and just listen to other music because I was like, I can't hear this music again. Can't hear it again. So it's just now it's happening.
It's been fun actually to see how everyone's improvising with their little studios for the Big Finish, because Peter Davison's is underneath his stairs, it looks like, and it's decked out as the TARDIS interior.
I saw that photo. It's hysterical. Well, I'm in my airing cupboard. I'm doing audiobooks from there, and
it's a bit hot, isn't it?
Well, it's actually okay because the heating's not on, so it's not hot. But it's perfect because, of course, it smells nice because it's got all the newly washed towels and stuff, and it's really good kind of padding as well for the sound. So it's hilarious. I shut myself in there. Really
Somebody's
funny.
drilling now. Someone's drilling now. So I would be hopeless. I can't do any recording from home at all because the world around me is going nuts. So.
And I was going to say how was life in lockdown, but it sounds like it's been a little bit of a nightmare.
Well, normally for me it's all right because I'm in sort of West London, but it's been beautifully peaceful and quiet. I drove up to London not a week yesterday, so Sunday week, and it was like a ghost town. It was just weird. It's really,
Wow.
and I have to say it was much quieter up there than it actually is in West London because everyone's just going a bit stir crazy now.
Yes. Yeah, I spoke because I'm slightly out in the country, and you can probably see we've got this lovely garden. I'm so grateful for it. So I've just been spending as much time as I can outside when I'm not in the airing cupboards. Yeah, and it's been nice having time with family. In fact, it's my it's our youngest 17th birthday today. So yeah, we're
happy birthday, 17.
I'll go and find him in a minute. Can see.
So what's happening to him? What's happening for him as far as college and school? You know, all that and exams, and I suppose that was last year and maybe next year.
Well, no, his GCSE this year, so it's been very strange, and I think this is true for all the people out there with these, you know, the GCSE and A levels. But their school, it's a performing arts school. It is at Tring Park, so they've laid on a full timetable, including hilarious things like the dance classes and in fact, Vince and I have joined in a couple of jazz warm-ups in the garden with him. He takes us jazz warm-ups. Yeah, it's hilarious. But yeah, they're soldiering on. They're doing really, really well. I mean, I really feel for the kids because it's you know, it's not easy for them not being with their friends, because especially teenagers, they don't want to be with their parents, really, do they? They want to be among their own.
But thank goodness for technology, because that way they're able to actually connect somehow, even if it's through a screen.
Exactly, yes. And William's incredibly creative. So he did a Zoom quiz show last week where he filmed himself being a game show host in front of the green screen and did his cheesy game show. Yeah, it was great. It was great. He's editing it all together at the moment.
So are you both on Big Finish at the moment? Is there any Big Finish coming up that you're working on?
No, we haven't been asked, have we, Bonnie? But let's hope we're next.
No, not been asked. But you know, that's all right. We'll do something eventually. It all comes round, doesn't it? It just goes round.
Yeah.
And how brilliant that they've got the Big Finish audios that people can sort of delve into. I know they've been selling them off, and they've also been, you know, some people have been working their way through whole sort of series and seasons, and this is, I guess, the time to do that.
Yeah, it's really fantastic because they're kind of keeping everybody going. It's really great, like you guys as well. It's so amazing what what Fantom have been doing, and it's such a contribution. So yeah, thank you to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, we've spent lockdown, it's fair to say, very busy. We've put so much content out, but the reaction we've been getting has been brilliant. And you know what? It's for the fans at the end of the day, and I think that's really what this is all about.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, whatever contribution you can make is just fantastic, isn't it? And we will get together at some point.
Oh, yeah. It's tough, isn't it? The longer it goes.
Do you want?
Oh, is this the birthday boy?
Yeah.
Happy birthday, my darling. Hi, what are you going to be doing today?
I'm just about to make some vegan banana pancakes and have like a nice little picnic. Yeah.
Gorgeous. Get out in the garden and have a picnic.
Yeah, oh, it's lovely. I'll do that now.
Well, happy birthday.
Thank you. Make me a pancake.
I will.
Well, it's been amazing chatting to you both. We've run out of time. Actually, that's been quite a nice bank holiday morning chat, really, hasn't it?
Oh, it's just lovely. Well, this is what's so lovely as well, is that, to see you, Bonnie, it's just such a treat. So getting us all.
And you, darling, I can see the lovely blue sky in the background and your gorgeous garden. It just makes me feel like I could run out there now, but, we got to get out.
I wish you could.
Some of it at first was really lovely because it was sort of being at home, and that's something I haven't done for an awfully long time. But I miss people. I miss having hugs.
Yes, hugs is the thing, isn't it? Yeah. One day soon we'll all get together and have a massive hug.
Absolutely, a big group hug.
We'll have one big party, that's for sure. And you need to wear that T-shirt, Bonnie, to the next Fantom live event that we do.
I do, don't I? I will. Okay, remind me.
Actually, you both need those T-shirts at the next live event.
Definitely, we'll do that.
I won't be going out like this today. It will make me look a little bit weird, but anyway.
Time's defeated us. Thanks for spending time with us today. Really appreciate it. I haven't got an audience to sort of clap and say thanks very much, but Sophie, Bonnie, really appreciate your time today.
Well,
it's such a pleasure. Take care.
Love to everybody. Take care.
Hello, you're watching Time Space Visualiser from Fantom Events. Now, don't forget, on Thursday we've got our pub quiz. Email us in to register. We need your team name, your email address, and the number of participants. You've got until Thursday morning to get registered. Now, we're going over to Social Media Hub for our final catch-up of the day. So, what's happening?
Okay, so I've got to say, lots of comments about all the interviews today. Always lovely to read those. But I've got some more favourite Doctor's costumes here for you. So I've got a handful, some really good ones here. Paul Dunn. And Paul says, always loved the 4th Doctor's season 18 costume. Just so stylish. June Hudson is a legend, and I cannot agree with you more, Paul. Daniel Hughes, absolutely love Joe Martin's Fugitive Doctor costume. Looks very eccentric and doctorish. Will we ever get to see the Doctor's question mark underwear? We'll leave that to the imagination, I think. Derek Kettlety, our very own Derek, although he has the question mark pullover, homemade, I have to say, he thinks his favourite costume has to be Tom's red jacket and scarf from his first year. Good look, that. Daniel Woodward, all the Doctor's costumes look brilliant. Not sure which is my favourite. I think they're all different and unique, so kind of sitting on the fence there, but that's still pertinent for us. And finally, Tobias Vaughan, season 18 is a good shout. Beautiful costume.
So, is it time to announce our final competition winner of the day?
Yes, let's do that. So, just a reminder of the question: which real-life castle served as the filming location for Robots of Sherwood? It's great when a phone goes off in the middle of a live link, isn't it? Which Life
I was
Castle served
panicking that it was mine
location.
anyway.
And I was doing so well. Which Real Life Castle served as the filming location for Robots of Sherwood. And of course, don't forget the prize for that is a signed photo of Ian Hallard. And the answer is Caerphilly. And the winner, Adam Henley from the UK. Adam, send us in another email with your address details, and we'll get that prize out to you through the course of the week.
So that leaves our last duty for Social Media Hub tonight to announce the winner of our Viewer's Choice.
It does indeed. So we asked you a little earlier on this evening to choose from two options, and you could see archive interview with Mary McMillan and Norman Hartley, or you could watch Terence, Bayler and Jane Sherwin. And have you got the result, Dex?
I have. With 71% of the vote, the War Games has it.
It was always going to be, I think. It's a great interview.
So thank you, Jason, and we'll see you again on Wednesday evening.
Yes, looking forward to it. Busy week this week. See you soon.
Thank you, Jason.
Let us go back to the War Games, first
Yes.
of all. It's 1969.
Long time ago.
Jane, you're in a Brighton rubbish dump, freezing cold. How was that?
It wasn't that cold.
Wasn't it?
No,
Okay.
not really, no.
Just a bit grim?
It was lovely, charming. I mean, there was nobody else there except us. And a few explosions. You know, yeah.
And the ambulance.
And the ambulance.
And the ambulance.
Yes, yes, yes.
And Terence, you were completely in studio for the War Games.
Yes. Ealing, I suppose, was it? Yeah, I think so.
No, I think
Well, I mean, he was much more superior, you see. He was a superior officer. So he was in a superior office.
That's right, rightly so.
Yeah.
So it's been like that since. Very lucky.
And Terence, how did you get into Doctor Who? Because it was your second appearance after your appearance in the plastic strings and pants and flip-flops in the Ark.
Yeah.
How did that come about?
Well, I suppose I think I'd worked for the director David Maloney before in Ivanhoe, the series of Ivanhoe, and I was in that, and I think at those days it was much easier. You didn't have to go and audition for 10 people or something. You'd see somebody in the BBC club, and they'd say, "Hello, what are you doing? Would you like to do a little part?" And I'd say, "Yes, of course." And do it really. I don't think it was a very elaborate selection procedure. I had played quite a lot of soldiers in those days, but in the West End and so on.
Right.
You sort of get on it. He does that sort of thing, and he plays soldiers.
He plays soldiers, yes.
Yes, you see? That's it, yes.
And for you, you've worked with Hartnell and Troughton.
That's right.
What were how did they compare with each other in terms of?
Well, I so admired them both. They were marvellous, experienced, clever, versatile people. I think Mr. Hartnell, he was like really a kindly grandfather, almost, because so much older than the kids. And Patrick Troughton was like a sort of a naughty uncle, really. He was sort of, wasn't he, a little bit of a tease and jokes and that. He was a different personality. They were both marvellous. I think Mr. Hartnell had been in review and comedy and all sorts of things, but he very versatile actor. People sort of think of him as this elderly chap, but I mean, he was a lively musical theatre person at one time, I believe. And as I say, both charming people, I think, and clever people.
Everybody talks about Doctor Who being a very welcoming environment as an actor if you're coming into the show. Was that your experience?
Oh, yeah. But then, I mean, most actors, because you are with somebody and have to play their wife or their husband so immediately, actors always get on except if they don't. But you know, on the whole, actors are a very welcoming breed. You know, they do get on very well together.
By necessity, I suppose you have to be.
Because if you don't, what's going to happen to the show? The show must go on. Yes, so that's what you do.
And was the War Games a lot of fun for you?
Great fun. Great fun.
Yes, well, you had
had a more boring part
you
than
had
me,
that
didn't
fresh
you?
air and the rubbish dump and all that sort of thing. I mean, I was just sitting in a boring studio. You know.
Quite. No, I had a lovely time.
Do you have any particular memories of the stories, or even of your first story, either Terence?
Not really.
A long time.
It was
a long time ago.
Long time ago.
Where does Doctor Who fit in when you look back on your careers? How does it? Is it a highlight, or is it something that was?
Well, for me, it was a change of name, because I did have a long career. Somebody called Jane Parsons, and then when I appeared in my husband's production, I decided, because in case somebody said, "Oh, do you happen to know Derek Sherwin?" I would say, "Yes, I do. I happen to be his wife." You know, and have it up front, and so it wouldn't be embarrassing. Because I've been in situations where it's been very embarrassing.
Right.
So.
I was going to say, was there any time? Because I know people can get quite prickly, don't they? If you think, you know, you're with the production team, if you're married to somebody in the production team, it can often put people on edge, maybe. So.
Well, yeah. Well, that's why it's best to be upfront about it, as opposed to they suddenly find out, oh dear. So yeah, upfront.
And what do you think? Why do you think we're still here today talking about Doctor Who?
I suppose because it was a cracking good story. I mean, I am surprised it's, you know, because it did sort of go at one point, didn't it? But, I mean, the present lot are fantastic. Mark you, they have got money coming out of their ears. I mean, I don't know what the actual money is, but more is spent on one episode than was spent, I would imagine, on the whole year of Doctor Who when we were in it.
At least, I think.
Yes. Mainly black drapes, actually.
Yeah.
Apart from bright rubbish stuff, which of course was of the elite.
Does anybody have any questions for Jane or Terence? Anybody? The corner.
Terence, do you have any memories of working on Harry Potter?
Your memories of Harry
No,
Potter?
well, it was, thank God, marvellously paid. But I mean, I just flitted across, and somebody said, "It's the bloody Baron," and that was it. But luckily, because not only the scripts hadn't been written at the time, but the books hadn't been written at that time. So he's mentioned, featured strongly in the first book, as a character. And of course, he never says anything at all. I think Harry Potter impersonates his voice in one of the books, but that's about it. But luckily, they had this big, strong contract saying, "Okay, you've got to be free for every future episode, and money will increase, and you will get this tiny, tiny percentage." But because it was such a success, it was about £80,000, I think, so far, with residuals for a week's work, just flying across.
Oh, lovely.
It was all right, wasn't it?
Nice work, if you can get it.
Yes. I've just come along here for charity, really. Didn't need to be here, guys, at all.
There was another in the corner.
It's another for Terence. I was just wondering what your memories are of being legging out Batman in the Rutlands.
Oh, I loved that. I worked a lot with the Pythons. Yes, I did it with Eric Idle. First of all, I knew Eric personally. And luckily, I was, I think, doing a music hall in a pub or something. And Eric turned up with his wife, Lynn Ashley, and he said, "I didn't think you were funny." I said, "Well, you're quite funny." And so first he asked me to be in a commercial with him, and then he asked me to be in Rutland Weekend Television. And then he asked me to play Lady Mountbatten in the Ruttles, and then I did a West End play of his called Pass the Butler. So that was good fun. I don't see them much now. So I see, of course, Eric's mostly in America. I see Terry Gilliam quite a lot, and I think he's a brilliant man. Of course, I did for Terry. I did Time Bandits, and of course I did Life of Brian for for some other member of the Python team, I forget. No, Terry Jones, of course. So, no, I loved it. That was great fun.
For somebody else.
Wonder when you were both working on the war games, how conscious were you of it being the end of an era? Was that apparent, or was it just for?
No, we didn't know it was the end of an era.
No.
We just, it was that story, and we were in the story, you know. But no, we didn't even I didn't realise that this was the last of the black and white. In fact, I had no idea. I mean, yes, my small children at home were watching. Blue Peter was one of the first things I seem to remember that was on in colour. So they were watching in colour. So I knew it was possible, but I prefer it in black and white anyhow.
Makes it feel a little more expensive. Was it because it was Patrick's last story? In fact, it was the regulars' last story. How was?
Yeah.
Was there a sense that they were winding down, or they come to the end?
So no, because I don't know that I was aware that it was the last thing. I mean, so they certainly weren't, you know, going on about it in any way. So no, and they were a very relaxing team to be with, anyhow. Especially Wendy.
Right.
Yeah, charming.
Anybody else? Now, Jane, I understand you have a new career as a fledgling rap artist. And I understand you have your magnus opus with you today. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce to you, for the first time, public performance by MC Granny Gaga.
I'm going to stand up, because you can't do poetry sitting down. Sorry. Right, now this was written for a friend of mine who was 88 last year, and at the same time I was 77, so this is for Joan, aged 88, from Jane, aged 77, Granny Rap. At 88 you don't vegetate, for it ain't too late to agitate and fulminate against oppression. Just an impression, but getting older and maybe bolder, broader shoulder for to cry on and rely on. This Granny, she say, think about that. At 88, she get high on joy of living, joy of giving and forgiving. Chitter, chatter, nitter, natter, all those things don't really matter. Now's to scatter love and laughter ever after. Yeah, 88, not too late to contemplate that ever after love and laughter in the high place in God good grace. But not just yet, Joan, hedge your bet, Joan, hang on in a little longer. Your reputation getting stronger. You alone is in the zone, so rah for Joan.
Hey. How long have you been writing your poetry?
Since I was 9 years old.
Right. And did you, as your love of it increased, or?
Yes, because now I've got more time. I've spent all my life looking after other people, really, and now it's me time. And me is doing the rap. No, actually, this is the only rap I've done. I do fairly serious poetry as well. I do both serious and not serious poetry. There's some sort of philosophical poetry that comes to you, the first draft, when you're sitting there, standing there, waiting for the potatoes to boil for supper, you know, slightly pissed, and the first thing comes to you. And those are usually funny poems. But there are serious ones as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Good. Well, thank you. Thank you for that.
Not at all.
Does anybody have any last questions for Terence and Jane? Yes.
Well, for Jane then, favourite poets?
Sorry?
Who's your favourite poet?
My favourite poet, well, I mean, when I was an adolescent, it was Rupert Brooke. So that fits in rather well with the First World War. But now I suppose, well, I wanted to be the first female poet laureate, and I became an actress instead, and I think Carol Ann Duffy has done very well as the first female poet laureate. So for the moment, Carol Ann Duffy.
Anybody else? Well, once again, time has beaten us. I'm very sorry, short and sweet. So please put your hands together for Jane, Sherwin, and Terence.
Hello.
Hello. Well, that's it for today's Time Space Visualiser. I want to give a huge thank you to all the people you've seen on screen and all the people behind the scenes who have generously given all their time for free, not only tonight, but all the previous weeks.
I want to say justice for Mary McMillan. Love a fish lady.
I'm sure we might be able to fit it in on Saturday.
We could fit in something fishy. Don't forget tomorrow we have got more from Alex with his unsung heroes.
And then on Wednesday, we've got a mini presentation looking at the TV movie.
I just have visions of Minnie Mouse. I don't really know why. Thursday, I'm going to be posing lots of exciting / undescribable questions.
Don't forget to register.
Register, otherwise it will just be me talking to myself, and I get enough of that.
How rude.
Awkward.
And then on Friday, it's the Wilderness Years.
Yes, Friday's Wilderness. And then Saturday, we're back with another, what are we going to call it? Another streaming finale with a selection of different people and lots of exciting new names for that, including some second parts from today.
So all in all, stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Welcoming to you live across the bank holiday week. We kickstart on Monday with a jam-packed schedule of brand new and archival interviews with Bonnie Langford, Louise Jameson, Matthew Waterhouse, Sarah Sutton, Victor Pemberton, Philip Hinchchliffe and many, many more.
You can join me every day this week at 6 o'clock with brand new episodes of Doctor Who's Unsung Heroes. And don't forget, Tuesday evening at 8, we'll be showing an extra few more.
Then, on Wednesday, we'll be celebrating the 24th anniversary of the TV movie with a tweet-along from 7 p.m. and new material from 8:45 p.m, including interviews with E.G. So and Matthew Jacobs.
On Thursday, I will be hosting a TSV quiz, so email in and register.
While on Friday, we'll be looking at Doctor Who's Wilderness Years from 8 p.m.
And finally, on Saturday, we'll have an action-packed show with our usual mix of brand new interviews, competitions, opinion, and archive treats.